The Soccer Star. A Keeper at Heart Romance, Book 2. Written by Melissa McClone. Text copyright 2020 by Melissa McClone. Production copyright 2023 by Melissa McClone. For all the people who generously volunteer their time to coach kids, especially those who have made such a difference in my children's lives. Thank you. Special thanks to Josh Cameron, Brian Verinder, Ian Burgess, Bernice Conrad, Terry Reed, and Kent Williams. Letter from the author. For many years my fall, spring, and summer weekends were full of soccer games. All three of my children played, and my husband coached recreational teams for years. Soccer isn't a sport I grew up playing or watching. I attended my first game in 1984, but I'll be honest. I wasn't sure what was going on. Friends kept telling me how big soccer, they called it football, was outside the US, but I never realized how big until June 26, 1994, when I attended a World Cup match between Colombia and Switzerland at Stanford Stadium. Not even the Olympics or 2 Super Bowls I'd attended came close to matching the excitement and passion of these soccer fans. Ever since then, I wanted to write a romance with soccer as the background, but it wasn't until my son started playing competitive soccer for an Oregon club that the story ideas started flowing. After speaking with one of my son's coaches, who also played for the Portland Timbers the year before they became an MLS club, a professional soccer player named Ryker James came to life in my imagination. This story is the result. Having access to people who can help with research adds realism to a story. I was fortunate in the soccer assistance I received, but when it came to my heroine, Lucy, who'd had a liver transplant as a teen, I wasn't sure where to turn for help. A friend had been a living donor for her daughter's successful liver transplant, but I happened to mention my work in progress to another mom during our kids' swimming practice. It turned out she was a 2-time liver and kidney transplant recipient. Talking with her helped me understand and fill in Lucy's backstory of having liver failure. It also made me understand the importance of organ donation and the lives saved by transplants. To all those who have signed up to be donors, thank you. Melissa.
Chapter 1. Each day for the past 4 weeks, Connor's school bus had arrived at the corner across the street no later than 3:30. Each day, except today. Lucy Martin glanced at the clock hanging on the living room wall. 3:47 p.m. Anxiety gnawed at her stomach, making her jittery. Her nephew should be home by now. Was it time to call the school to find out where the bus might be, or was she overreacting? Parenting, okay, surrogate parenting, was too new for her to know for certain. She stared out the window, hoping to see something. The street corner remained empty. That wasn't surprising. Only residents drove through this neighborhood on the outskirts of town. What to do? She tapped her foot. Her sister-in-law, Dana, had put a 3-ring binder together before she left. Lucy called it the survival guide because inside were lists for most contingencies and emergencies. A late school bus hadn't been a scenario. Lucy had checked. Twice. No need to panic. Farmland surrounded Wicksburg, a small Midwestern town with a low crime rate and zero excitement except for harvests in the summer, Friday night football in the fall, and basketball in the winter. Several things could have delayed the bus. A traffic jam because of 2 slow-moving farm equipment, road construction, a car accident. A chill shivered down Lucy's spine. Don't freak out. Until recently, she hadn't taken care of anyone but herself. This overwhelming need to see her nephew right this moment was brand new to her. But she'd better get used to it. For the next year, she wasn't only Connor's aunt, she was also his guardian while his parents, both Army reservists, were deployed overseas. Her older brother, Aaron, trusted Lucy with his only child. If something happened to her nephew on her watch, her muscles tensed. Meow. The family's cat, an overweight Maine Coon with a tail that looked more like a raccoon's than a feline's, rubbed against the front door. His green-eyed gaze met Lucy's. I know, Manny. The cat's concern matched her own. She rubbed her hands together, noticing the color beneath her fingernails from the pastels she'd used in her sketch. I want Connor home, too. A flash of yellow caught her eye. She stared out the window once again. The school bus idled at the corner. Red lights flashed. Relief flowed through her. She blew out a breath. Thank goodness. Lucy went toward the front door before stopping. Connor had asked her not to meet him at the bus. She understood the need to be independent and wanted to make him happy. But following his request these past 2.5 weeks hadn't erased the sadness from his eyes. She knew better than to take it personally. Smiles had become rare commodities since his parents deployed. Peering through the slit in the curtains gave her a clear view of the bus stop and the short walk to the house. Connor could assert his independence while she ensured his safety. Lucy hated seeing him moping like a lost puppy, but she understood. He missed his mom and dad. She'd tried to make him feel better. Nothing, not even his favorite desserts, fast food restaurants, or video games, had made a difference. Now that his spring soccer team was without a coach, things had gone from bad to worse. The door of the bus opened. The Bowman twins exited. The 7-year-old girls wore matching pink polka-dot dresses, white shoes, and purple backpacks. Connor stood on the bus's bottom step with a huge smile on his face. He leaped to the ground and skipped across the street. Her heart swelled with excitement. Something good must have happened at school. As her nephew approached the house, Lucy stepped away from the window. She wanted his smile to remain. No matter what it took. Manny rubbed against her leg. Bird-like chirping sounds came from his mouth. Strange, but not unexpected from a cat that barked when annoyed. Don't worry. She touched the cat's back. Connor will be home in 3, 2, 1. The front door flung open. Manny dashed for the outside, but her nephew closed the door to stop the cat's escape. Aunt Lucy. His blue eyes twinkled. So much like Aaron. Same eyes, same hair color, same freckles. I found someone who can coach the defeaters. She should have known Connor's change of attitude had to do with soccer. Her nephew loved the sport. Aaron had coached his son's team since Connor started playing organized soccer when he was 5. A dad had offered to take Aaron's place, but then had to back out after his work schedule changed. No other parent could do it for a variety of reasons. That left the team without a coach. Well, unless you counted her, which was like being coachless. The thought of asking her ex-husband to help had entered her mind for about a nanosecond before she banished it into the far recesses of her brain where bad ideas belonged. Being back in the same town as Jeff was difficult enough with not-so-pleasant memories resurfacing. Lucy hadn't seen him yet, nor did she want to. Fantastic. She rubbed her hands together. Who is it? Connor's grin widened, making him look as if he'd found $1 million bill or calorie-free chocolate. He shrugged off his backpack. Ryker James. Her heart plummeted to her feet. Splat. The Ryker James? Connor nodded enthusiastically. He's not only the best player in the MLS, but my favorite. He'll be the perfect coach. He played on the same team with my dad. They won district and a bunch of tournaments. Ryker's a nice guy. My dad said so. She had to tread carefully here. For Connor's sake. Ryker had been a nice guy and one of her brother's closest friends. But she hadn't seen him since he left high school to attend the U.S. soccer residency program in Florida. According to Aaron, Ryker had done well, playing overseas and now for the Phoenix Fuego FC, a Major League Soccer (MLS) team. Coaching a recreational team comprised of 9-year-old boys probably wasn't on his bucket list. Lucy bit the inside of her cheek, hoping to think of something, anything, that wouldn't make this blow up in her face and turn Connor's smile upside down. Wow, she said finally. Ryker James would be an amazing coach, but isn't he getting ready to train for his season? MLS clubs have been working out in Florida and Arizona. The first match isn't until April. Connor spoke as if this was common knowledge she should know. Given soccer had always been the sport in the Martin household, she probably should. But Ryker James got hurt playing with the U.S. men's team in a friendly against Mexico, Connor added. He's out for a while. Friendly meant an exhibition game. She knew that much. But the news surprised her. Erin usually kept her up to date on Ryker. Her brother would never let Lucy forget her schoolgirl crush on the boy from the wrong side of town who was now a famous soccer star. Hurt as in injured? He had surgery and can't play. He's staying with his parents while he recovers. Connor's eyes brightened more. Isn't that great? I wouldn't call having surgery and being injured great. Not him being hurt, but his being in town and able to coach us. Connor made it sound like this was a done deal. I bet Ryker James will be almost as good a coach as my dad. Did someone ask Ryker if he would coach the Defeaters? No, Connor admitted, undaunted. I came up with the idea during recess after Luke told me Ryker James was at the fire station spaghetti feed signing autographs. But the whole team thinks it's a good idea. If I'd been there last night. The annual Wicksburg Fire Department spaghetti feed was one of the biggest events in town. She and Connor had decided not to go to the fundraiser because Dana planned to call. Don't forget, you got to talk to your mom. I know, Connor said. But I'd like Ryker James's autograph. If he coaches us, he can sign my ball. Signing a few balls, mugging for the camera, and smiling at soccer moms didn't come close to the time it would take to coach a team of boys. The spring season was shorter and more casual than fall league, but still. She didn't want Connor to be disappointed. It's a great idea, but Ryker might be busy. Will you ask him if he'll coach us, Aunt Lucy? He might just say yes. The sound of Connor's voice, full of excitement and anticipation, tugged at her heart. Might likely equaled yes in his young mind. She would do anything for her nephew. She'd return to the same town where her ex, now married to her former best friend, lived to care for Connor, but going to see Ryker. She blew out a puff of air. He could say no. Lucy hadn't seen him since before her liver transplant. She'd been in 8th grade, jaundiced and bloated, carrying close to 100 pounds of extra water weight. Not to mention exhausted and head over heels in love with the high school soccer star. She'd spent much of her time alone in her room because of liver failure. Ryker James had fueled her adolescent fantasies. She'd dreamed about him letting her wear his jersey, asking her out to see a movie at the Liberty Theater, and inviting her to be his date at prom. Of course, none of those things had ever happened. She'd hated being known as the sick girl. She'd rarely been able to get up the nerve to say a word to him. And then, the high school soccer team had sponsored 2 fundraisers, a summer camp for kids and a goal-a-thon, to help with Lucy's medical expenses. She remembered when Ryker handed her the large cardboard check. She'd tried to push her embarrassment and awkwardness aside by smiling and meeting his gaze. He'd surprised her by smiling back and sending her heart rate into overdrive. She'd never forgotten his kindness or the flash of pity in his eyes. His pity had devastated her. Lucy's stomach churned at the memory. She wasn't that same girl. Still, she didn't want to see him again. Ryker is older than me. No one could ever imagine what she'd gone through and how she'd felt being so sick and tired all the time. Or how badly she'd wanted to be normal and healthy. He was your dad's friend, not mine. I didn't know him. But you've met him. He used to come to our house, but the chances of him remembering me. Please, Aunt Lucy. Connor's eyes implored her. We'll never know unless you ask. He sounded like Erin. Never willing to give up no matter what the odds. Her brother hadn't let her quit either. Not when she would have died without a liver transplant or when Jeff had trampled upon her heart. Lucy's chest tightened. She should do this for Erin as much as Connor. But she had no idea how she could get close enough to someone as rich and famous as Ryker James. Connor stared up at her with big, round eyes. A lump formed in her throat. Whether she wanted to see Ryker James or could see him didn't matter. This wasn't about her. Okay. I'll ask him. Connor wrapped his arms around her. I knew I could count on you. Lucy hugged him tight. You can always count on me, kiddo. Even if she had a feeling the coaching situation wouldn't work out the way her nephew wanted. But she could keep him smiling. At least until Ryker said no. Connor squirmed out of her arms. Let's go see him now. Not so fast. This is something I'll do on my own. She didn't want her nephew's image of his favorite soccer player destroyed in case Ryker was no longer a nice guy. Fame and fortune could change a person. And I can't show up empty-handed. But what could she give to a man who could afford whatever he wanted? Flowers might be appropriate because of his injury, but maybe a little too feminine. Chocolate, perhaps? Hershey's Kisses might be taken the wrong way. Not that he'd known about her crush. Thank goodness. Cookies, Connor suggested. Everyone likes cookies. Yes, they do. Though Lucy doubted anything would convince Ryker to accept the coaching position. But what was the worst he could say besides no? Does chocolate chip sound good? Those are my favorite. Connor's smile faltered. It's too bad my mom isn't here. She makes the best chocolate chip cookies. Lucy mussed his hair to keep him from getting too caught up in missing his mom. It is too bad, but remember she's doing important stuff right now. Like your dad. Connor nodded. How about we use your mom's recipe? Lucy asked. You can show me how she does it. His smile returned. Okay. Lucy wanted to believe everything would turn out okay, but she knew better. As with marriage, the chance of a happy ending here was low. Best to prepare accordingly. She would bake a double batch of cookies, one to give to Ryker and one for them to keep. She and Connor would need something to make them feel better after Ryker James said no.
Chapter 2. The dog's whimpering almost drowned out the pulse-pounding rock music playing in his parents' home gym. Ryker didn't glance at Cupcake. The dog could wait. He needed to finish his workout. Lying on the weight machine's bench, he raised the bar overhead, doing the number of reps recommended by the club's trainer. He used free weights when he trained in Phoenix, but his mom wanted him using the machine when he worked out alone. Sweat beaded on his forehead. He ditched his t-shirt 20 minutes ago. His bare back stuck to the vinyl. Ryker tightened his grip on the handles. He wanted to return to the Fuego in top form, to show them he deserved the captaincy and their respect. He'd lost one major endorsement deal because of his bad boy behavior. In his defense, tequila had never sat well with him, and his teammates knew that when they kept buying him shots at the dance club, but he ended up being the fall guy when the riot broke out. For all he knew, he might not even have a spot on the Fuego roster come opening day. And that sucked. On the final rep, his muscles ached and his arms trembled. He clenched his jaw, pushing the weight overhead one last time. Yes. He'd increased the amount of weight this morning. The improvements in upper body strength would please his trainer. That and his core were the only things he could work on. Ryker sat up, breathing hard. Not good. He needed to keep up his endurance while he healed from the surgery. Stupid foot. He stared at his right leg encased in a black walking cast boot. His fault. Each of Ryker's muscles tensed in frustration. He should have known better than to be showboating during the friendly with Mexico. Now he was sidelined, unable to run or kick. When he hurt himself, the media had accused him of being hungover or drunk. They'd been wrong. Again. He'd learned his lesson after the tequila shots. But dealing with the press was as much a part of his job as what happened for 90 minutes out on the pitch. He'd appeared on camera, admitted the reason for his injury, goofing off for the crowd and the cameras, and apologized to both fans and teammates. But the truth had made him look more like a bad boy than ever given his red cards during matches the last 2 seasons, the trouble he'd gotten into off the field, and the endless reports on his dating habits. The dog whined louder. From soccer superstar to dog sitter. Ryker half laughed. Cupcake barked as if tired of being ignored any longer. Come here. His parents' small pup pranced across the padded gym floor, acting more like a pedigreed champion show dog than a full-blooded mutt. He'd wanted to buy his mom and dad a purebred, but they adopted one from the local animal rescue instead. Cupcake stared up at him with sad, pitiful brown eyes. She had mangy gray fur, short legs, and a long, bushy tail. Only his mom and dad could love an animal this ugly and pathetic. Come on, girl. Ryker scooped her up into his arms. I know you miss mom and dad. I do, too. But you need to stop crying. They deserve a vacation without having to worry about you or me. He'd given his parents a cruise for their 32nd wedding anniversary. Even though he'd bought them this mansion on the opposite side of town, far away from the 2-bedroom apartment where he'd grown up, and deposited money into a checking account for them each month, both continued to work in the same low-paying jobs they'd had for as long as their marriage. They also drove the same old vehicles, though newer ones. Christmas presents from him were parked in the 4-car garage. His parents' sole indulgence was Cupcake. They spoiled the dog rotten. They hadn't wanted to leave her in a kennel or in the care of a stranger, so after his injury they asked Ryker if he would dog sit. His mom and dad never asked him for anything, so he jumped at the opportunity to do this. Though he hated being back in Wicksburg because of the bad memories from when he was a kid. Even small towns had bullies and not-so-nice cliques who didn't like poor people. Ryker missed the fun and excitement of a big city, but he needed time to get away, to repair the damage he'd done to his foot and his reputation. No one was happy with him at the moment, especially himself. Until being injured, he hadn't realized he'd been so restless, unfocused, careless. Cupcake pawed at his hands. Her sign she wanted rubs. Mom and Dad will be home before you know it. Ryker petted the top of her head. Okay? The dog licked him. He placed her on the floor and then stood. I'm getting some water. Then it's shower time. If I don't trim my beard, I'll look mangy like you. Cupcake barked. His cell phone, sitting on the countertop next to his water bottle, rang. He read the name on the screen. Blake Cochran. His agent. Ryker glanced at the clock. 10 o'clock here meant 7 in Los Angeles. He answered the call. An early morning for you. I'm here by 6 to beat the traffic, Blake said. According to Twitter, you made a public appearance the other night. What happened to you lying low? I was hungry. Ryker hated having to explain himself. The fire station puts on an annual spaghetti feed, so I thought I could eat and support a good cause. They asked if I'd sign autographs and pose for pictures. I couldn't say no. Any press? The local weekly paper. With the phone in one hand and a water bottle in the other, he walked to the living room with Cupcake tagging alongside him. He'd only been off crutches a few days, but he tried hard not to favor his right foot. I told them no interview because I wanted the focus to be on the event. The photographer took pictures of the crowd, so I might be in a few. Let's hope whatever they publish is positive. I was talking with people I grew up with. Some had treated him like garbage until he joined a soccer team. Most accepted him after he became a starter on the high school varsity team as a freshman. He'd shown them all by becoming a professional athlete. A bunch of happy kids surrounded me. That sounds safe enough, Blake admitted. But be careful. Another endorsement deal fell through. They're nervous about your injury. The concerns over your image didn't help. Ryker dragged his hand through his hair. Let me guess. They want a clean-cut American, not a bearded bad boy who thinks red cards are better than goals. You got it, Blake said. I've heard nothing official, but rumors are swirling that Mr. McElroy wants to loan you out to a Premier League club. McElroy was the new owner of the Phoenix Fuego FC. He took more interest in players than any other head honcho in the MLS. He'd fired the coach/manager who'd wanted to run things his way and hired a new one, Elliot Fritz, who didn't mind the owner being so hands-on. Seriously? It's come from more than one source. As Blake mentioned 2 clubs, Ryker plopped into his dad's easy chair. Cupcake jumped onto his lap. I took my eye off the ball, he said. I made some mistakes. I apologized. I'm recovering and keeping my name out of the news. I don't see why we all can't move on. It's not that easy. You're one of the best soccer players in the world. Before your foot surgery, you were a first-team player who could have started for any football club here or abroad. Few Americans can say that, Blake said in a matter-of-fact tone. But McElroy believes your bad boy image isn't a draw in the stands or with the kids. Merchandising is important these days. Yeah, I know. Being injured and getting older doesn't help my cause. As if his upcoming 30th birthday suddenly made Ryker an old man. He remembered what the new owner had said in an interview. McElroy called me an overpaid liability. But if that's the case, why would a premier club want to take me on? The transfer period doesn't start until June. None have said they want the loan yet. Ouch. But Ryker had only himself to blame for the mess he found himself in. The good news is the MLS doesn't want to lose a homegrown player as talented as you. McElroy's feathers got ruffled, Blake continued. He's asserting his authority and reminding you that he controls your contract. You mean, my future? That's how billionaires are. I'll stick to being a millionaire, then. Not if endorsements keep dropping. I only say that because your days of signing any 8-figure deals are over. Now that you're in the US, sponsor money is where it's at. Ryker rubbed his beard. Look, I get why McElroy's upset. Coach Fritz, too. I haven't done a good job handling stuff. That's an understatement. Great. Blake was supposed to be on his side. I'll be the first to admit I've never been an angel. But I'm not the devil either. There's no way I could do all the press says. The media exaggerate everything. True, but people's concerns are real. Valid, Blake explained. This time at your parents' house is critical. Watch yourself. I'll fix this. I want to play in the MLS. Ryker had spent nearly a decade in the UK. He'd earned more money for playing the sport he loved than he'd dreamed about, but he wasn't ready to hang up his cleats. He just wanted to be closer to his mom and dad. My folks are doing fine, but they're not getting any younger. I don't want to be an ocean away from them. If McElroy doesn't want me, see if the Indianapolis Rage or some other club does. McElroy won't let a franchise player like you go to another MLS club, Blake said matter-of-factly. If you want to play stateside, it'll be with Fuego. Ryker petted Cupcake. Then I'll keep lying low and polishing my image so it shines. Blind me, Will do. Everyone always wanted something from him. This was no different. But it sucked he had to prove himself all over again with Mr. McElroy and the Phoenix fans. At least I can't get into trouble dog-sitting. Wicksburg is the definition of boring. Women. Not here, Ryker interrupted. I know what's expected. It's also hard on my mom to read the gossip about me on the internet. She doesn't need to hear it firsthand from people in town. You should bring your mom back with you to Phoenix. Dude. Keeping it quiet and on the down low is fine while I'm here, but let's not go crazy. Ryker shuddered at the thought of his mother being his chaperone. He loved her, but that would be way too much. Despite the reports of me hooking up with every starlet in Hollywood and model in New York, I've been more than discreet and discriminate with whom I see. But beautiful women coming onto me are one perk of the sport. Blake sighed. I remember when you were this scrappy, young kid who cared only about soccer. It used to be all about the sport for you. It still is. Ryker was the small-town kid from the Midwest who hit the big time overseas, playing with the best in the world. Football, as they called it everywhere but in the US, meant everything to him. Without it, Soccer is my life. That's why I'm trying to get back on track. A beat passed and another. Just remember, actions speak louder than words. After a quick goodbye, Blake disconnected from the call. Ryker stared at his phone. He'd signed with Blake when he was 18. The older Ryker got, the smarter his agent's advice sounded. Actions speak louder than words. Lately, Ryker's actions hadn't been effective. He looked at Cupcake. I've put myself in the doghouse. The red cards came after people figured out how to push his buttons. One player had called him the same derogatory term as the bullies in school. Others quickly realized that was his trigger and had also said it. The drinking and partying had been his way to forget the taunting in his past, which he'd thought was behind him. Now I've got to get myself out of it. The doorbell rang. Cupcake jumped off his lap and ran to the front door, barking ferociously as if she weighed 90 pounds, not 19. Who could that be? He wasn't expecting anyone. The dog kept barking. He remained seated. Let Cupcake deal with it. Ryker didn't want company. If he ignored them, they would go away.
Chapter 3. Lucy's hand hovered over the mansion's doorbell. She fought the urge to press the button a third time. She didn't want to annoy Mr. and Mrs. James. Yes, she wanted to get this fool's errand over with, but appearing too eager or worse, rude, wouldn't help her find a coach for Connor's team. Come on, she muttered. Open the door. The constant high-pitched yapping of a dog suggested the doorbell worked. But that didn't explain why no one had answered. Maybe the house was so big reaching the front door took time. Lucy gripped the container of cookies with both hands. The dog continued barking. Maybe no one was home. She rose up on her tiptoes and peeked through the 4-inch strip of small leaded glass squares on the ornate wood door. Lights shone inside. Someone had to be here. Leaving the lights on when away wasted electricity. Her dad used to tell her that. Aaron said the same thing to Connor. But she supposed if a person could afford to live in an Architectural Digest-worthy home with its Georgian-inspired columns, circular drive, and manicured lawn that looked like a green carpet, they probably didn't worry about paying a utility bill. Lucy didn't see anyone coming toward the door. She couldn't see the dog either. She lowered her heels to the welcome mat. Bummer. She didn't want to come back later and try again. A chill shivered along her spine. Calm down. Imagining Connor with a smile on his face and soccer cleats on his feet lessened her anxiety level. If no one answered, she would return. She would keep coming back until she spoke with Ryker James. The dog's barking grew more agitated. A sign? Probably not, but she might as well ring the bell once more before calling it quits. She pressed the doorbell. A symphony of chimes erupted into a Mozart tune. At least the song sounded like Mozart the third time hearing it. The door opened slightly. A little gray dog darted out and sniffed her shoes. The pup placed its stubby paws against her jean-covered calves. Off, Cupcake. The dog ran to the grass in the front yard. A man in navy athletic shorts with a black walking cast on his right leg stood in the doorway. She's harmless. The dog might be, but not him. Ryker James. Hot. Sexy. Oh, my. Her mouth went dry. He looked like a total bad boy, a gorgeous one at that, with his short, brown hair damp and mussed, as if he hadn't taken time to comb it after he crawled out of bed. Shaving didn't seem to be part of his routine either. He used to be so clean-cut and all-American, the quintessential ingredients for her schoolgirl crush, but the dark beard gave him an edge. One that had her imagining firework kisses that left her breathless. His bare muscular chest glistened as if he'd just finished a workout. The strength she saw appealed to her on a gut level. Here was a guy who could help carry a load, at least physically. He had a tattoo on his right bicep and another on the backside of his left wrist. And yes, the artist in her was more than intrigued, but so was the woman. His tight, underwear model-worthy abs drew her eyes lower. Anne. She'd better stop there. Lucy forced her gaze up and stared into the hazel eyes that had once fueled her teenage daydreams. His dark lashes seemed even thicker. How was that possible? The years had been good, very good, to him, and that long-ago crush of hers would roar back to life if she wasn't careful. The guy was more attractive than ever with his classically handsome features, ones that had become more defined, almost refined, with age. His nose, however, appeared to have been broken at least once. Rather than detract from his looks, his nose gave him character, made him appear more rugged, manly, dangerous. Lucy's heart thudded against her ribs. It's you. I'm me. His lips curved into a charming smile, sending her already racing pulse into a mad sprint. You're not what I expected to find on my doorstep, but my day's looking a lot better now. Her turn. She, however, found herself tongue-tied. The same way she'd been whenever he was over at her house years ago. Her gaze strayed once again to his amazing abs. Wowza. You okay? He asked. Remember Connor? Lucy was here as his aunt, not a love-struck fan. She raised her chin. I was expecting one of my parents. She nodded, not trusting her voice at the moment. I was hoping you were here to see me, he said. I am. The words rushed from her lips like water from Connor's super soaker gun. She couldn't let nerves or a sudden, unwelcome attraction get the best of her now that she'd accomplished the first part of her mission and was standing face to face with Ryker. But I thought one of them would answer the door since you're injured. They would have if they'd been home. His rich, deep voice, as smooth and warm as a mug of hot cocoa, flowed over her, and she swallowed a sigh. I'm Ryker James. I know. That puts me at a disadvantage, because I don't know who you are. I meant, we met. But it was a long time ago, she clarified, feeling like she was a teenager again, awkward and unsure. Okay, a part of her still was, but she was older now and wiser. At least, she hoped so. His gaze raked over her. I would remember meeting you. Heat exploded through Lucy. Having guys hit on her was nothing new, but she hadn't expected that from Ryker. Whereas other men's attention annoyed her, his made her feel attractive and desired. Let me take a closer look to see if I can jog my memory. He leaned forward slightly. The approval in his eyes gave her goosebumps. The good kind, one she hadn't felt in a while. She hadn't wanted to jump into the dating scene after her divorce 2 years ago, but maybe that had been a long enough sabbatical. I have seen that pretty smile of yours before, he continued. Those sparkling blue eyes, too. Oh, boy. Her knees felt wobbly. Tingles filled her stomach. Stop. She wasn't in middle school. Lucy straightened. The guy hadn't a clue who she was. Ryker James was a professional athlete. Knowing what to say to women must be part of their training camp. And she couldn't forget the reason she was here, Connor. I'm Lucy. Her voice sounded husky. She cleared her throat. Lucy Martin. Lucy. Lines creased Ryker's forehead. Aaron Martin's little sister? She nodded. Same smile and blue eyes, but everything else has changed. Ryker's gaze ran the length of her again. Approval gleamed in his eyes. Just look at you now. She braced herself, waiting to hear how sick she'd been and how ugly she'd looked before her liver transplant compared to how she appeared now. That was what happened whenever she bumped into someone who hadn't seen her in years. He grinned. Little Lucy is all grown up now. Little Lucy? She stiffened. His words confused her. She hadn't been little. Okay, maybe when they first met back in elementary school. But she'd been huge, a bloated whale, and yellow because of jaundice the last time he'd seen her. He'd never teased her, but years had passed since they'd last interacted and all she remembered was his pity. Maybe he was no longer a nice guy. Not knowing what to say, she played along. It's been what? 13 years since we last saw each other. 13 years too long, he said, playfully. Wait. What? He appeared to be flirting. With her. That wasn't possible, was it? Old crushes should get fat and lose their hair, not become hotter and appear interested in her. He sounded interested. Unless Lucy's imagination was getting the best of her. No, she knew better when it came to men. It looks as if life is treating you well. Except for your leg. Foot. Nothing serious. You had surgery. A minor inconvenience, that's all. Nothing like what you suffered through. He studied her as if she were a living lab specimen, which told her she'd misinterpreted his interest seconds ago. The liver transplant seems to have done what Aaron hoped it would do. All he ever wanted was for you to be healthy. I am. She wondered why her brother would have talked about her illness to Ryker. All they'd cared about were soccer and girls. Well, every other girl in Wicksburg except her. I take medicine each day and have a monthly blood test, but otherwise I'm the same as everybody else. No, you're not. Ryker's gaze softened. There's nothing ordinary about you. Never has been. It sucked that you were sick, but you were always so brave. Heat stole up her neck toward her cheeks. Butterflies flapped in her stomach. Her heart. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't get carried away by a few nice words from a good-looking guy, even if that guy was the former man of her dreams. Lucy had been a naive kid back then. She'd learned the hard way that people said things they didn't mean. They lied, after saying how much they loved you. And he was talking about her in the past. Not now. Big difference. Lucy squared her shoulders. Time to get this mission completed for Connor's sake. And for hers. She handed Ryker the cookies. These are for you. He removed the container's lid. His brows furrowed. Cookies? Ryker sounded surprised. She bit the inside of her mouth, hoping he liked them. Chocolate chip. My favorite. Thanks. He seemed pleased. Good. That would soften him up. She took a breath. Aaron's son, Connor, helped me make them. He's 9 and loves soccer. That's why I'm here. To ask a favor. He looked at the cookies and then at her. I appreciate your honesty. Not many people are so upfront when they want something. Let's talk inside. Lucy hesitated, unsure of the wisdom of going into the house. She didn't fear him, but herself. Once upon a time, she'd believed in happily ever after and one true love. But life had taught her those things belonged only in fairy tales. Love and romance were overrated. But Ryker made her feel emotions she tried hard not to think about too much: attraction, desire, hope. But the other part of her, the part that tended to be impulsive and had gotten her into trouble more than once, was curious, and not only about him. She wanted to know if the interior of his parents' house was as elegant as the exterior and front yard. Heaven knew she would never live in an exclusive neighborhood like they did. This might be her only chance to find out. Ryker leaned against the doorway. The casual pose took weight off his right foot. He might need to sit down. Sure. She didn't want him hurting. That would be nice. He whistled for the dog. Cupcake ran inside. Lucy entered the house. The air was cooler than outside and smelled lemony. Wood floors gleamed. A giant chandelier hung from the 20-foot ceiling in the foyer. She clamped her lips together so her mouth wouldn't gape at the tasteful and expensive decor. Original watercolor paintings in gilded frames decorated the textured walls. Would her artwork ever be displayed in a grand mansion like this one? That would be a dream come true. She'd be happy to have a painting hung by anyone who wasn't a relative. She stepped through a wide-arched doorway into the living room. Talk about beautiful. The yellow and green decor was light, bright, and inviting. The colors, fabrics, and accessories coordinated perfectly. What she liked most was how comfortable the room appeared, not at all like an unlivable magazine layout or model home. Family pictures sat on the wooden fireplace mantel. A framed poster-sized portrait of Ryker, wearing a U.S. national team uniform, hung on the wall. An open paperback novel rested cover side up on an end table. "Your parents' house is lovely." "Thanks." He sounded proud, making her wonder about his role in his parents' life. She'd guess a big part, given his solid relationship with his mom and dad when he'd been a teen. "My mom thought the place was too big, but I convinced her she deserved it after decades of apartment living." Ryker motioned to a sofa. "Have a seat." Lucy sat, sinking into the overstuffed cushions. More comfortable than the futon she'd sold before leaving Chicago. She'd gotten rid of her furniture so she wouldn't have to pay for storage while living at Aaron and Dana's house. Cupcake hopped up next to her. "Can she be on the couch?" Lucy asked. "The dog is allowed everywhere except the dining room table and kitchen counters. She belongs to my parents. They've spoiled her rotten." Ryker sounded more amused than angry. He sat on a wingback chair to her right. "Mind if I have a cookie?" "Please do." He offered her the container. "Would you like one?" The chocolate chip smelled good, but she would eat cookies with Connor. Better not overdo the sweets. Calories from the trips to the ice cream parlor and Rocket Burger with her nephew were adding up. "No, thanks." Ryker took a cookie. "I can't remember when someone baked anything for me." "What about your mom?" "I don't spend as much time with my parents as I'd like because of soccer. Right now, I'm dog sitting while they're away." Cupcake circled around as if chasing her own tail, before plopping against the cushion and placing her head on Lucy's thigh. "She likes you," he said. Lucy ran her fingers through the soft gray fur. She'd never had a dog. "She's sweet. When she wants to be." Ryker bit into the cookie. He took his time eating it. Delicious. The cookies were a hit. Lucy hoped they worked as a bribe. She mustered her courage. Not that she could back out now, even if she wanted to. "So my nephew. Does he want an autograph?" Ryker placed the container on the coffee table. "Maybe a jersey or ball?" "Connor would love it if you signed his ball, but what he really wants is a coach for his spring under-9 rec team." She didn't want to waste Ryker's time. Or hers. Best to keep this short so she could forget about him once again. "He wanted me to ask if you could coach his team, the Defeaters." Ryker flinched. "Me? Coach?" His reaction was not unexpected. "I know it's a big request and likely impossible for you to do." He looked at his injured foot. "Yeah, this isn't a good time. I hope to be back with the Fuego in another month or so." "I'm sure you will be. Aaron says you're one of the best players in the world." "Thanks." Ryker's lips narrowed. "I haven't seen your brother since high school. Aaron was great with kids when we put on that summer camp." "Why doesn't he coach?" "Aaron's coached the Defeaters for years, but he's overseas with the Army. Both he and his wife were deployed with their reserve unit last month. I'm taking care of Connor until they return next year." A guilty expression settled on Ryker's face. "Aaron talked about using the military to pay for college. But I lost track of him, of everyone, when I left Wicksburg. He joined the Army right after high school." Lucy's medical expenses had drained their college funds, her parents' saving account, and the equity in their house. Sometimes it felt as if she was still paying for the transplant years later. Aaron, too. That's where he met his wife, Dana. After they completed their active duty, they joined the reserves. Months away from home. Away from their son. Ryker dragged his hand through his hair. "That has to be rough." Lucy's chest tightened. "You do what you have to do. Still. You left home to go to Florida and then England. To play soccer. Not protect my country, Ryker countered. I had the time of my life. I doubt Aaron and his wife can say the same thing. Lucy remembered the tears glistening in Connor's eyes as he told her his mom sounded like she was crying on the phone. You're right about that. I respect what Aaron and his wife, what all the military, are doing. The sacrifices they make. True heroes. Every one of them. Ryker sounded earnest. She wanted to believe he was sincere. Maybe he was still a small-town guy at heart. They are. Connor misses them, and I don't want him to lose his team, too. Your nephew needs soccer now more than ever. I wish I could help, it's just. I'm supposed to be lying low while I'm here. Staying out of the press. The media could turn my coaching your nephew's team into a circus. And there's your foot, too. Ryker stared at the dog. I'm sorry, I can't help you out. No worries. I told Connor you probably couldn't coach. Even without his injury, Lucy had known Ryker would never say yes. He'd left his small-town roots behind and become famous, traveling all over the world. The lifestyle was as foreign to her as the game of soccer itself. But maybe she could get him to agree to something else that wouldn't take so much of his time. But if you have an hour to spare sometime, Connor and his teammates would be thrilled if you could give them a pep talk. Silence stretched between them. She'd put him on the spot with that request, too. But she'd had no choice if she wanted to help her nephew. I can do that, Ryker said finally. Lucy released the breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Thanks. I'm happy to talk to them, sign balls, pose for pictures, whatever the boys want. She hoped the visit would appease Connor. That'll be great. Thanks. Ryker's eyes darkened, more brown than hazel now. Who will you get to coach? I don't know, she admitted. Practices start next week, so I have a little time left to find someone. I can always do it if need be. Surprise flashed across his face. You play soccer? Lucy hadn't been allowed to do anything physical when she was younger. Even though she no longer had the same limitations, she preferred art to athletics. No, but I've been reading up and watching video clips on the internet, just in case. Cupcake rolled over on her back. She waved her front paws in the air. Lucy took the not-so-subtle hint and rubbed the dog's stomach. So you've stuck around Wicksburg, Ryker said. I left for a while. I lived in Chicago. Aaron had accused Lucy of running away when her marriage failed. Maybe he'd been right. But she'd had to do something when her life crumbled, leaving her without a husband and a best friend. I moved back last month. To care for your nephew. She nodded. Saying no never entered my mind. Not after everything Aaron has done for me. He was protective of you. He still is. That doesn't surprise me. Ryker rubbed his thigh above the brace he wore. He rested his foot on an ottoman. Did you leave your boyfriend behind in Cheetown, or did he come with you? She winced, surprised by the question. I don't have one. He grinned wryly. So you need a soccer coach and a boyfriend. I hope your brother told you the right qualities to look for in each. Aaron gave her so much advice, but she hadn't always listened to him. Lucy should have done so before eloping. She couldn't change the past. But she wouldn't make that same mistake again. A coach is all I need. Lucy figured Ryker had to be teasing her, but her relationship status wasn't a joking matter. She needed a boyfriend as much as she needed another ex-husband. She shifted positions. I have my hands full with Connor. He's my priority. A kid should be happy and carefree, not frowning and down all the time. Maybe we should get him together with Cupcake, Ryker said. She goes from being happy to sad. Apparently, I'm a poor substitute for my parents in her eyes. Lucy's insecurities rushed to the surface. She never expected to have something in common with him. That's how I feel with Connor. Nothing I do seems to be enough. Ryker leaned forward. As his large, warm hand engulfed hers, she forced herself not to move closer and soak up his strength. Hey. His fingers squeezed gently. You're here to see me about his team. That says a lot. Aaron and his family, especially Connor, are lucky to have you. The words wrapped around Lucy like a big hug. But his touch disturbed her more than it comforted. Heat emanated from the point of contact and spread up her arm. She tried not to think about how much she enjoyed it. I'm the lucky one. Maybe some of that luck will rub off on me. Your injury? Yeah, and a few other things. His hand remained on hers. A man hadn't touched her like this in over 2 years. It felt good. Better not get used to it. Reluctantly, she pulled her hand from beneath his and reached for her purse. If you need luck, I've got just the thing for you. Lucy removed a penny from her change pocket and gave it to Ryker. My Grammy told me this is all a person needs to get lucky. Wicked laughter lit his eyes. Here I thought it took a killer opening line, oodles of charm, and an expensive bottle of champagne. Oh, no. Lucy realized what she'd said. Her cheeks burned. I meant for a person to change their luck. He winked. I know, but you gave me the opening. I had to take the shot. At least he hadn't scored. Not yet, anyway. She swallowed. Aaron would have done the same. She needed to be careful. Ryker was charming, but he wasn't her big brother. Being near him short-circuited her brain. She couldn't think straight. That was bad. The last time she allowed herself to be charmed by a man, she'd ended up with a wedding ring on her finger. You said your nephew loves soccer, Ryker said. She nodded, thankful for the change in subject. Yes. Connor and Aaron are obsessed with the sport. They wear matching jerseys. It's cute, though Dana acts annoyed when they wake up at some crazy hour to watch a game, match, in Europe. But I don't think she minds that much. Lucy cringed at her rambling. Ryker didn't care about Aaron's family's infatuation with his sport. She needed to shut up. Now. That's great they're so into it. A thoughtful expression crossed Ryker's face. I haven't been back in town for a while, but I bet some of the same people are still involved in soccer. I'll ask around to see if there's someone who can coach your nephew's team. Her lips parted in surprise. She liked being self-reliant and hated asking for help, but in this case, Ryker had offered. She'd be stupid to say no when this meant so much to Connor. I'd appreciate that. If it's not too much trouble. No trouble. I'm happy to do it. Anything for you. Aaron. Of course, Ryker was doing this for her brother. His childhood and high school friend and teammate. She ignored the twinge of disappointment. Thanks. Ryker held her coin between the pads of his thumb and index finger. You've made me cookies and given me a lucky penny. What do I get if I find a coach? Lucy wondered if he was serious or teasing her. His smile suggested the latter, and that shouldn't please her as much as it did. My undying gratitude? That's a good start. More cookies? Always appreciated, especially if they're chocolate chip, he said. What else? His light-hearted and flirty tone sounded warning bells in her head. Ryker was teasing her, but she no longer wanted to play along. His charm, pretty much everything about him, unsettled her. I'm not sure what else you might want. He gave her the once-over, only this time his gaze lingered a second too long on her mouth. I can think of a few things. So could Lucy. The man was smoking hot. His lips looked as if they could melt her insides with one kiss. Sex appeal oozed from him. A good thing she'd sworn off men because the soccer field wasn't the only place where Ryker James played. Best not to even start that game. She'd only lose. Again. Not going to happen. Her dating sabbatical would continue, which meant Time to steer this conversation back to where it needed to be so she could leave. How about you make a list? Lucy kept a smile on her face and her tone light and friendly. After all, he was going to try to find Connor's team a coach. But if Ryker thought she would swoon at his feet in adoration and awe now that she was over the shock of seeing him, he would be in for a surprise himself. If you find the team a coach, we'll go from there. Ryker's smile crinkled the corners of his eyes, taking her breath away. I always thought you were a cool kid, Lucy Martin, but I like who you are now. Okay, she was attracted to him. Any breathing female with a pulse would be. The guy was appealing with a capital A. But Lucy wasn't stupid. She knew the type. His type. Ryker James, spelled Troble. Once he visited the defeaters, she never wanted to see him again and wouldn't.
Chapter 4. It was good to see Lucy Martin again. Ryker sat in his parents' living room with his foot propped on the ottoman. She'd offered to take the dog outside so he wouldn't have to get up. He'd agreed, if only to keep her here longer. He couldn't get over the difference in her. Little Lucy. That was what Aaron called his younger sister, and Ryker had, too. She'd been a shy, sweet girl with freckles, long braids, and yellowish whites surrounding her huge blue eyes. Now she was a confident, attractive woman with a glowing complexion, strawberry blonde hair worn in a short and sassy style, and mesmerizing sky blue eyes. A woman he wouldn't mind getting to know better. Ryker had been wrong about not wanting company this morning. He was ready to welcome her with open arms and a kiss. Sure, she'd shown up because she wanted something. But she'd brought cookies, a bribe, no doubt, and been straightforward, asking him for a favor. He appreciated and respected that. Some women were devious and played up to him to get what they wanted. Lucy hadn't even wanted something for herself, but for her nephew. That was refreshing. Cupcake ran into the living room and hopped onto the couch. Lucy took her same spot next to the dog. Sorry that took so long, the dog ran around the backyard before she got down to business. Thanks for taking her out. Lucy had brightened Ryker's mood, making him smile and laugh. He wanted her to stay. You must be thirsty. What would you like to drink? Coffee? Water? A soda? She shifted on the couch. No, thanks. When they were in high school, Aaron had mentioned his sister had a crush on Ryker, so to be nice to her. He had been. Now he wanted to know if she was still attracted to him. It's no trouble. But he could find himself in trouble if she were still interested in him. Because the feeling would be mutual, and he was supposed to be avoiding women. Not that he was pursuing her. Not yet, anyway. Though he was curious. She grabbed her purse. Thanks, but I should go. Are you sure you have to leave? Most women would kill for that kind of invitation from him, but Lucy didn't act impressed or want to hang out with him. She'd eagerly taken Cupcake outside. Almost as if she'd wanted some distance from him. Had that been why she offered to help him with the dog? Interesting. And surprising. The combination of charm and fame usually melted whatever feminine resistance he faced. He kind of liked the idea of a challenge. Not that it could go anywhere. I'd like to hear more about Aaron. Perhaps another time. You have somewhere to be? Her fingers curled around the leather purse strap. I have work to do before Connor gets home from school. Ryker didn't want her to go, but he would see her again. No doubt about that. He rose. I'll see you out. As she stood, her purse swung like a pendulum. That's unnecessary. Keep off your foot. I know where the door is. My foot can handle it. Lucy's gaze met his. You should stay off it if you want to heal quickly. I can see myself out. He found the unwavering strength in her eyes a big turn on. You can, but I want to show you out. After what felt like forever, she looked away with a shrug. It's your foot. He bit back a smile. She would be a challenge, all right. A fun one. Yes, it is. And trust me, I do more sitting than anything else these days. Which was another reason he shouldn't coach. Though he could bring a folding chair. He shook the thought from his head. Ryker accompanied Lucy to her car, a practical-looking white, 4-door subcompact. Thanks for bringing me cookies. I'll call you about a coach and talking to the team. She removed something from an outside pocket of her purse and handed it to him. My cell phone number is on my business card. Aaron has a landline, but this is the best way to reach me. Ryker stared at the purple card with white and light blue lettering and a swirly border. That looked more like Lucy than her car did. Freelance graphic designer. So you're still into art? You remember that? She sounded incredulous, but the way her eyes danced told him she was also pleased. He shot her his best melt-a-woman's heart smile. What I remember might surprise you. Her lips parted once again. He'd piqued her interest. She'd done the same to him. But don't worry, it's all good. A charming blush crept into Lucy's cheeks. We'll talk later. Ryker didn't want to make her uncomfortable, but flirting with her came so easily. You have work to do now. Yes, I do. She dug around the inside of her purse. As she pulled out her keys, metal clinked against metal. Thanks. I look forward to hearing from you. It won't be long. And it wouldn't be. Ryker couldn't wait to talk to her again. I promise. Ryker retreated with Cupcake into the media room, aka his dad's man cave. He had all he needed: laptop, cell phone, chocolate chip cookies, Lucy's business card, and ESPN playing on a 70-inch television. As soon as he found her a coach, he would call her with the good news. Forget the delicious cookies she'd made. The only dessert he wanted was to hear her sweet voice on the opposite end of the phone. Ryker laughed. He must need some feminine attention if he felt this way. But seeing Lucy had made him feel better. She also had him thinking about the past. Many of his childhood memories living in Wicksburg were like bad dreams, ones he'd pushed to the far recesses of his mind and wanted to keep there. But a few others, like those he remembered now, brought a welcome smile to his face. Cupcake lay on an Indianapolis Colts dog bed. Even though he played soccer, his dad preferred football, the American kind. But his father had never tried to change Ryker's mind about what sport to play and had done all he could so his son could succeed in the sport. Ryker would be nowhere without his dad and his mom. And youth soccer. He'd learned the basic skills and the rules of the sport playing in the same recreational league Aaron's son played in. When Ryker moved to a competitive club, playing up a year from his own age group, his dad's boss, Mr. Buckley, who owned a local farm, bought Ryker new cleats twice a year. Not cheap ones, but the good kind. Mr. Martin, Aaron and Lucy's dad, would drive Ryker to away matches and tournaments when his parents had to work. Lucy taking care of Aaron's son didn't surprise Ryker. The Martins had always been a loyal bunch. In elementary school, other kids used to taunt him. Being poor made him a target for the spoiled rich kids who had more and saw no use for him. They made fun of his clothes with holes in them and his tennis shoes held together by tape one particularly difficult year. Aaron stood up for him even before they were teammates. Once they started playing on the same team, they became good friends. But even the change in social status as a star player hadn't made him forget the terrible memories. Other than Aaron, most people had been fair-weather friends, and Ryker had wanted to put Wicksburg behind him when he left. And he had. He'd focused his effort and energy into being the best soccer player he could be. Now that he was back in town, finding a coach was the least he could do for his one real friend, Aaron. Ryker pressed the mute button on the television's remote before picking up his cell phone. This wouldn't take long. 2 hours later, he disconnected from yet another call before blowing out a breath. No matter whom he'd spoken with, the answer was still the same: no. Only the reason for not being able to coach changed. Wish I could help you out, but I'm coaching 2 other teams. Gee, if I'd known sooner. Try the high school. Maybe a student could do it as a class project or something. Ryker couldn't believe it. He placed his cell phone on the table. Even the suggestion to contact the school had led to a dead end. No wonder Lucy had asked him to coach Connor's team. Ryker looked at Cupcake. What do I do now? The dog kept her eyes closed. Go ahead. Pretend you don't hear me. That's what everyone else has done tonight. Okay, not quite. His calling had resulted in 4 invitations to dinner and 5 requests to speak to soccer teams. Amazing how his status in town had improved. His hard work over the years had paid off. Though he was having to start over with Mr. McElroy and the Fuego. I need to find Lucy a coach. Cupcake stretched. Something flashed on the television screen. Highlights from a soccer match. Yearning welled inside him. He missed the action on the field, the adrenaline pushing him to run faster, and the thrill of taking the ball toward the goal and scoring. Thinking about playing made him nostalgic for days when kids, a ball, and some grass defined the sport in its simplest and purest form. Lucy's business card caught his eye. Attraction flared to life. He wanted to talk to her. Now. Ryker punched in the first 3 digits of her number and then placed the cell phone on the table. Calling her would be stupid. Saying he wanted to hear her voice might be true, but he didn't want to scare her off. Other women might love a surprise phone call, but Lucy might not. She wasn't like the women he dated. That surprisingly appealed to him. Sitting in his parents' living room eating cookies and talking with a small-town girl had energized him in a way no visit to a top restaurant or trendy club with a date had. Ryker stared at the cell phone. He wanted to talk to her, but if he called Lucy, he would have to admit his inability to find her a coach. That wouldn't go over well. With him, he realized with a start. Lucy wouldn't be upset. She would thank him for his efforts and then take on the coaching role herself. I can always coach, if need be. You play soccer? No, but I've been reading up and watching coaching clips on the internet just in case. He imagined her wearing a whistle around her graceful neck and leading a team of boys at practice. Coaching would be nothing compared to what Lucy went through when she was sick. She would figure out the basics of what needed to be done and give it her all. But she shouldn't have to do that. Taking care of her nephew was enough. His gaze focused on Lucy's name on her business card. The artistic script was a touch whimsical, but the font choice showed strength and ingenuity, too. Ryker straightened. Allowing people to say no shouldn't stop him. He was tougher than that. I might have screwed up my career, but I won't mess up with this. The dog stared at him. I'll find Lucy and those kids a coach. No matter what he had to do.
Chapter 5. That evening, the front door burst open with the force of a tornado, touching down in Wicksburg. Lucy stood her ground in the living room, knowing this surge of energy wasn't because of Mother Nature. The warning siren hadn't gone off, but was boy made. Manny usually couldn't wait to make another escape attempt, but the cat hightailed it into the kitchen. The ball of dark fur slid across the linoleum before disappearing from sight. Connor flew into the house, strands of his strawberry blonde hair going every which way. He was lanky, as his dad had been at that age, all limbs with not an ounce of fat on him. The set of his jaw and the steely determination in his eyes made him seem more superhero than a 4.5-foot-tall third grader. The only thing missing, a cape to wear over his jersey and jeans. Hey, Lucy said. He would want to know about her visit to Ryker, but the sexy soccer player had been on her mind since she'd left him. Much to her dismay. She didn't want to start off her evening with Connor by focusing on someone else. Did you have a good day at school? You had a spelling quiz, right? How was spending the afternoon with your friend? 3 questions were probably too many, but that might be the best way to keep Connor occupied. At least that was her plan. He slammed the front door closed, and the entire house shook. His backpack hung precariously off one thin shoulder, but he didn't seem to care. Did you talk to Ryker James? So much for her plan. Not surprising, because Connor had the same one-track mind as her brother. When Aaron wanted to do something like joining the military, he defined tunnel vision. Lucy might as well get this over with. I went to Mr. and Mrs. James's house earlier. Ryker said thank you for the cookies we baked. The backpack thudded against the entryway's tile floor. Anticipation filled Connor's blue eyes. Will he coach the defeaters? This was the part she'd been dreading all afternoon. No, but Ryker offered to see if he can find a coach. He agreed to talk to the team, too. Different emotions crossed Connor's face. Sadness, anger, surprise. A thoughtful expression settled on his features. I guess he must be busy. Ryker had surgery on his foot. When I was at his house, it was hard for him to walk around. Right now, he's just trying to heal and stay in shape. Her temperature rose, remembering how he looked in only a pair of shorts and a gleam of sweat. She blinked to erase the image. He's only planning to be in town for a short time. He hopes to rejoin his team as soon as he can. Manny peered around the doorway to the kitchen, saw Connor, and ran to him. He picked up the cat. I guess I would want to do that, too. Poor kid. He was trying to put on a brave face. She wished things could be different for him. There's still time to find the defeaters a coach. He stared over the cat's head. That's what you said last week. And the week before that. True, but now I have help looking for a coach. Lucy hoped Ryker's offer had been serious, and he came through for the boys. A good thing, otherwise, you'll be stuck with me. Connor nodded. She ruffled his hair. Gee, thanks. You're the one who said it. He flashed her a lopsided grin. But no matter what happens, having you for a coach is better than not playing at all. Lucy hoped he was right. I'll do my best if it comes to that. It won't. He sounded confident. How do you know? He raised his chin. If Ryker James said he'd find us a coach, he will. So optimistic. She'd been like that once, but she'd been disappointed too many times to put that much faith into someone again. Ryker had seemed sincere and enthusiastic, but so had others. Best not to raise Connor's hopes too high on the chance his favorite player didn't come through. Ryker said he'd try. He'll call me and let me know how it goes. Have you checked your voicemail yet? His eagerness made her smile. Though to be honest, she'd been wondering when he might call. They both needed to be realistic. I just saw Ryker a few hours ago. Hours? He could have found us 5 coaches by now. She doubted that. All Ryker James has to do is snap his fingers and people will come running, Connor continued, the words rushing out. Lucy could imagine women running to the gorgeous Ryker. She wasn't so sure the same could be said about coaches. Check your cell phone, Connor encouraged. Please. The kid was relentless, like his dad. Give Ryker time to snap his fingers. I mean, make the calls. I know this is important to you, but a little patience would be good. You could call him. No, she couldn't. Wouldn't. He said he'd call. Rushing him isn't nice. Lucy also didn't want to give Ryker the impression she was interested in him. Another time in another place, she might see where the attraction took her, but not now. She couldn't. A guy like him meant one thing, heartbreak. Let's give him a day, maybe 2, to call us, okay, she suggested. Okay, Connor agreed reluctantly. She bit back a laugh. How about some cookies and milk while you tell me about school? Maybe that would get Ryker James out of Connor's thoughts. And hers, too. Sure. As he walked toward the kitchen, he glanced over his shoulder at her. So does Ryker James have a soccer field in his backyard? Lucy swallowed a sigh. And then again, maybe not. 2 days later, Lucy stood in the front yard kicking a soccer ball to Connor. The afternoon sun shone high in the sky, but the weather might as well be cloudy and gray because of the frown on her nephew's face. Practices began next week, and Ryker hadn't called back. The defeaters still didn't have a coach. She tapped the ball with her left foot. It rolled too far to the right, out of Connor's reach, and into the hedge separating their yard from the neighbor's. Lucy grimaced. Sorry. Connor didn't say a word, but he chased the ball. She knew what he was thinking because his expression matched her thoughts. The team needed a coach who knew more about soccer than she, someone who could teach the kids the right skills and understood the rules without resorting to a book each time. Her efforts to find a coach had failed. That left one person who could come to the team's rescue. It won't be long. I promise. Ryker's words played in her mind on an infinite loop. Pathetic, how quick she'd been to believe him. As if she'd learned nothing from her past experiences. Okay, only 2 days had passed. Long could mean a few days, a week, even a month. But promise held zero weight with some people in this world. Was he one of them? Time would tell, but for Connor's sake, she hoped not. He kicked the ball back to her. She stopped the ball with her right foot the way she'd seen a player do on a video, and then used the inside of her foot to kick the ball to her nephew. She had better control this time. Your teacher liked your book report. I guess. You got an A. Connor kicked the ball her way without stopping it first. Are you sure he hasn't called? He equaled Ryker. Connor had been asking that question nonstop, including a call during lunchtime using a classmate's cell phone. Lucy patted her jeans pocket. My phone's right here. You checked your messages? I did. And rechecked them. Nothing from Ryker. From anyone. She'd made no close friends in Chicago, only acquaintances. The people she knew in Wicksburg had remained friends with her ex-husband after Lucy moved away. Now that she'd returned, things were uncomfortable when she bumped into them. The pity in their eyes reminded her of when she'd been sick. She wanted no part of that again. But it hasn't been that long. Only 2 days. It feels like forever. I know. And she did. Each time her cell phone rang, her stomach filled with tingles of anticipation, thinking it might be Ryker. Lucy hated that. She didn't want to feel that way about any guy saying he would call her, even if the reason was finding a coach for her nephew's soccer team. But good things come to those who wait. Connor rolled the ball back and forth along the bottom of his foot. That's what Mom and Dad say. They're correct. He sighed. I'm trying to be patient, but it's hard. It's difficult, but we have to give Ryker time. Connor nodded. Please come through, Ryker. Lucy didn't want Connor's favorite player letting him down. She didn't want her nephew to face the betrayal and disappointment she'd suffered because of others. Not when he was only 9, separated from his parents by oceans and continents. Never, if that were possible. He kicked the ball to her. Maybe Ryker forgot. Lucy didn't want to go there. The ball rolled past her toward the sidewalk. She chased after it. Give him the benefit of the doubt. Connor said nothing. She needed him to stop focusing so much on Ryker. Your dad plans to watch videos of your games. He's excited to see how the team plays this spring. She kicked the ball back. Connor touched the ball twice with his foot before kicking it to her. Next time, only one touch, she said. Surprise filled his blue eyes. That's what my dad says. It might come as a shock, but your aunt knows a few things about soccer. She'd found a book on coaching on a bookcase shelf and attended a coach's clinic put on by the league last night while Connor had dinner at a friend's house. How about we kick the ball a few more times, then go to the pizza parlor? You can play those video games you enjoy so much. Okay. Talk about an unenthused reaction. An old beat-up, blue pickup truck pulled to the curb. The engine idled loudly, as if in need of a tune-up, before sputtering off. The truck lurched forward a foot, maybe 2. The driver's door opened. Ryker. Her heart thumped. It won't be long. I promise. Tingles filled her stomach. He hadn't let her down. He was still the same nice guy he'd been in high school. Ryker rounded the front of the truck. He wore a white polo shirt with the Fuego logo over his heart, a pair of khaki shorts, and the boot on his right foot. A tennis shoe was on his left. His hair was nicely styled, and his beard was neatly trimmed. Her pulse kicked up. Better not let her guard down or allow herself to be carried away. The only reason she was happy to see him was Connor. "It's him." Awe-filled Connor's voice. "Ryker James." "Yes, it's him." She wiped her palms on her pants. Ryker crossed the sidewalk and stood near them on the lawn. "Hello." Lucy fought the urge to step back and put some distance between them. "Hi." He acknowledged her with a nod, before turning his attention to the kid with the stars in his eyes. "You must be Connor." Her nephew nodded. Lucy's heart melted. Ryker understood how important this moment must be for Connor. Connor wiped his right hand against his shorts, before extending his arm. "It's nice to meet you, Mr. James." As Ryker shook his hand, he grinned. "Call me Ryker." Connor's eyes widened. He appeared almost giddy with excitement. "Okay, Ryker." He motioned to the soccer ball. "Looks like you've been practicing." "Getting touches on the ball every day is good." Connor nodded. He was totally starstruck. Lucy didn't blame him for being wowed by Ryker. She was, too. "Better be careful." Ryker used his left foot to push the ball toward Connor. "Let's see you juggle." Connor swooped up the ball and bounced it off his bony knees. He used his legs and feet to keep the ball in the air. "You're doing great," Ryker encouraged. Connor beamed and kept going. Ryker glanced at her. "He reminds me of Aaron." "Two peas in a pod," she agreed. The ball bounced away. Connor ran after it. "I'll try it again." "The more you practice, the better you'll get," Ryker said. "That's what Aunt Lucy told me." His gaze met hers. At the flirtatious gleam in Ryker's hazel eyes, Lucy's pulse skittered. "Your aunt is a smart woman," he said. Lucy didn't feel so smart. She didn't know what to make of her reaction to Ryker. Okay, the guy was handsome. Gorgeous, really. But she knew better than to be bowled over by a man and his sweet talk. So why was she practically swooning over the sexy soccer star? And then she realized. Ryker showing up and his interacting with Connor was the reason. She straightened. "I thought you said you'd call." "I stopped by, instead." Warning bells rang in her head. "The address isn't on my business card." "How did you find this place?" "I went into the cafe for a cup of coffee and asked where Aaron lived," Ryker explained. 3 people offered directions. "That's Wixbug for you," she said. Friendly to a fault. "No kidding," he agreed. "I also received a reminder about the difference between a tornado watch versus a tornado warning. More than one person suggested I drop off my dad's old truck at the salvage yard before he gets home from vacation. But it's a good thing he has it. The truck is the only vehicle with enough room so I can drive with my left foot. You went to a lot of trouble. A phone call would have been fine." He motioned to her nephew. "Not for him." A big grin brightened Connor's face. The heartache of the last few weeks seemed to have vanished. He looked happy and carefree, the way a 9-year-old boy should be. Words didn't seem enough, but gratitude was all Lucy could afford to give Ryker. "Thank you." "Watch this," Connor said. "I'm watching." Ryker sounded amused. Her nephew juggled the ball. His face a portrait in concentration. "Keep it going," Ryker encouraged. "You're all he's talked about," she whispered. "I'm so happy you're here." "I mean, Connor's happy. We're both happy." "That makes 3 of us," Ryker said. "Did you find a coach for the defeaters?" Connor asked. "Not a head coach, but someone who can help for now." "I knew it." Connor screamed loud enough for the entire town to hear. The ball bounced into the hedge again. Ryker had done his part, which was more than Lucy expected. Warmth flowed through her. Not the reaction she wanted. She shouldn't feel anything toward him. She wanted him to give his talk to the team ASAP so she could say goodbye. Thanks. So who's going to help coach us? Connor asked eagerly. Ryker smiled. His charming lopsided grin made her remember the boy he used to be, the one she'd fallen head over heels for when she'd been a teenager. I am, he said.
Chapter 6. The following Monday, Ryker made his way through the parking lot at Wicksburg Elementary School. He hoped today's soccer practice went well. He looked forward to spending time with Lucy, and as for the boys, how hard could coaching a bunch of 8 and 9-year-old boys be? He adjusted the strap of the camp chair bag resting on his left shoulder. He hated sitting, but standing for an entire hour wouldn't be good if his foot started hurting. Healing was his #1 priority. He had to be smart about assisting the defeaters. Not only because of his injury. His agent and the Fuegos front office might not consider a pseudo-coaching gig laying low given Blake's reaction over the fire station spaghetti feed. If anything, this might help with his bad boy image. How could helping a rec team be wrong? But rather than take a chance by asking for permission, he'd emailed the boys' parents explaining the importance of keeping his presence with the team quiet. A car door slammed. He glanced toward the sound. Lucy's head appeared above the car roof. Ryker hoped she was happier to see him today. The uncertainty in her eyes when he'd said he would help with the defeaters had surprised him. When he explained no one else wanted to coach, so he would do it himself, a resigned smile had settled on her lips. But she hadn't seemed happy or relieved about the news. He'd wanted a challenge. It appeared he'd gotten one. She bent over, disappearing from his sight, and then reappeared. Another door shut. Her strawberry blonde curls bounced. His fingers itched to see if the strands felt as silky as they looked. Lucy stepped out from between 2 cars with a bag of equipment in one hand and a binder in the other. She was alone. He hoped her nephew wasn't sick, but at least she'd shown up. That made Ryker happy. So did the spring weather. He gave a quiet thanks for the warm temperature. Lucy had ditched the baggy hoodie she'd worn at his parents' house and at Aaron's. Her sweatshirts and pants had been hiding treasures. Her outfit showed off her figure to perfection. A green t-shirt stretched tight across her chest. Navy shorts accentuated the length of her legs. Ryker preferred the pale skin color to the orangey fake tan some women had. Little Lucy Martin was a total hottie. He grinned. Coaching the defeaters was looking better and better. Her gaze caught his before she pressed her lips together in a thin, tight line. Busted. He'd been staring at her body. Practically leering. Guilt lodged in his throat. A twinge of disappointment ran through him, too. Her reaction made one thing clear. She no longer had a crush on him. He wasn't surprised. Crushes came and went. Over a decade had passed since they knew each other as teenagers. But Ryker didn't understand why Lucy looked so unhappy to see him this afternoon. If not for him, she would be on her own coaching. He didn't expect her to fall at his feet, but a smile, even a hint of one, would be nice. She glanced toward the grass field. He half expected her to walk away from him, but she headed his way. Progress? He hoped so. Hello. Hi. Where's Connor? He went home from school with a boy from the team. They should be here soon. A playdate in the first spring practice. Ryker moved closer to her. Connor is a lucky kid. I wanted to make today special for him. You have. Ryker liked how Lucy did so much for her nephew, but she seemed to give. Did she ever do anything for herself? Maybe that was how he could get on her good side. The first practice is always interesting. Getting used to a new coach. Sizing up who has improved over the break. Making friends with new teammates. At least that's how I remember it. All I know is Connor has been looking forward to this for weeks, she said. He's been writing letters and sending emails to Aaron and Dana, counting down the days to the start of practice, but they must be somewhere without computer access. They haven't replied for a few days. That didn't sound good. Worried? Lucy shrugged, but she couldn't hide the anxiousness in her eyes. Aaron mentioned this could happen. Connor just wants to hear what his dad thinks about you working with the team. She hadn't answered Ryker's question about being worried, but he let it go. I hope I live up to Connor's expectations. You really don't have to do this. I don't mind showing up early to practice. I was talking about coaching. He hadn't expected her to say that, but Lucy didn't mince words. She also wore her heart on her sleeve. The tight lines around her mouth and narrowed eyes bothered him. He wanted to put her at ease. It might be the last thing I expected to be doing while I'm in Wixbook. But I want to do this for Aaron and his son. For Lucy, too. But Ryker figured saying that would only upset her more. What if someone finds out? She asked. That thought had crossed his mind over the past few days. A person outside the team might recognize him at some point and most likely wouldn't be able to keep quiet. But he was a man who took chances. Besides, how much trouble could he get into helping a bunch of kids? Community involvement was a good thing, right? I'll deal with that if it happens, but remember, I'm not coaching. I'm only assisting. A carefully laid out distinction that made a world of difference. At least he hoped so. Ryker waited for her to say something, to rattle off a list of reasons his assisting the defeaters was a bad idea, or to tell him she'd found someone else to coach the team. Instead, she raised the bag of equipment, balls and orange cones, in the air. I picked up the practice gear. I also have a binder with emergency and player information. Interesting. Ryker expected her to put up more of a fight. He'd kind of been looking forward to the battle. When Lucy got emotional, silvery sparks flashed in her irises. He liked her blue eyes. And the rest of her, too. Thanks. So, how do you want the cones? She asked. I've never been to a soccer practice before. This was why Ryker needed to help. He wouldn't work only with the kids. He would teach Lucy what to do so she'd be set when the next season rolled around. He didn't want the defeaters split up as a team in September because they didn't have a coach for Fall League. That would be bad for the boys and for Aaron when he returned home. Lucy might end up feeling bad, too. I'll show you. With Lucy at his side, Ryker stepped from the asphalt onto the field. The smell of fresh grass filled his nose, the scent as intoxicating as a woman's perfume. He inhaled to take another sniff. Anticipation zinged through him, bringing all his nerve endings to attention. Neither soccer nor women had been part of his life since his foot surgery. He shot a sideward glance at Lucy. At least one of them would be now. Well, sort of. It's good to be back, he said, meaning it. In town? On this field. For the last 11 years, whatever level he played, soccer had meant packed stadiums, cheering crowds, and vuvuzelas being blown. Shirtless men with painted faces and chests stood in the stands. Women with tight, tiny tops wanted body parts autographed. Smiling, he motioned to the pitch in front of him. It doesn't matter whether I'm at an elementary school for a practice or at a sold-out stadium for a World Cup match. This is home. A dreamy expression formed on Lucy's face. He stared, captivated, wondering what she was thinking about. I felt that way about a loft in Chicago. The tone of her voice matched the wistfulness in her eyes. They rented studio space by the hour. The place smelled like paint and thinner, but that made it even more perfect. I couldn't afford to rent time that often, but when I did, I'd stay until the last second. All the tension disappeared from around her mouth and forehead. Joy lit up her pretty face. Warmth flowed through his veins. This was how Lucy should always look. Do you have a place to work on your art here? He asked, his voice thick. Not really, but that's okay. It's something I pursue in my spare time. I have little of that right now between Connor and my graphic design business. He didn't like how she brushed aside her art when talking about the studio loft made her so happy. If you enjoy it. I enjoy spending time with Connor. She glanced at her watch. We should get ready for the boys to arrive. Ryker would have rather found out more about her art. But he had time. So the cones, she asked again. Her practical, down-to-business attitude didn't surprise him, but he was amused. He couldn't wait to break through her hard shell. How do you think they should be set up? She raised her chin slightly. You tell me. You're the coach. Officially, you are. Lucy had listed herself as the head coach with the league, which kept Ryker's name off the roster and league website. Besides, he wouldn't be here for the whole season. I'm your helper. I may be listed as the head coach, she said. But unofficially, as long as you're here to help, my most important job is to put together the snack list. That job is almost as important as coaching. Snacks after the game were my favorite part of recreational soccer. Though now that he'd seen her go on forever legs, he might rethink that. A mole on the inside of her calf above her ankle drew his attention. He wondered what her skin would taste like. Ryker. Lucy's voice startled him. He forced his gaze onto her face. Annoyance filled her blue eyes, but no silver sparks flashed. The cones. Busted. He'd been caught staring twice now, but her skin showing kept taking him by surprise. He needed to focus on the practice. 2 vertical lines with a horizontal connecting them at the top. 5 cones on each side. She dropped the equipment bag on the grass. While I do that, set up your chair and take the weight off your foot. You don't want to slow down your recovery. And your departure from town. The words may not have been spoken, but they were clearly implied. Before he could say anything, she walked away, hips swaying, curls bouncing. Too bad she was out of bounds. Ryker removed his chair from the bag and opened it up. But he didn't sit. His foot didn't hurt. He ran over the practice in his mind. His injury would keep him from teaching by example. He needed someone with 2 working feet to show the boys what needed to be done. Someone like Lucy. Just a minute. She placed the last cone on the grass. What do you need? You. Too bad that wasn't possible. But a brilliant, albeit somewhat naughty idea formed in his mind. I want you to show the boys what to do during warm-ups and drills. Her eyes widened. I've done nothing like this before. I won't have any idea what you want me to do. Ryker wanted her. It was as simple as that. Or would be, if circumstances were different. I'll show you. Okay. Her lack of enthusiasm made him smile. It's soccer, not a walk down death row. Maybe not from your point of view. She brushed her hands together. Show me. The boys will do a dynamic warm-up, he explained. They'll break up into 2 groups. One half will go on the outside of the cones, the other half on the inside. Each time around, they'll do something different to warm up their muscles. That sounds complicated. It's easy. Maybe for a pro soccer star. Star, huh? Her thinking of him that way surprised Ryker. Easy for a 9-year-old, too. She followed him to the cones. The first lap, I want you to jog around the outside of the cones, he explained. The boys know how to do that. I want them to see how to do it the correct way. Ryker watched her move around the cones. Now what? She asked. Backward. She went to the starting point and headed around the cones backward. Each time he told her what to do, whether skipping and jumping at each cone or reaching to pull up the toe of her tennis shoe, her efforts brought a charming pink color to her cheeks. This had to be one of his best ideas ever. Ryker grinned wickedly, pleased with himself. Face the cones and shuffle sideward. She did something like a step from a line dance popular at wedding receptions. Let me help you. He walked over, kneeled on his good leg, and touched her left calf. The muscles tightened beneath his palms. But her skin felt as soft as it looked. Smooth, too. Relax. I won't hurt you. That's what they all say, she muttered. Ryker had no idea what she meant or who they all might be, but he wanted to find out. Bring your foot to the other one, instead of crossing the leg behind. He raised her foot off the ground and brought it over to the other. Like this. Her cheeks reddened more. You could have just told me. He stood. Yeah, but showing you is more fun. Depends on your definition of fun. She shuffled around the cones. Ryker enjoyed watching her. This was as close as he'd gotten to a female recently, besides the house cleaner his mom had hired while they were away. Mrs. Henshaw was old enough to be his mother. Anything else? Lucy asked when she'd finished. There was more, but he didn't want to do too many new things at the first practice. Both for Lucy's and the boys' sakes. A few drills. The sound of boys' laughter drifted on the air. I'll show you those when the time comes. The team is here. Nervous? They're kids, Ryker said. No reason to be nervous. She studied him. Ever spend time with 8 and 9-year-old boys? Not unless you counted signing autographs, posing for photographs and walking into stadiums holding their hands. No, but I was a kid once. She raised an arched brow. Once? He winked. Lucy smiled. Something passed between them. Something unexpected and unwelcome. Oh. A loud burp erupted from behind them, followed by laughter. Whatever was happening with her came to an abrupt end. Good, because the connection Ryker had felt seconds ago with her wasn't what he wanted. Flirting and something casual would be fine, but nothing more. The defeaters have arrived. Lucy looked toward the parking lot. Aaron told me coaching this age is like herding cats. Except cats don't talk back. Another burp sounded. More laughter followed. Or burp, Ryker said. As she nodded, boys surrounded them. He'd played in big matches in front of millions of people, but the expectant look in these kids' eyes disconcerted him, making him feel as if he was stepping onto the pitch for the very first time. Hey, boys. I'm Ryker. He focused on the eager faces staring up at him, not wanting to disappoint them or Lucy. I'm helping out for a few weeks. Ready to play some football? 9, or was it 10, heads, ranging in size and hair color, nodded enthusiastically. A couple yelled. Great. Ryker grinned. This wouldn't be difficult at all. A short kid with long brown hair scrunched his nose. This isn't football. Everywhere else in the world soccer is called football, Ryker explained. The kid didn't look impressed. It's called soccer here. We'll talk more about that later. Soccer in America was nothing like soccer in other parts of the world. No sport in the US could compare with the passion for the sport called football elsewhere. I want you to tell me your name and how long you've played. Each boy did. Justin. Jacob. Dalton. Tyler. Marco. The names ran into each other. Ryker wouldn't remember them. No worries. Calling them dude, bud, and kid would work for today. Any questions? Can you teach us how to dive? A boy with bleach blonde hair that hung over his eyes asked. Some soccer players dived, throwing themselves on the field and pretending to be hurt, to draw a penalty during the match. No, Ryker said firmly. Never dive. What if it's the World Cup? A kid with a crew cut asked. If you're playing in the World Cup, you'll know what to do. Ryker clapped his hands together. Let's warm up. The boys stood in place. He knew the warm-up routine, and so did his Fuego teammates, but based on these kids' puzzled looks, they hadn't a clue what he meant. Get in a single-file line behind the first cone on the left side. The boys shuffled into place, but the line wasn't straight. As two kids jockeyed for the spot in front of Connor, they elbowed one another. A pair in the middle tried to trip each other. The boys in the back half didn't seem to understand the meaning of a line and spread out. This wasn't working the way he'd planned. Ryker dragged his hand through his hair. Meow, Lucy whispered. Where can I find a cat herder? He asked. Her coy smile sent his pulse racing. Look in the mirror. Didn't you know cat herder is synonymous with coach? He blew out a breath. That's what I was afraid you'd say.
Chapter 7. The hour flew by. Lucy stood next to Ryker on the mini field she'd set up using cones. She hadn't known what to expect with the first practice, but she begrudgingly gave him credit. The guy could coach. After a rocky start, he'd harnessed the boys' energy with warm-up exercises and drills. He never once raised his voice. He didn't have to. His excitement about the sport mesmerized both the boys and Lucy. Out on the field, he seemed larger than life, sexier, despite the boot on his foot. Thank goodness practice was only 60 minutes, twice a week. That was more than enough time in his presence. Maybe even too much if she didn't want a full-blown crush to erupt. Ryker focused on the boys. She did the same, but her gaze kept straying to him. The man was so hot. She tried hard to remain unaffected. But it wasn't easy, especially when she couldn't forget how his warm hand felt when he'd moved her leg earlier. Talk about being a hands-on coach. His touch had surprised her. But his tenderness repositioning her foot had made her want more. And when he'd stood behind her, his hard body pressed against her backside, helping her figure out the drills so she could show the boys. Lucy swallowed. Okay, nearly gulped. More wasn't possible, no matter how appealing it might sound at the moment. Being physically close to a man had felt good in so many ways, the warmth, the strength, the scent. She'd forgotten how enjoyable that could be. But getting involved with a guy couldn't happen when she had Connor to take care of. Great pass, Tyler. Ryker turned to her. Do you know if Aaron uses set plays? I have no idea. She didn't recognize the term. He left his coaching notebook for whoever took over, if you want to look through it. I would. Thanks. I should thank you. The team has learned so much from you today. More than I could have taught them over an entire season. I appreciate that, but you'll be ready to do this when the time comes. She doubted that. All but 2 of the boys surrounded the ball. Ryker grimaced. Lucy appreciated how seriously he took practice, because she needed to figure out what should happen on the field. Something went wrong, but I don't know what. He pointed to the cluster of boys. See how the players gather together and focus only on the ball? She nodded. They need to spread out and play their position. He pointed to the fastest kid on the team, Dalton. All that kid wants is the ball. Instead of playing in the center where he should be, he's back on the left side chasing down the ball and playing defender. See how that black-haired kid, Mason? Marco, she corrected. Yeah, Marco, Ryker repeated. You've got Marco and Dalton and those other players all in the same area. Ryker's knowledge of soccer impressed her. Okay, he was a professional player. But he never stopped pointing things out to her and helping the boys improve. She should have brought a notebook and pen so she could write down everything he said. It was like being enrolled at soccer university, and this was Basic Ball Skills 101. She, however, didn't have the prerequisites to attend. That would have to change fast. So what do you do? She asked, wanting to learn. Ryker raised the silver whistle around his neck. This. As he brought the whistle to his mouth, she wondered how his lips would feel against her skin. Probably as good as his hands. Maybe even better. Stop thinking about it. Him. Kisses aren't allowed. Especially on a soccer field with a team of young witnesses. He blew. The sound cut through the air. The boys froze. This isn't bunch ball. He dropped the whistle. Don't chase the ball. Spread out. Play your position. Try again. The boys did. Ryker directed them to keep from bunching again. He clapped when they did something right and corrected them when they made mistakes. As she watched him coach, warmth pooled inside Lucy. She forced her gaze on the team. The play on the field reminded her of an accordion. Sometimes the boys spread out. Other times they came together around the ball. Will telling them fix the problem? She asked. No. They're still too young. But they'll eventually realize what they're supposed to do, he explained. Only practice and match time will make the lesson stick. Lucy wondered if that was what it took to become a competent coach. She had a feeling she would struggle to get by. The energy on the field intensified. Connor passed to Dalton, who shot the ball over the goalie's head. Goal. Yes. Ryker shouted. That's how you do it. The boys gave each other high fives. Connor made that score possible by moving to a space. He has good instincts like his dad. Ryker's smile crinkled the corners of his eyes. Her pulse quickened. Wish you could be out there playing? He shrugged. I always want to play, but being here beats sitting on my dad's easy chair with a dog on my lap. His comment made Lucy look toward the parking lot. A line of parents waited to pick up their sons. She glanced at her watch. Oh. She'd lost track of the time. Practice ended 5 minutes ago. That was fast. Ryker blew the whistle again. I want everyone to jog around the field to cool down. Don't run, just a nice easy pace. The boys took off, some faster than the others. The kids did well, Ryker said to her. So did you. He straightened. This is different from what I'm used to. You rose to the occasion. Lucy couldn't have worked the boys like he had. She usually preferred doing things on her own, but this wasn't one of those times. She needed Ryker's help with the team. Thank goodness she'd listened to Connor and gone to see Ryker. I learned a lot. And the boys had fun. Soccer is all about having fun when you're 8 and 9. What about when you're 29? She asked, curious about his life back in Phoenix. Being paid to play brings some added pressures and demands, but no complaints, he said. I'm living the dream. Few can say that. She sure couldn't, but maybe someday. No, best not to get her hopes up only to be disappointed. Aaron says you worked hard to reach the level you're at. That's nice of him. But it's amazing what being motivated can do for a kid. You wanted to play professionally. I wanted out of Wicksburg, Ryker admitted. I didn't have good grades, because I preferred kicking a ball to studying, so that messed up any chance of getting a football scholarship. Football? She was about to ask when she remembered what he'd said at the beginning of practice. Soccer was called football overseas. That was where he'd spent most of his career. Small-town boy who made it big. That was the plan from the beginning. His wide smile sent her heart beating triple time. Lucy didn't appreciate the response. I'd say you succeeded splendidly. Whereas she. Not going there. Living in a small, boring town like Wicksburg would never satisfy someone successful like Ryker. Each morning, he probably counted the days until he could escape to the big city, to his home. She, however, would remain here as long as she was needed. Truth was, no one missed her in Chicago. At least Connor needed her. As the boys jogged toward them, Ryker gave each one a high five. Nice work out there. Practice your juggling. Learning to control the ball will make you a better player. Now gather up the cones and balls so we can get out of here. I don't know about you, but I'm hungry. The boys scattered like mice looking for bits of cheese. They dribbled the balls back. Lucy placed them inside the mesh bag. The boys picked up their water bottles before leaving the field to meet their parents. Connor's megawatt smile could light up half of Indiana. That was so much fun. You played hard out there, Ryker said. Her nephew shot her a quick glance. All that running made me hungry, too. Lucy had that covered. I've got dinner in the slow cooker. Want to eat with us, Ryker? Connor asked. Aunt Lucy always makes enough food so we can have leftovers. Spending more time with Ryker seemed like a bad idea, but she was more concerned about Connor. She couldn't shield him from disappointment, but with him adjusting to his parents being away, she wanted to limit it. "That's nice of you to think of Ryker. We have enough food to share, but I'm sure he has somewhere else to be." There, she'd given Ryker an easy out from the dinner invitation. No one's feelings would be hurt. "I'm free," he said to her dismay. "But I wouldn't want to intrude." "You're not." Connor looked at Lucy for verification. She was still stuck on Ryker being free tonight. She figured he would have a date, maybe two, lined up. Unless he had a girlfriend in Phoenix. "Tell him it's okay, Aunt Lucy." Her nephew was using his lost puppy dog look to his full advantage. "Ryker's coaching the team. The least we can do is feed him." "You sound like your mom." Lucy's resolve weakened. "She's always trying to feed everyone." Connor nodded. "That's how we ended up with Manny. Mom kept putting tuna out for him. One day he came inside and made himself at home." Ryker smiled. "He's a smart cat. We call him Manny, but his full name is Manchester United," Connor said. Amusement filled Ryker's eyes. "After the Red Devils." Connor nodded. "United rules. If Manny was a girl, I'm guessing you wouldn't have named her Chelsea." Connor looked aghast. "Never." Ryker grinned. "At least I know where your loyalties lie." "I have no idea what you're talking about," Lucy admitted. "Manchester United and Chelsea are football clubs in the Premier League in England," Ryker explained. "Rivals," Connor added. "Can Ryker come over, please?" Lucy could rattle off 10 reasons not to invite him, but she had a bigger reason to say yes. "Connor, you're welcome to join us." If Lucy didn't agree, she would never hear the end of it from her nephew. Besides, she liked how he smiled whenever Ryker was around. It was one meal. "No big deal. We have plenty of food." "Thanks," he said. "I'm tired of grilling." Connor's eyes widened. "You cook?" "If I don't cook, I don't eat," Ryker explained. "When I moved to England, I had to cook, clean, and do my own laundry. Just like my mom made me do when I was growing up." His words surprised Lucy. She would have expected a big-shot soccer star to have a personal chef or eat out, not be self-sufficient around the house. Jeff, her ex-husband, had done no domestic chores. Not once had he offered to help her, either. "I'll learn how to do those things," Connor said with a serious expression. "You're on your way," Ryker encouraged. "You make great chocolate chip cookies." Connor's thin chest puffed slightly. "Yeah, I do." Lucy shook her head. "Say thank you when someone compliments you." "Even if it's true?" Connor asked. Ryker's smile widened. "Especially then." Connor shrugged. "Okay. Thank you." Having Ryker over was exactly what Connor needed. But a part of her wondered if it was what she needed, too. Now that was silly. Ryker was coming for dinner because of her nephew. Just because she might want to be around him a little longer didn't mean anything at all. Chapter 8. In the kitchen, the scent from the spices, vegetables, and beef simmering in the slow cooker lingered in the air. The aroma brought back fond memories of family dinners with Erin and her parents. But other than the smell, tonight wouldn't be as comfortable as those meals growing up. Lucy checked the oven display. Almost preheated to the correct temperature. Ryker had heated her up earlier. She couldn't stop thinking about how he'd touched her at practice. His large, warm hand against her skin. Leaning against the counter, she sighed. The guy really was. She bolted upright. Stop. Lucy needed to stop fantasizing and finish making dinner. She was a divorced 26-year-old, not a swooning teenager. She knew better than to be crushing on any man, let alone Ryker James. He could charm the pants off everybody. Well, everyone except for her. She placed the circles of biscuit dough on a cookie sheet. The sounds of laser blasts from a video game and laughter drifted into the kitchen. Ryker's laugh was deep and rich, thick and smooth, like melted dark chocolate. Lucy opened the oven door and slid the tray of biscuits onto the middle rack. Would he taste as good as he sounded? The pan clattered against the back of the oven. Need help? Ryker yelled from the living room. Annoyed for thinking about him, she adjusted the pan and then closed the door. Everything's fine. Or would be when he was gone. Okay, that wasn't fair. Connor was having fun. Her nephew needed Ryker. So did the team. That meant she needed him, too. Watching videos and reading books weren't the same as having Ryker show her what to do at practices. The boys would be the ones to suffer because of her cluelessness. Feeding him dinner was the least she could do to repay him. It wasn't as if she'd had to go to any extra trouble preparing the meal. Nor was it his fault he was gorgeous and pressed every single one of her buttons. Being around him reminded her that a few of the male species, besides her brother, nephew, and father, had redeeming qualities. Ones like killer smiles, sparkling eyes, enticing muscles, warm hands, and a way with kids. But allowing herself to get carried away would be stupid. I'm going to win, Connor shouted with glee. Not so fast, Ryker countered. I'm not dead yet. Just you wait. The challenge in her nephew's voice loosened the tension in her shoulders. Boys needed a male influence in their lives. Even if that influence filled her stomach with butterflies whenever he was nearby. No worries. Not if Lucy logically examined her reaction. Since her divorce, she'd avoided men who weren't part of her family. That would explain her responding to Ryker. She tossed the salad. The oven timer buzzed. With the food on the table, she stood in the doorway to the kitchen with a container of milk in one hand and a pitcher of iced tea in the other. Dinner's ready. The guys hurried into the kitchen. Connor took his normal seat. He pointed to a chair across from him, the one next to where Lucy had been sitting since she arrived a month ago. The guest spots. Sit there, Ryker. The other chairs are my mom's and dad's. Ryker sat, making the table seem smaller, even though it seated 6. Ignoring her unease, Lucy filled everyone's glasses. She slid onto her chair, conscious of him next to her. Her leg brushed his, and she stiffened. The butterflies in her stomach flapped furiously. She tucked her feet beneath her chair to keep from touching him again. Next time. There wouldn't be a next time. Her nephew grabbed 2 biscuits off the plate. These are my favorite. Ryker took one. Everything smells delicious. The compliment made Lucy straighten. She'd cooked little these past 2 years, and she felt out of practice, but Connor needed healthy meals, so she was getting back in the habit. Thanks. As she dished up the stew, Ryker filled his salad plate using a pair of silver tongs. His arm brushed hers. Heat emanated from the spot of contact. Excuse me. That's okay. But the tingles shooting up to her shoulder weren't. Lucy hated the way her body reacted to the slightest touch. She pressed her elbows against her sides. Flatware clinked against bowls and plates. Ryker and Connor discussed the upcoming MLS season, including LAFC playing Galaxy in the Los Angeles Derby, aka El Tráfico. She recognized a few team names being mentioned, but nothing else. Who's your favorite club? Ryker asked her. He means team, Connor translated. But once you learn more about soccer, you'll hear football club or CNFC after the name. Thanks for the explanation. Lucy had a lot to learn. She moved a carrot around with her fork. Stew was a favorite dish, but she wasn't hungry. Her lack of appetite occurred at the same time as Ryker's arrival at the house. My favorite team is the Defeaters. I only watch Connor's soccer games. That was when you lived here with Uncle Jeff, Connor said. After you moved away, you didn't come to any. That's true. Curiosity gleamed in Ryker's eyes, but she ignored it. She didn't want to discuss her ex-husband over dinner or in front of Connor. No matter how badly Jeff had betrayed her and their marriage vows, he'd been a good uncle and still sent Connor birthday and Christmas presents. "But I'll see all your games now." Lucy reached for the salt. Extra seasoning might make the stew more appealing. She needed to eat, or she'd be starving later. She'd ended up skipping meals and then eating at odd times when she moved to Chicago. She didn't want a repeat performance here. Ryker's hand covered hers around the salt shaker. Her muscles tensed. He smiled. Great minds think alike. Too bad she couldn't think. Not with his large, warm hand on top of hers. Ugh. He must know he was hot stuff. But he'd better think twice before he put any moves on her. She pulled her hand away, leaving the salt for him. Ryker handed the shaker to her. "You had it first." Lucy added salt to her stew. "Thanks. I forgot to tell you, Aunt Lucy. Tyler got a puppy," Connor said, animated. His parents took him to the animal shelter, and he got to pick the dog out himself. Connor relayed the entire story, including how the dog went potty on the floor in the kitchen as soon as they arrived home. "I bet Manny would like to have a dog. That way he'd never be lonely." Oh, no. Lucy knew exactly where her nephew was going with this. Connor had used a similar tactic to get her to buy him a new video game. But purchasing an inanimate object was different than adopting a living, breathing puppy who would need to be potty trained and taken on walks. Manny is rarely alone. She passed the salt shaker to Ryker. "I work from home." Connor's forehead wrinkled as if he were surprised she hadn't said yes right away. "But you don't chase him around the house." "When I'm at school, he lays around and sleeps." Ryker feigned shock. "You don't chase Manny?" Lucy wanted to chase Ryker out of here. She hated how aware she was of him. Her blood simmered. She drank from her glass of iced tea, but that didn't cool her off. Cats lie around and sleep. That's what they do during the day. Manny wouldn't be keen on being chased by a dog. He's not a kitten anymore. Don't forget. Dogs make big messes outside, Ryker said. You'd have to clean it all up with a shovel or rake. Connor scrunched his face. I'd have to scoop up the poop? Okay, maybe having Ryker here wasn't so bad. She appreciated how skillfully he'd added a dose of dog care reality to the conversation. He made her a little hot and bothered, but he'd saved her a lot of back and forth by bringing up the mess dogs left in the yard. A fair trade-off in the grand scheme of things. Yes, you would have to do that. No matter how badly Connor wanted a puppy, she couldn't make that decision without input from Aaron and Dana. Getting a pet wasn't a commitment to make lightly. A dog is something your parents have to decide on, not me. Owning a dog is a big responsibility. Huge, Ryker agreed, much to Lucy's relief. I'm taking care of my parents' dog, Cupcake. I never knew something so little would take so much work. She either wants food or attention or to go outside on a walk. I've never taken a dog on a walk, Connor said. Maybe you could take Cupcake on one for me, Ryker suggested. Connor nodded enthusiastically. If it's okay with Aunt Lucy. The longing in his blue eyes tugged at her heart. Even if it meant seeing Ryker outside of soccer again, she couldn't say no to this request. I'm sure we can figure out a time to take Cupcake for a walk. You can see what having a dog is like, Ryker said. It might also be a good idea to how Manny reacts to Cupcake. Cats and dogs don't always get along. His words were exactly what a 9-year-old dog wannabe owner needed to hear. The guy was turning into a knight in a shining soccer jersey. She would owe him dozens of chocolate chip cookies for his help. Ryker smiled at her. Warmth traveled from the top of her head to the tips of her toes. She'd better be careful or she would turn into a pile of goo. Did you ever have a dog? Connor asked her. No, but we had cats and a few other animals, she replied. Fish, a bird, and reptiles. As Ryker set his iced tea on the table, she bit into a biscuit. "Has your aunt told you about Squiggy?" he asked. Lucy choked, coughed, and swallowed. "You remember Squiggy?" Mischief danced in his eyes. It's hard to forget being asked to dig a grave and then rob it on the same day. Connor's mouth formed a perfect O. "You robbed a grave?" "Your dad and I did," Ryker said. "It was Squiggy's grave." Connor leaned forward. "Who's Squiggy?" Ryker winked at her. "Oh, no. He wouldn't tell." Who was she kidding? The mischievous gleam in his eyes was a dead giveaway. He would spill every last detail. Might as well get it over with. "Squiggy was my turtle." "He was actually a tortoise," she explained. "But Squiggy was the best turtle in the galaxy," Ryker finished for her. "The fastest, too." Lucy stared at him in disbelief. That was how she described Squiggy to anyone who asked. Other kids wanted dogs. She loved her hard-shelled, wrinkled reptile. "I can't believe you remember that." "I told you I remembered a lot of stuff." He had, but she thought Ryker meant when she'd been a teenager and sick. Not a 7-year-old girl who'd believed the sun rose and set on a beloved turtle. "Your aunt doted on Squiggy," Ryker said. "Even painted his shell." Lucy grinned. "Polka dots." He nodded. "I recall pink and purple stripes." Memories rushed back like water over Cataract Falls on Mill Creek. "I'd forgotten about those." "Your aunt used to hand-feed him lettuce." "Took him on walks, too." She nodded. "Squiggy might have been the fastest turtle around, but those walks took forever." "You never went far," Ryker said. "No, we didn't," she admitted. "Wait a minute. How did you know that?" His smile softened. "Your mom had us watch you." Her mother, make that her entire family, had been so overprotective. Lucy had no idea they'd dragged Ryker into it, too. "And you guys accused me of following you around." "You did follow us." "Okay, I did, but that's what little sisters do." Connor reached for his milk glass. "I wouldn't want a little sister." "I never had one," Ryker said. "But it felt like I did with Lucy, spying on us all the time." She stuck her tongue out at him. He did the same back to her. Connor giggled. Memories rushed to the surface. When she was younger, she used to talk to him whenever he was over at the house with Aaron. Puberty and her crush had changed that. The awkward, horrible time of hormones and illness were all she'd remembered. Until now. "Why did you rob Squiggy's grave?" Connor asked him. Ryker stared into her eyes. His warm hazel gaze seemed to pierce through her. Breaking contact was the smart thing to do, but Lucy didn't want to look away. For old time's sake, she told herself. A voice inside her head laughed at the reasoning. A part of her didn't care. Looking was safe. All the other stuff, that was dangerous. "Do you want to tell him or should I?" Ryker asked. Emotions swirled. Most had to do with the uncertainty she felt around him, not the story about her turtle. "Go ahead. I'm curious to hear your side." "I want to hear both sides," Connor announced. "You will, if Ryker gets it wrong," she teased. "I have a feeling you may be surprised," Ryker said. She had a feeling he was right. "Your aunt came to your dad and me with big crocodile tears streaming down her cheeks," Ryker explained. "She held a shoebox and told us her beloved Squiggy had died. She wanted us to dig a hole so she could bury him. Before you go any further, I wanted to have a funeral, not just bury him." I would also like to remind Connor I was only 7 at the time. Amusement gleamed in Ryker's eyes. Age duly noted. Connor inched forward in his chair. "What happened?" "Your dad and I dug a hole. A grave for Squiggy's coffin." "Shoebox," Lucy clarified. Ryker nodded. She placed it into the hole and tossed wilted dandelions on top of it. While your dad and I refilled the hole with dirt, your Aunt Lucy played taps on a harmonica. Kazoo, she corrected. Still, she couldn't believe all he remembered after so many years. He nodded. A few words were spoken. From my favorite book at the time, Franklin in the Dark, she said. Who is Franklin? Connor asked. A turtle from a series of children's books, Lucy explained. It was turned into a cartoon. Aaron said a brief prayer, Ryker said. Then your aunt stuck a tombstone made of popsicle sticks into the ground and sprinkled more dandelions over the mound of dirt. Lucy nodded. It was a lovely funeral. Yeah, Ryker said. Until you told us that Squiggy wasn't actually dead, and we had to unbury him so he wouldn't die. Connor stared at her as if she were a short, green extraterrestrial with laser beams for eyes. You think video games are too violent and you buried a live turtle? She squirmed under his intense scrutiny. Some games aren't appropriate for 9-year-olds. And nothing bad happened to Squiggy. Fortunately. What had she been thinking? Maybe burying Barbie dolls had gotten too boring. Ryker grinned. But it was a race against time. She had to laugh. They dug so fast dirt flew everywhere. Aaron and I were sure we would be blamed if Squiggy died. As her gaze collided with Ryker's again, something passed between them. A shared memory. That was all it could be. She looked at her untouched food. But your dad and Ryker didn't get in trouble. They saved Squiggy. Connor leaned over the table. Squiggy didn't die under all that dirt? Ryker raised his glass. Nope. Squiggy was alive and moving as slow as ever. But that was the last time she'd thrown a funeral for anything, living or inanimate. Her parents had made sure of that. So why did you bury him and have a funeral? Connor asked. Lucy knew this question would come once more of the story came out. You know how some kids play house or restaurant? Or army, Connor suggested. She nodded. One game I played was funeral. That's weird. Connor took another biscuit from the plate. In school, Mrs. Wilson told us turtles live longer than we do. Whatever happened to Squiggy? He ran away, Lucy said. Your dad and I grew up in a house near the park with that nice lake. We'd see turtles on tree trunks at the water's edge. Your dad told me Squiggy was lonely and went to live with the other turtles. I was sad and missed him so much, but your dad said I should be happy because Squiggy wanted to be with his friends in the park. A beat passed. And another. Connor looked at Ryker. So what really happened to Squiggy? Her mouth gaped. A sheepish expression crossed Ryker's face. Realization dawned. Squiggy didn't run away. Connor gasped. Squiggy died. Ryker nodded once, but his gaze never left hers. I thought you'd figured out what happened. She'd been so quick to believe Aaron. Of course she'd wanted to believe it. I never thought something bad might have happened to Squiggy. I'm sorry. The sincerity in Ryker's voice rang clear, but the knowledge still stung. Aaron didn't want to put you through a real funeral because he knew how much Squiggy meant to you, so we buried him one night in the park after you went to bed. Lucy had imagined the adventure Squiggy had experienced at the pond. But the lie didn't surprise her. Few told her the truth once she'd gotten sick. It must have been the same way before she was so ill. I should have figured that out. You were young, Ryker said. There's nothing wrong with believing something if it makes us happy. Even if it's a lie, she asked. A white lie so you wouldn't hurt so badly, he countered. You know Aaron watched out for you back then. That much was true. Lucy nodded. My dad told me it's important to look out for others, especially girls. Connor scrunched his nose as if that last word smelled bad. He's right, Ryker said. That's what your dad was doing with your aunt when Squiggy died. It's what he always did and probably still does with her and your mom. Connor sat taller. I'll have to do the same. Ryker looked as proud of her nephew as she felt. "We all should," he said. Her heart thudded. The guy was a charmer, but he sounded genuine. But then, so had Jeff. The harsh reality clarified the situation. She needed to rein in her emotions ASAP. Thinking of Ryker as anything other than the defeater's coaching assistant was not only dangerous, but also stupid. She wasn't about to risk her heart with someone like that again. She scooted back in her chair. "Who's ready for dessert?"
Chapter 9. While Lucy tucked Connor into bed again, Ryker stared at the framed photographs sitting on the fireplace mantel. Each picture showed a different stage in Aaron's life: army, marriage, family, college graduation. Those things were as foreign to Ryker as a 300-pound American football linebacker trying to tackle him as he ran toward the goal. Footsteps sounded behind him. "Connor's down for the count this time," Lucy said. Finally. The kid was cool and fun to be around, but Connor hadn't left them alone all evening. Twice now, he'd gotten out of bed after they'd said goodnight. Third time's the charm. "I hope so." Ryker did, too. A repeat performance of today's practice with some touching would be nice, especially if she reciprocated. Having fun wouldn't hurt anyone. No one, not Mr. McElroy or Blake or Ryker's mom, would have to know what happened tonight. Lucy sat on the couch. "Looking at Aaron's pictures?" "Yeah." Ryker ran his fingertip along the top of a blackwood frame, containing a photograph of Aaron and Connor fishing. That was something fathers and sons did in Wicksburg. Aaron looks the same, but he seems like quite the family guy. Many professional players had a wife, kids, and pets. When Ryker started playing overseas, he hadn't allowed anything to get in the way of his new soccer career and making a name for himself. He'd been a young, hungry hotshot. Wait a minute. He still was. Only maybe not so young. It's hard to believe Aaron's only 30. "He's done so much," Lucy said with a touch of envy in her voice. "You both have." Ryker shrugged. "I'm a year younger and have 4, maybe 5, years left to play if I'm lucky. And that's a big if. That's not long. Clubs used up and threw away players." But he wasn't ready for that to happen to him. He also didn't want to hang on past his prime and only see a few minutes of playing time or be relegated to a lower league. "No, and why I plan to make the most of the time I have left in the sport. Soccer is your priority." "It's my life." He stared at Aaron's wedding picture. Having someone to come home to must be nice, but Ryker had decided not to divide his focus. Soccer was it. At times, he felt a sense of loneliness even when surrounded by people. But occasional loneliness wasn't enough of a reason to get involved in a relationship. "That's why I won't settle down until I retire." Lines formed around her mouth. Playing the field might be hard to give up. He grinned. "Is that the voice of experience talking? Someone I once knew." She didn't sound amused. "That's not my type of game." Maybe not that one, but there had to be another she wouldn't mind trying. A photograph of Aaron wearing fatigues and holding a big rifle caught Ryker's attention. His old friend might consider him a foe for putting the moves on Lucy. He nudged the frame so Aaron, looking big, strong, and armed, didn't directly face the couch. Ryker flashed her his most charming smile. "What games do you play?" "None." He strode to the couch. "That doesn't sound like much fun." She shrugged, but her face twitched. "Fun is in the eye of the beholder. Holding her would be fun." He sat next to her before angling himself toward her. Lucy smelled like strawberries and sunshine. The fragrance was appealing and intoxicating, a homebrew ambrosia. He wouldn't mind a taste. "Okay, several. Except..." The stiffness of her posture and the deepening lines around her mouth suggested she was tense. He wanted her forehead creases to disappear so they could get comfortable and cozy. "I see lots of family photographs." Ryker kept his tone light. "Is any of your artwork here?" "Yes." "Show me something." Her gaze narrowed suspiciously. Are you asking to see my etchings? I was thinking more like sketches and paintings, but if you have etchings and they are in your bedroom, he half joked. She glanced toward the hallway he assumed led to the bedrooms. Interest twinkled in her eyes. Her pursed lips seemed to beg for kisses. Maybe Lucy was more game than she let on. Anticipation buzzed through him. All he needed was a sign from her to make his move. Unless she took the initiative. Now that would be a real turn-on. Her gaze met his. Not tonight. Bummer. He didn't think she was playing hard to get, so he had to take her words at face value. Another time, maybe. I'll see. Her response didn't sound promising. That bugged him. Some women would be all over Ryker, asking him to kiss and touch them. Lucy wanted nothing to do with him. At least outside of soccer practice. That was odd and disconcerting. Had he lost his touch? Or was she serious about not playing games or having fun? His kind of fun. Given her serious expression and the way her body language screamed back off, calling it a night would be his best move. A challenge was one thing, but beating his head against the goalpost would be stupid. Besides, he shouldn't be flirting, let alone wanting to kiss her. Except he did and wasn't ready to say goodnight. Curiosity had gotten the better of him. He had to ask. Anything I can do to help my cause? Her blue-eyed gaze watched him intently. Not tonight. Same answer as before. At least she was consistent. Time to admit defeat. Ryker stood. It's getting late. Cupcake's been out in the dog run since before practice. She has a cushy doghouse, but she'll wonder where I've been. Thanks for dinner. A home-cooked meal was the last thing I expected tonight. Lucy rose. I wasn't expecting a dinner guest, but thanks for spending time with Connor. He'll remember tonight forever. Ryker wished he could say the same thing. The evening could end differently if she were willing, but he appreciated her being honest and upfront. We're even. Your help with the team outweighs my cooking dinner. He wasn't ready to give up. You could invite me over for more meals. She raised an eyebrow. Taking another shot? Habit. A bad one under the circumstances. Few would call him a gentleman, but Lucy deserved his respect. Which means, it's time for me to go. Practice is at 5 o'clock on Wednesday, right? She nodded. He took a step toward the door. See you then. Ryker. As he looked at her, she bit her lower lip. He would enjoy a nibble. Yeah, right. He wanted to kiss her until she couldn't breathe and begged for more. Not tonight. Thanks, she said. For coaching. I mean, helping out with the team. And being so nice to Connor. Her warm eyes were as appealing as her mouth. Your nephew is a great kid. She nodded. Having you here is just what he needed. Ryker found her slip of the tongue interesting. Maybe she wasn't as disinterested as she claimed to be. He hoped she changed whatever opinion of him held her back. Earning her respect ranked right up there with tasting her kisses. Anytime. That was often a throwaway line, but he meant it with her. Time to get out of here before he said or did anything he might regret. Lucy was a woman a man took home to meet his mother. A woman who dreamed of a big wedding, a house with a white picket fence, and a minivan full of kids. A woman he normally avoided. He didn't know why he was so interested in her, which meant one thing. Best to leave before things got complicated. Things were far from perfect with the demands and pressures on him, unwanted media attention, and isolation, but his career was on the line. What was left of it, anyway? His reputation, too. No woman was worth messing up his life for, not even the appealing, challenging, and oh so enticing Lucy Martin.
On Wednesday afternoon, Lucy shaded an area on her sketch pad. The rapid movement of her pencil matched the way she felt. Agitated. Unnerved. These past 2 days, she'd filled half the pages with drawings. An amazing feat considering she had done little art since she'd left Chicago. But she'd had to take her mind off Ryker. She inspected the sketch. It was him. Again. If she wasn't thinking about Ryker, she was drawing him. She sighed. But Lucy didn't stop moving her pencil over the paper, lengthening his eyelashes. Women would kill for thick, lush lashes like his. Heaven knew a tube of mascara couldn't come close to making her eyes look like that. So not fair. Lucy darkened a spot on his neck. Gorgeous. Not the drawing, the man. The trimmed beard, the flirtatious gleam in his eyes, his kissable lips. Physical awareness heated her blood. And that was when she knew. She had another crush. Okay, she'd had an inkling, but there was no doubt now. Only this felt different from when she'd been a teenager, crushing on Ryker. Her attraction to him was stronger than when she'd started dating her ex-husband. Wasn't she too old to be feeling this way about him, about any guy? Lucy closed the cover of her sketch pad, but every line, curve, and shadow of Ryker's face was branded on her brain. She massaged her aching temples. Connor ran into the living room. I'm ready for practice. He wore his soccer clothes, blue shirt, shorts, and socks with shin guards underneath. As the shoelaces from his cleats dragged on the floor, he bounced from foot to foot with excitement. Practice, right. She swallowed a sigh. She was the head coach, so skipping wasn't an option. Let me grab my purse. On the drive, Lucy glanced in the rearview mirror. Connor sat in the back seat, his shoulders hunched, as he played on his Switch console. His parents allowed him an allotted amount of video game time each day, and he enjoyed playing in the car. The only bright spot? The game kept him from talking about Ryker. Connor had a serious case of hero worship. That didn't mean she had to have one, too. No problem. Ryker hadn't known about her crush before. He didn't need to know about this one. She would stay focused during practice. No staring, admiring, or swooning. No allowing her nephew to invite him over for dinner tonight either. With her resolve firmly in place, Lucy parked and then removed the soccer gear from her trunk. As Connor ran ahead of her, she noticed Ryker, dressed in his usual attire of shorts and a t-shirt, talking with Dalton's mom, Cheryl. Lucy did a double take. Her muscles bunched. Cheryl wore a tight, short skirt and a camisole. The clothing clung to every curve, showing tanned skin and leaving little to the imagination. Not that Ryker would have to wait long to sample Cheryl's wares. She stood so close to him her chest almost touched him. Lucy gripped the ball bag. Ryker didn't seem to mind because he wasn't trying to put any distance between them. Okay, maybe they weren't standing that close, but still. Emotions swirled through her. One she never expected to feel about him. She forced herself to look away. No reason to be upset or jealous. She'd had her chance Monday night but turned him down. Oh, she'd been tempted to have him stay and get comfy on the couch, but she was thankful common sense had won over raging hormones. Especially now that he'd moved on to someone more willing. Her chest tightened. She shook off the feeling. No worries. What two consenting adults did was none of her business. But like a moth drawn to a flame, she glanced over at them. She'd never considered herself masochistic, but she couldn't help herself. Cheryl batted her mascara-laden eyelashes at Ryker. His grin widened. He'd used that same charming smile on Lucy after Connor had gone to bed. Her stomach churned. Maybe she shouldn't have eaten the egg salad sandwich for lunch. Or, maybe she needed to chill. They weren't dating. They hadn't even kissed. No big deal. Lucy quickened her pace. Not that either noticed her. They were too engrossed with each other. Ryker was a big boy, a professional athlete. Women must hit on him daily, ones who wouldn't dream of telling him not tonight. No regrets. She'd done what was best for her. Today only reaffirmed she'd done the right thing the other night. As she passed the two, Lucy focused on the boys. 7 of them stood in a circle and kicked the ball to one another while Marco ran around the center trying to steal the ball away. Cheryl laughed, a nails on chalkboard sound that would make Cupcake howl and send Manny into hiding. Lucy. Gritting her teeth, she glanced over her shoulder at him. Ryker strode toward her. She waited for him. Even with the boot on his injured right foot, he moved with the grace of a world-class athlete but looked more like a model for a sportswear company. She didn't want to be impressed, but the guy was hot. He was smart for staying single and enjoying the benefits that being a professional soccer player brought him. Ryker stopped next to her. You sped by so fast I thought we were late starting practice. He'd noticed her? Was sexy Cheryl right there? Lucy was so stunned she almost missed the little thrill shooting through her. I tried to be punctual. The words sounded stupid as soon as she'd spoken them. She preferred being on time, but that wasn't the reason she'd rushed by him. Telling him she'd been jealous wasn't happening. Not in this lifetime. She didn't need to boost his ego and decimate hers in one breath. Ryker checked his cell phone before glancing at the boys on the field. Practice doesn't start for 10 minutes. We're still missing players. Lucy noticed he didn't wear a watch or jewelry. She liked that he didn't flaunt his wealth by wearing bling as some athletes she'd seen on television did. Not that she cared what he wore. Feeling flustered, she placed the equipment bag on the grass. That'll give me plenty of time to set up. His assessing gaze made Lucy feel as if she were an abstract piece of art that he couldn't decide was valuable or not. Being on display bothered her. If he was looking for a list of her faults, she would give him one. Jeff had told her where she didn't stack up in the wife department. Whoa. She didn't want to go there. Not now, or ever. She crossed her arms. What? You okay? Ryker asked. Fine. The word came out sharply. Just one of those days. 2 more women, Susie and Debbie, joined Cheryl. Both wore the typical soccer mom uniform, black yoga pants and t-shirts. The women waved at Ryker. He nodded to them before turning his attention back to Lucy. Anything I can do to help? He offered. You've done enough. She cringed at her sharp tone. Ugh. She shouldn't be taking her feelings out on him. Like it or not, she needed his help to learn enough about soccer to coach the boys during the spring and fall, if no one else stepped up. I mean, you're doing enough with the team. And Connor. I'm happy to do more for the boys and for you. Lucy should be grateful, but his offer irritated her. She enjoyed being self-sufficient. Independent. Competent. Having to depend on Ryker to help with the team, to teach her about soccer, and to keep a smile on Connor's face made her feel like a failure, again. No way could she have him do more. Let's get set up so we can start on time. As she removed the cones from the bag, she glanced up at Ryker. With the sun behind him, he looked almost angelic, except the heat in his gaze suggested he wanted to score with her, not the ball. Lucy's heart lurched. Heat pooled within her. Common sense told her to ignore him and the hunger in his eyes. But she couldn't deny he made her feel sexy and desired. If only. Stop. Now. He was charming, handsome, and completely out of her league. An unexpected crush was one thing. It couldn't go any further than that. I can put them out, Ryker said. No. Lucy wanted no more help from him. She lowered her gaze to his mouth. His lips curved into a smile. Tingles filled her stomach. But no matter how curious she might get or how flirtatious he might be, she didn't want kisses from him either. Thanks, but I've got it.
Chapter 10. The next week, Ryker gathered up the cones from the practice field. The sun was setting later, which he enjoyed. Spring was his favorite time of year with the grass freshly cut, the air full of promise, and the soccer fast and furious. A satisfied feeling flowed through him. The team was learning. Slowly, but surely. And Lucy. What should he do about her? During today's practice, she looked so cute in her pink t-shirt and black shorts he'd had a tough time focusing. Her sexy legs appeared to have gotten longer. Her face glowed from running around with the boys. Look, don't touch. Ryker had been reminding himself of that for the past hour. Okay, the last week and a half. She held the equipment bag while he dropped the cones inside. Her sweet scent surrounded him. Man, she smelled good. Fresh and fruity. He took another sniff. Smelling wasn't touching. The boys did well today, she said. We'll see how they put it to use in their first match. Connor told me they've never beaten the Strikers. She tightened the pull string on the bag. Will they be ready? No, but soccer at this age is all about development. Scores aren't reported. He was used to being surrounded by attractive women, but with Lucy her looks weren't her only appeal. He appreciated how she threw herself into learning about the sport, practicing the drills, and studying the rules at home. Maybe not, but the boys will know the score. And most parents will, too. Probably, she said, sounding rueful. Empathy tugged at him. You might have to deal with parents. Especially toward the end of the season. She nodded, resigned. I can handle them. Pride for her can do. Attitude swelled in his chest. I know you can. Lucy's unwavering smile during practices suggested she might fall in love with the sport. Too bad she couldn't fall for him, too. But that wouldn't happen. He was only her helper. Many women wanted to date a professional athlete. Lucy, however, wasn't impressed by what he did. He could pump gas at the corner filling station for all she cared. She never asked him anything about his job, only how his foot was healing. Her indifference bristled, even if he knew it was less complicated that way. She scanned the field. Looks like we've got everything. Without waiting for a reply, she headed toward the parking lot. He hobbled behind her, watching her backside and biting his lip to stop himself from commenting on how great her legs looked in her gym shorts. Flirting with her came so naturally, he'd tried hard during practices to keep the conversation focused on soccer. Maybe he should try to be more personable. She was back in town, just like him. She could be lonely. Ryker fell into step next to her. Maybe he was the lonely one. He'd had offers for company from a soccer mom and from several other women in town. None had interested him enough to say yes, but something about Lucy. The reasons to keep away from her hammered at him, but he couldn't stop thinking about her or wanting to spend time with her outside of practice. Lines creased her forehead, the way they did when she was nervous or worried. Oh. Look how many parents stayed to watch today. He'd been too busy with the boys and sneaking peeks at Lucy to notice the row of chairs along the edge of the grass. The different fabric colors reminded him of a rainbow. Several dads sat alongside the moms who'd come to the last two practices. A few men were the same ones who'd either ignored or bullied him in elementary school. It wasn't until he'd proven his worth on the pitch that he became a real person in their eyes. Now, they clamored to talk to him about their sons. I thought they were too busy working to be here. That's what they said when I asked if one of them could coach. At least no one can use that excuse now. Her eyes widened. You're leaving already? Interesting. Lucy sounded upset. Maybe she wasn't as indifferent to him as she appeared to be. Not yet. But when I do, you'll need an assistant or two. Oh, okay, she said. It's just, the boys enjoy having you around, especially Connor. What about you? She flinched. Me? Ryker had put her on the spot. He didn't care. The way she reacted to his leaving suggested this wasn't only about the team. If that were true, he wanted to know, even if it wouldn't change anything between them. Or change things that much. Yes, you. You're an excellent coach. I'm learning a lot. And a nice guy. And the color on her cheeks deepened. A great soccer player. Yes, but you haven't seen me play. She eyed him warily. Modest, huh? He shrugged. Aaron and Connor told me how good you are. Ryker wouldn't mind showing her how great he was at more than soccer. Bad idea. Except, he knew women. Lucy was more interested in him than she was letting on. His instincts couldn't be that off with her. You haven't answered my question. She looked at the grass. I appreciate you being here. Do you enjoy having me around? It doesn't suck, she said finally. Not a yes, but close enough. He'd been passed the ball. Time to take the shot. Bring Connor over tonight. He can walk Cupcake. Ryker might want to be alone with Lucy, but that wouldn't happen. A 9-year-old chaperone was a good idea, anyway. The last thing this could turn into is a date. I'll have pizza delivered. Her jaw tightened. You don't have to do this. Do what? Repay me for dinner. I'm not. So this is. For Connor. That was all it could be. For now, a little voice whispered. A beat passed. And another. A smile tugged on the corners of her mouth. He'd like that. Ryker would have preferred hearing she would enjoy that, too. I'll order pizza, salad, and breadsticks. I'll take care of dessert. If he told her not to bother, she would bring something anyway. And this wasn't a date. Sounds great. Ice cream sundaes okay? Perfect. He could think of ways to use the extra whipped cream with Lucy. The cherries, too. Ryker grinned. But not tonight. He pressed his lips together. Maybe not any night. And that was a total bummer.
Ryker's parents' kitchen was 4 times the size of Aaron and Dana's and more gourmet with quartz countertops, stainless steel top-of-the-line appliances, and high-tech lighting. The luxurious setting seemed a stark contrast to the casual menu. But no one appeared to notice that except Lucy. She felt as if she were standing on hot coals and hadn't been able to relax all evening. The same couldn't be said about Connor. A wide grin had been lighting her nephew's face since practice. He acted completely at home, hanging on Ryker's every word and playing with Cupcake. That pleased her because she'd accepted Ryker's invitation for Connor's sake. But she would rather be elsewhere. Lucy grimaced. Okay, a part of her had wanted to come over, too. Insane. She had to be crazy to torture herself by agreeing to spend more time with Ryker outside of practice. Hanging out with him was working as well as it had when she'd been in middle school. Her insides quivered, making her jittery. She rinsed a dinner plate, needing the mundane task to steady her nerves. It didn't help much. He entered the kitchen. The large space seemed smaller, more intimate when he was around. She squared her shoulders, not about to let him get to her. Connor is chasing Cupcake in the backyard, Ryker said. It's lit and fenced so you won't have to worry about him. She loaded the plate into the dishwasher. As long as the conversation remained on Connor, she should be fine. What makes you think I worry? Nothing, except you pay closer attention to your nephew than an armored car guard does to his cargo. Lucy rinsed another plate. I'm supposed to watch him. I'm kidding. Ryker placed the box with the leftover pizza slices into the refrigerator. Aaron left the right person in charge of his son. She thought about her brother and sister-in-law being so far away. I hope you're right. Sometimes. Sometimes? Lucy stared into the sink, wishing she had said nothing. Letting her guard down was too easy when Ryker was nearby. Strange, since that was exactly the time she should keep it up. Tell me, he urged. Warm water ran over her hands, but did nothing to soothe her. Until Aaron and Dana deployed, I had no idea what having another person totally rely on you meant. It's harder than I thought it would be. Sometimes I don't think I'm as focused on Connor as I should be. Especially the past week and a half with Ryker on her mind so much. Any more focused and you'd be obsessing. He smiled. You're doing a great job. Connor is happy. All smiles. She placed the plate in the dishwasher. That's because of you. Yeah, you're right. Riker's light-hearted tone told her he was joking. She turned and flicked her hands at him. Droplets of water flew in his direction. He jumped back. Amusement filled his gaze. Gee, thanks, she joked. Seriously, Ryker said. Someday, your kids will be the envy of all their friends. Her kids? Heat exploded through Lucy like the grand finale of 4th of July fireworks. Jeff had told her she was too independent to be a decent wife. He'd told her she would be a bad mother. Funny how his liking a self-reliant girlfriend when they were dating turned out to be 180% different from his wanting a needy spouse to stroke his fragile ego after they married. Thanks. She placed a plate in the rack next to the other. I suppose being a surrogate parent will help if I ever have a family of my own. If? She shrugged. I have too much going on with Connor to think about the future. Nothing wrong with focusing on the present. Yeah, she imagined he did that. But his situation was different from hers. He was doing something with his life. And she. Lucy picked up the last plate and scrubbed. Hard. A longing ached deep inside her. She wanted to do something, too. Be someone. To matter. Oh. She didn't want to end up throwing herself a pity party. Not at Riker's house. Time to get things back on track. She loaded the plate. Connor has been writing his parents about soccer practices and telling them how well you coach. I bet Aaron sees right through that. Probably. Ryker raised a brow. Probably? You said it, she teased. He picked up the whipped cream can with one hand and the red cap with his other. You didn't have to agree. Well, Connor told me you're almost as good a coach as his dad. Almost, huh? With a grin, Ryker walked toward her. I thought we were on the same team, but since we're not. He pointed the can in her direction. She stepped back. Her backside bumped into the counter. The lower dishwasher door had her boxed in on the left. Ryker blocked the way on the right. Trapped. It didn't bother her as much as it should. You wouldn't. Challenge gleamed in his eyes. Whipped cream would complement your outfit. His, too. They could have fun with the whipped cream. Anticipation made her smile. What was she thinking? Forget about the whipped cream. Forget about him. Self-preservation had her reaching behind and pulling the hand nozzle from the sink. She aimed it at him. The surprise in his eyes made her feel strong and competent. Her confidence surged. I wonder how you'll look all wet. A corner of his mouth curved, and something shifted between them. The air crackled with tension, with heat. His gaze smoldered. Heaven help her. She swallowed. Thank goodness for the counter support, or she'd be a puddle on the floor. I'm game if you are, he said. For the first time in a long time, Lucy was tempted to play. But nerves threatened to get the best of her. She knew better than to fool around with fire. Unsure of what to do or say next, she clutched the nozzle as if it could save her. From what, she wasn't sure. Still, Lucy wasn't ready to back down. Surrendering wasn't an option, either. What if I'm out of practice and don't remember how to play? He took a step toward her. I'm an excellent coach. I can show you. She bet he could. She could imagine all kinds of things he could show her. Her cheeks burned. What are the rules? He grinned wryly. Play fair. Don't cheat. A little pang hit her heart. Those are good rules. I don't like cheaters. Neither do I. His gaze captured hers. She didn't know how long they stood there with their weapons ready. It didn't matter. Nothing did except this moment with him. Lucy wanted a kiss. The realization ricocheted through her, a mix of shock and anticipation. No wonder she held a water nozzle, ready to squirt him. She wanted Ryker to kiss her senseless. If only. Not possible. She didn't want to get burned. Again. Still, her lips parted slightly. An invitation or a plea of desperation, she wasn't certain. Desire flared in his eyes. Please. She wasn't brave enough to say the word aloud. How do I know this isn't a trap? He asked with mock seriousness. I could say the same thing. We could put our weapons down on 3. Fair play. He stood right in front of her. Exactly. She nodded, still gripping the nozzle. 1, 2. Ryker lowered his mouth to hers. The touch of his lips sent a shock through Lucy. He tasted warm with a hint of chocolate from the hot fudge topping. His tender kiss caressed, making her feel cherished and important. Ways she hadn't felt in years. Her toes curled. She gripped the nozzle. This was what had been missing, what she needed. Bells rang. Mozart. Boy, could Ryker kiss. She wanted more. Oh, so much more. A dog barked. Lucy leaned into him, into his kiss. She brought her right arm around him and her left. Water squirted everywhere. Ryker jumped back, his shirt wet. She glanced down. Hers hadn't fared much better. Thank goodness she was wearing a camisole underneath her t-shirt. Laughter lit his eyes. At least you got the playing fair part right. We're both wet. Lucy attempted to laugh. She couldn't. Nor could she speak. Not after being so expertly and thoroughly kissed. Ryker's kiss had left her confused, wanting more and on fire, despite the water soaking her shirt and dripping down her legs. A crush was one thing. This felt like. No, it was nothing but some kisses. Hot ones. Lucy straightened. Letting him kiss her had been a momentary lapse in judgment. She should have ended the kiss as soon as his mouth touched hers. But she hadn't. She couldn't. Worse, her lips wanted more kisses. Stupid. The word needed to be tattooed across her forehead for the world to see. Correction, for her to see, a reminder of the mistakes she'd made with men. Aunt Lucy. Connor ran into the kitchen with Cupcake at his heels. Her nephew stared at her and Ryker with wide eyes. What happened? An accident, he answered. Did he mean the kiss or the water? The question hammered at her. She wasn't sure she wanted to know the answer. A sudden realization sent a shiver down Lucy's spine. For the few minutes she'd been kissing Ryker, she hadn't thought once about Connor. He'd been left unattended in a strange house. Okay, Cupcake had been with him and Lucy had only been in the kitchen, but still. Ryker's kiss had made her forget everything, including her nephew. That could not happen again. She adjusted the hem of her shirt, smoothed her hair, and looked at Connor. You okay? He nodded. But there's a man at the front door. He said his name is Blake. He's here to see Ryker.
Chapter 11. Standing in his parents' living room, Ryker dragged his hand through his hair. Uncomfortable didn't begin to describe the atmosphere. Blake's nostrils flared. A thoroughly kissed and embarrassed Lucy stared at Connor, who sat on the carpet playing with Cupcake, oblivious to what was going on. Not that any of the adults had a clue. At least Ryker didn't. He was trying to figure out what had happened in the kitchen. He couldn't stop thinking about Lucy's kisses. How silver sparks had flashed when she'd opened her eyes. How right she felt in his arms. Which should be the last thing on his mind since he didn't need or want a woman in his life. Even one as sweet and delicious as Lucy Martin. But he would deal with that later. His priority was damage control. Blake hadn't seen them kissing, but Lucy's presence would be a problem. A big one. Let me introduce everyone, Ryker said, trying to keep his tone light. They all exchanged polite words and obligatory handshakes. Thick tension hung in the air, different from the sizzling heat in the kitchen minutes ago. That was where he wished he could be now, in the kitchen kissing Lucy. Whoa! He must have taken a header with a ball too hard and not remembered. Ryker was in enough trouble with his agent. He needed to stop thinking about kisses. And her. Those things weren't in his current playbook. What brings you to Wixburg? Lucy asked Blake. Ryker wanted to know the answer, too. His agent never dropped by unannounced. Something big must have happened with either Fuego or a sponsor. Good news, he hoped. But given the muscle flicking in Blake's jaw and the tense lines around his mouth, probably not. I was in Chicago for a meeting. That explained Blake's designer suit, silk tie, and Italian leather shoes. Not exactly comfortable traveling attire, but the guy always dressed well, even when he'd been straight out of law school and a new sports agent. I thought I'd swing by Indiana and see how Ryker was doing. Swing by? Yeah, right. No one swung by Wixburg when the nearest airport was a 2-hour drive. Blake must have rented a car to get here. Something was up. The question was what? The edges of Lucy's mouth curved upward in a forced smile. The pink flush that crept up her neck after he'd kissed her hadn't disappeared yet. That's nice of you. Nice and Blake Cochran didn't belong in the same sentence. Of course Lucy wouldn't know that. He had the reputation of being a shark during contract negotiations and any time else. His hard-nosed toughness made him a great agent. Blake eyed Lucy with suspicion. The agent's ice-blue eyes narrowed to slits. I can see my concerns about Ryker being lonely are unfounded. The accusation in Blake's voice and gaze left no doubt what the agent thought was happening here. Ryker grimaced. He didn't appreciate her being lumped in with the other women he'd gone out with. He squared his shoulders. I invited Lucy and Connor over to take Cupcake on a walk for me and have pizza. And ice cream sundaes, Connor added with a grin. Blake's brow slanted. His gaze lingered on Lucy's damp shirt that clung to her like a second skin. A water fight, too, I see. Ryker tried hard not to look at her shirt. Tried and failed. The color on her face deepened. She appeared ready to bolt. His jaw tensed. Seeing her so uncomfortable bothered him. Faucet malfunction. Hate when that happens, Blake said. Blake wasn't happy finding Lucy here, but he didn't have to be such a jerk about it. Ryker's hands balled. Nothing I can't fix. His harsh tone silenced the living room. Only Connor and the dog seemed at ease. Well, it's a school night so we have to get home, she said, her voice strained. Nice meeting you, Blake. Thanks for having us over for dinner, Ryker. Yeah, thanks. I had fun with Cupcake. Connor stood, stifling a yawn. This is a cool house. The backyard is so big we could hold our practices here. You play soccer? Blake asked. Connor nodded. Blake studied the kid as if sizing up his potential. Scouts recognized talent at a young age. In the United Kingdom, the top prospects signed with football clubs in their teens. What position do you play? Connor raised his chin, a gesture both his dad and Lucy made. Wherever I'm told to play. Blake's sudden smile softened his rugged features. With that kind of attitude you'll go far. The kid beamed. I want to be just like Ryker when I grow up. The words touched Ryker. He mussed Connor's hair. Working with the boys reminded him of the early years of playing soccer, full of fun, friendship, and laughter. Thanks, bud. Ryker turned his attention to Lucy. He wanted to kiss her goodnight. Who was he kidding? He wanted to kiss her hello, goodbye, and everything in between. She was sexy and sweet, a potent, addictive combo. He should have his head examined soon. There wasn't room in his life for a girlfriend, especially one who lived in Wixburg. He couldn't be distracted and lose his edge. I'll see you out. Lucy nodded. That surprised him. He'd expected her to say it was unnecessary, like the first time she'd visited. I'll stay here, Blake said. Ryker accompanied them to Lucy's car. Lights on either side of the garage door illuminated the driveway. Cupcake ran around the car barking. She didn't appear to want Connor to go. Ryker felt the same way about Lucy. Which made zero sense. They weren't playing house. Being with her wasn't cozy. More like lying on a bed of hot knives. She needed to leave before he got the urge to kiss her again. Connor climbed into the back seat. Cupcake followed, but Ryker lifted the dog out of the car and held onto her. As soon as Connor fastened his seatbelt, his eyelids closed. "He's out," Ryker said. She glanced at the house. "You're in trouble." The word "no" sat on the tip of his tongue and stayed there. He didn't want to worry her, but he also didn't want to lie. Blake's surprise visit concerned Ryker. "I don't know." Lines creased Lucy's forehead. Her gaze, full of concern and compassion, met his. "Blake doesn't look happy." Ryker was a lone wolf kind of guy. He wasn't used to people other than his parents being concerned about him. It made him uncomfortable. Best not to think about that. Or her. "My agent is intense. No one would accuse him of being mild-mannered and laid back. I wouldn't want to meet him in a dark alley. A good thing he's on your side. Blake's my biggest supporter after my folks." The agent had always been there for Ryker. One of the few people who had believed in him from the beginning. "He fights for his clients. I've been with him for 11 years. I was the second client to sign with him. You both must have been young then. Young and idealistic. Those had been the days before all the other stuff, the business and public relations, became such a priority and a drag. But we've grown up and been through a lot together. You must have made him a bunch of money. They were both rich men now." "Yeah." But her words made Ryker think. The people closest to him, besides his parents, made money off him. His agent, his PR spokesperson, his trainer, the list went on. His friends were plentiful when he covered the tab at a club or threw a party, but not so much now that he was stuck in the middle of nowhere, Indiana. Bitterness coated his mouth. Was that why Blake had dropped by? To make sure his income from Ryker James endorsements and licensing agreements wouldn't dry up? He hoped he was considered more than just a client after all these years. The tip of her pink tongue darted out to moisten her lips. He fought the urge to pull her against him and kiss Lucy until her worry disappeared. About what happened in the kitchen. The lines on her forehead deepened. She glanced at Connor, who was asleep. That shouldn't have happened. It was a mistake. Ryker studied her, trying to figure out what she was thinking. He couldn't. It didn't feel like a mistake. He placed his finger against her lips, remembering how soft they'd felt against his own. They needed to talk, but this wasn't the time. "It's late. Blake's waiting for you. Don't let the suit and attitude fool you. He's not in charge here." "I am," Ryker said. "Take Connor home. We'll talk soon." She nodded. Blake's bag is sitting in the entryway. An ache formed deep in Ryker's gut. He wanted to kiss Lucy. More than he'd wanted anything in a long time. Weird. Keeping away from her was the smart thing to do. Though come to think of it, no one had ever accused him of being smart. "He's staying the night. I'll call you tomorrow. Promise." So much for playing it safe. But something about Lucy made him forget reason and make promises. She started to speak and then stopped herself. "Good luck with Blake." "Thanks, but I have all the luck I need thanks to your penny." Her eyes widened. "You kept it?" It might surprise her to know the penny had been sitting on his nightstand for the past 2 weeks. "Never know when I'll need it to get lucky." The color on her cheeks deepened again. "That's my cue to say goodnight." Sweet and smart. Ryker opened the door for her. "Drive safe." After the taillights of Lucy's car faded from view, he went inside. He couldn't put off his conversation with Blake any longer. His agent stood in the entryway. He'd changed into shorts, a t-shirt, and running shoes. "Tell me what you're really doing here," Ryker said. "I've been on airplanes or stuck at conference tables for 2 days. Let's work out. In the home gym, Ryker hopped on the stationary bike. His physical therapist had increased the number of exercises he could do as his foot healed. He enjoyed being able to do more, but working out was the furthest thing from his mind. Thoughts about Lucy, her hot kisses, and his agent's reason for being here filled his brain. Blake stepped on the treadmill. He adjusted the settings on the computerized control panel. I knew you couldn't go this entire time without a woman. Ryker's temper flared. But after receiving more red cards these past 2 seasons than all the ones before, he'd been forced to learn how not to react immediately. It still wasn't easy for him. He sped up his pedaling. You're checking up on me. Sponsors are nervous. Blake's fast pace didn't affect his speech or breathing. They aren't the only ones. So now his agent had added babysitter to his list of duties. Great. Ryker's fingers tightened around the handlebars. You? I don't get nervous. Blake accelerated. But I am concerned. You'll be 30 soon. We need to make the most of the next few seasons, whether you're playing with Fuego or across the pond. His agent had stressed the need for financial planning to Ryker since he was 18. But he'd never planned to amass a fortune, just be the best soccer player he could be. I'm set for life. You can never have too much money when your earning potential will drastically diminish once you stop playing. Ryker had more than he could ever spend, but dissatisfaction gnawed at him. He might be injured, but he wasn't ready to be put out to pasture just yet. Don't be concerned. I'm lying low, he said. Tonight is the first time I've had anyone over to the house for dinner. The only other person who comes by is the house cleaner. She's old enough to be my mom. I made sure Lucy and I had a chaperone. Nice kid. Blake raised a brow. Are you coaching his team? What? Ryker slowed his pedaling. He reached for his water bottle on the nearby counter and then took a long swig. The cool liquid rushing down his throat did little to refresh him. Where'd you hear that? Someone tweeted you were coaching a local rec team. Blake kept a steady pace, but a vein ticked at his jaw. Tell me this was some one-off for our eyes and soccer great pep talk, so I don't have to scream, swear, and call you stupid. I hate doing that. I hate it, too, but the tweet is true. I'm helping Lucy with Connor's team. Ryker placed his water bottle on the counter, preparing for Blake to unleash on him. Her brother usually coaches, but he's on deployment with his reserve unit. No other parent stepped up, so she took on the role as head coach even though she knows nothing about soccer. I offered to help. Lucy's so hot she could get a man to do most anything. Blake smirked. Those legs of hers go on forever. The appreciative gleam in his agent's ice-blue eyes bugged Ryker. Women swarmed around Blake. He didn't need to be checking out Lucy, too. Ryker's jaw tensed. I'm helping out for her and the boys. Mostly Lucy, though. Blake grinned. Now I won't have to curse you out and go psycho agent on you because that's a good thing. It is? Coaching becomes a non-issue if you have a personal connection and aren't showing favoritism to one team. Favoritism? Ryker didn't understand what Lucy had to do with this. I'm helping the defeaters, but I've also spoken to 2 other teams and will visit with 3 more next week. No need to get defensive, Blake said. A guy helping his girlfriend is okay. Girlfriend? A knot formed in the pit of Ryker's stomach. Everything suddenly made sense. So if Lucy and I aren't? He couldn't bring himself to say the word. Blake nodded. If you weren't dating her, you wouldn't be able to help with the team. Ryker's knuckles turned white. What do you mean? I don't make the rules, but I have to make sure you do what's best for your career. As Blake moved from the treadmill to the stair climber machine, he wiped the sweat from his face with a white towel. You're public property. The face of the Phoenix Fuego. Their franchise player. You're on shaky ground with the owner. Showing favoritism to a team without a personal connection could be frowned upon and give them one more reason to send you across the pond. Ryker gulped. He hadn't thought about it that way. But we don't need to worry about that since you're dating Lucy, Blake added. Emotion tightened Ryker's throat. His agent had always been overprotective. No doubt watching over his investment. He understood that, but he wouldn't go back on his word to help Lucy with the team. She needed him. It shouldn't be a problem, then. He didn't know what else to say. If his agent believed Ryker and Lucy were together, Blake wouldn't feel the need to play mother hen. No one would have to know the truth. Not the sponsors or the Fuego, not even Lucy. Play fair. Don't cheat. Not saying anything wasn't cheating, but it wasn't exactly fair either. I must admit I'm surprised to see you with her, Blake said. Lucy's not your usual type. Ryker wasn't sure he had a type, but the women he met at bars or clubs couldn't hold a candle to a certain fresh-faced woman with a warm smile, big heart, and legs to her neck. Someone who didn't care how much he made or who he played for or what car he drove. Someone whose kisses had rocked his world. I've known Lucy since she was in kindergarten, Ryker explained. Her brother was one of my closest friends and teammates when I was growing up. Blake's brows furrowed. We can use this to our advantage. McElroy is big on family. Childhood sweethearts reunited would make a catchy headline. Whoa, so not going there. Lucy was too young for me to date when we were in school. Don't milk this for something it's not. I'll be leaving town soon. The two of you seem cozy. Serious. Ryker climbed off the bike. I don't do serious. You haven't done serious. That doesn't mean you can't, Blake countered. Lucy could be a keeper. Definitely. The renegade thought stopped Ryker cold. She might be a keeper, but not for him. Fame and adoring women hadn't always satisfied him, but things would improve now that he'd had a break. He'd needed this time away. Once he returned to Phoenix, he could concentrate on his career and get back on track with the same hunger and edge that had made him a star player. Besides, Lucy needed a guy who would be around to help her with Connor. Someone who could make her a priority and give her the attention she deserved. He couldn't be that kind of guy, not when he played soccer all over the world, lived in Arizona, and didn't want a long-term relationship until his career was over. If then. Which made things clearer for him. Ryker picked up his water bottle. The only keeper I want in my life is a goalkeeper. There wasn't room for any other kind. There couldn't be.
Chapter 12. While a tired Connor brushed his teeth, Lucy placed his pajamas on his bed. She couldn't stop thinking about Ryker. About him kissing her. About what he might say to his agent. If only she could turn back the clock, she would have said no to his invitation tonight. That way he wouldn't be in trouble, and she wouldn't want more kisses. Pathetic. Crushing on Ryker didn't mean she should kiss him. Crushes were supposed to be fun, not leave her with swollen lips and a confused heart. Not my heart, she corrected herself. Her mind. Her heart was fine. Safe. She planned on keeping it that way. Staying away from Ryker would be her best plan of action. She wouldn't see him again until the Defeaters game on Saturday. Out of sight, out of mind. Though he'd promised to call tomorrow. He'd used the word promise again. He hadn't let her down the first time, but a part of her hoped he didn't call. Which told her how much she wanted distance. Whatever happened, she couldn't trust her judgment with men. Lucy's fingers twitched. She needed to hold a pencil and sketchbook and draw. That would take her mind off tonight. As soon as Connor was in bed. He was her priority. Not her art. Definitely not Ryker. The phone rang. Her heart leaped. Ryker? Oh, boy, she had it bad. Her nephew darted out of the bathroom as if he'd gotten his second wind. He picked up the telephone receiver. Hello, this is Connor, may I ask who's calling, Dad? His excitement brought a big smile to Lucy's face. Relief, too. Aaron must have returned to a base where he could make phone calls. Her brother was safe. For now. I'm so glad you got my emails. Connor leaned against the wall. Yeah. Ryker knows a lot about soccer. He's cool. But no one is as good a coach as you. We had dinner at his house tonight. Pizza? No, just me and Aunt Lucy. I walked his parents' dog. Her name is Cupcake. Can we get a dog? Ryker said they were a lot of work. Connor nodded at whatever Aaron said to him. Yeah, he's a nice guy just like you said. Okay. I love you, too. Connor handed Lucy the phone. Dad wants to talk to you. That was odd. Usually she emailed Aaron and Dana so they could spend their precious phone minutes speaking with Connor. She raised the receiver to her ear. Hey, bro, miss you. Ryker James? Aaron asked. Her brother's severe tone made her shoo Connor into his bedroom. Ryker's helping with Connor's team. Dinner at his house has nothing to do with the team. She walked down the hallway to put distance between her and her nephew. Connor enjoys spending time with him. And you're hanging with Ryker for the sake of Connor? Yes. Connor's the reason we ate dinner there. She kept her voice low so her nephew wouldn't hear. He misses you and Dana so much. But ever since Ryker started working with the team, Connor's been happy and all smiles. What about you? Aaron asked. You had a big crush on him. That was years ago. Ryker James is a player, Luce. You don't follow soccer, but I do. He's been screwing up on and off the field. The guy has a horrible reputation with women. He'll break your heart if he gets the chance. I'll admit he's attractive, she said. But after Jeff, I know better than to fall for a guy like Ryker James. I hope so. Her brother sounded doubtful. Don't worry. Ryker won't be around much longer. Stay away from him. Hard to do when he's helping me with the team and teaching me how to coach. Limit your interaction to soccer. I hate to think he might hurt you. Aaron sounded worried. Oh, man. Out of time. Love you. Be careful, Luce. The line disconnected. A lump of emotion formed in her throat. Aaron had warned her about Jeff before she eloped, but Lucy hadn't listened. She couldn't make the same mistake again. Because her brother was right. Ryker James was dangerous. He could break her heart. Easily. She'd survived when that happened with Jeff. She wasn't sure she could endure that heartache again. Lucy put away the phone receiver and made her way to Connor's bedroom. Aaron's words echoed through her head. She felt like an idiot. She'd questioned whether she could trust Ryker, yet she'd kissed him and wanted more kisses. So not good. But she couldn't wallow or overanalyze. She'd done enough of both when her marriage had ended. Which was why she knew what to do now, start a new piece. As soon as she tucked her nephew into bed, she would gather her art supplies. Forget a pencil and sketchbook. It was time to pull out the big guns, brushes, paints, and canvas. Painting would clear her thoughts enough so she could forget about Ryker James and his kisses. After Connor left for school the next morning, Lucy worked. She enjoyed graphic design, creative yet practical, and paid the bills, but the painting she'd started last night called to her in a way her normal work never had. She emailed a proof to one client and uploaded changes to another's website. The rest of the items on her to-do list could wait until later. Lucy stood in front of the easel. Strong, bright, vivid colors filled the canvas. The boldness surprised her. She wasn't into abstract art. She preferred subjects that captured a snapshot of life or told a story. But thanks to Ryker, her thoughts and emotions were a mismatched jumble. Geometric shapes, lines, and arcs were about all she could manage at the moment. Still, the elements somehow worked. Not too surprising, Lucy supposed. She'd found solace in art when she was sick and after her marriage ended. The only difference? Neither her health nor heart were involved this time. She wouldn't allow her heart to be involved. That internal organ would only lead her astray. Stop thinking. Just create. Time to lose herself in the work. Lucy dipped her brush into the paint. She worked with almost a manic fervor. Joy and sorrow, desire and heartache appeared beneath her brush in bold strokes, bright colors, swirls, and slashes. The doorbell rang. The sound startled her. The paint dripped onto her hand. A glance at the clock showed she'd been painting for 2 hours. She'd lost track of time. A good thing she'd been interrupted, or she could have stayed here all day. Using a nearby rag, she wiped her hands and then headed to the front door. Most likely a delivery. She'd ordered paper samples for a client. Lucy opened the door. Ryker stood on the porch. Her breath caught and held in her chest. He wore warm-up pants and a matching jacket with a white t-shirt underneath. The casual attire looked stylish on him. Dark circles ringed his eyes, as if he hadn't slept much last night. Like her. Though she doubted she'd played a role in his dreams the way he'd starred in hers. He smiled. Good morning. She hadn't expected to see Ryker. He'd told her he would call, not show up. But a part of her was happy to see him standing on the porch. That bothered her. She blew out a breath. Remember what Aaron said. Ryker was the last person she should want to spend any time with. Yet. Her gaze slid from his hazel green eyes to his mouth. Tingles filled her stomach. Her lips ached for another kiss. Lucy clutched the doorknob. For support or ease in slamming shut the door, she wasn't certain. What are you doing here? Her tone wasn't polite. She didn't care. His presence disturbed her. His smile faltered a moment before widening. Let's go for coffee. I'm not sure that's such a good idea. Talk about a wimpy response. Going out would be a terrible idea. We need to talk about my coaching the defeaters, he added. He would bring up coaching and the team. She was torn. Seeing him over something soccer-related didn't make Ryker James any less dangerous. She glanced at her paint-splattered shirt and sweatpants. I'm not dressed to go out. His gaze took in her clothes and her hands with splotches of purple on them. You've been painting. She didn't understand why he sounded so pleased. Yes. We can stay here, he said. I'd like to see what you're working on. Lucy didn't feel comfortable sharing her work with Ryker. No way did she want to expose such an intimate part of herself. Not after kissing him had brought up all these feelings. Speaking of kissing him, being alone in the house wasn't a good idea at all. We can go to the coffee shop. Let me wash up and get my purse. A few minutes later, refreshed and ready, she locked the front door. Do you want to meet there? We can ride together. That was what she was afraid he would say. I'll drive. Your car is nicer than my dad's old truck. Mine is closer. She motioned to hers parked on the driveway. Less walking for you. He headed to her car. That's thoughtful. More like self-preservation. She would also be in control. She could determine when they left, not him. Lucy unlocked and opened the door for him. Do you need help getting in? He drew his brows together. Thanks, but I can handle it. She walked around the hood of the car, slid into her seat, and turned on the engine. Buckled in? Ryker patted the seat belt. All set. The tension in the air matched her tight jaw. She backed out of the driveway. So what did you want to talk about? Let's wait until we get to the coffee shop. They were only 5 minutes away. On the radio, a pop song with lyrics about going home played. The music was better than silence, but not by much. She tapped her thumbs on the steering wheel. Does it have to do with Blake? Ryker nodded. But no need to worry. Easier said than done. Lucy turned onto Main Street. Small shops and restaurants lined the almost empty street. A quiet day in Wicksburg. She parked on the street right in front of the Java Bean, a narrow coffee shop with 3 tables inside and 2 outside on the sidewalk. A bell jangled when Ryker opened the door for her. She stepped inside. The place was empty. As they walked to the counter, he placed his hand at the small of her back. His gentle touch made her wish she were in his arms again, even if that was the last place she should be. Lucy ordered a cappuccino. He got a double espresso. She went to remove her wallet, but he handed the barista a $20 bill. "You can buy the next time," he said. Going out for coffee with Ryker wasn't something she planned on doing again. She would figure out another way to repay him. Once their order was ready, she sat at a small, round table. Jazzy instrumental music played from hidden speakers. Ryker settled in the chair across from her. His left foot brushed hers. "Excuse me." "Sorry." Lucy placed her feet under her chair. The sooner they got this over with, the better. She wrapped her hands around the warm mug. "So what's going on?" He took a sip of his coffee. "Somebody tweeted I was coaching kids in Wixbug." "Blake saw the tweet?" "The PR firm I use did." She drank. "Why would that upset Blake?" Ryker stared into his cup. "I've made some mistakes." Aaron had mentioned that during his call, but she remained quiet, wanting to hear what Ryker had to say. "The club's owner isn't happy with me," he continued. "I'm supposed to be recovering and staying out of the public eye. Repairing my image instead of damaging it more. Which is why, if I do anything, it'll be put under the microscope. If I mess up again, I might find myself playing overseas." No wonder Blake looked so upset, but wouldn't coaching be a good thing for your image? One would think. Ryker took another sip. "I'm sorry if the team, caused you trouble." Blake calmed down. "He was concerned about me coaching a random team." Ryker lowered his cup. "Turns out helping my girlfriend coach her team is perfectly acceptable." "Girlfriend?" She stared at him, confused. "Huh? Blake thinks you and I are dating." "Dating?" The word echoed through her head. Even if the idea appealed to her a tiny, almost minuscule bit, it would never happen. "How did he react when you told him we weren't?" "I didn't tell him." Ryker wouldn't meet her gaze. "I didn't deny we were dating, but I didn't say we were a couple, either." She stared in disbelief. "So Blake thinks we are." "I had no choice." The words rushed out. There's always a choice. Lucy knew that better than anyone. Sometimes the hard choice was the best option. The only one. "Then I made mine." "You had to do what you thought was best for your career." "I get that." Ryker had found himself in this situation with his agent for helping the defeaters. She couldn't be angry. "I know how much soccer means to you." His eyes narrowed. "This isn't about my career. If I'd told Blake we weren't dating, I couldn't help you and the team." His words sunk in. Ryker hadn't been thinking of himself. He'd done this for her, Connor, and the boys. She hadn't expected that. Her heart pounded so loudly she was positive the barista behind the counter could hear it. "I wasn't sure if I should tell you," Ryker admitted. "Last night, I wasn't going to." "Why did you?" she asked. "I wanted to play fair." "Play fair. Don't cheat." Those were the rules he'd told her last night. Right before he'd kissed her senseless. "Thank you for being honest. If it's any consolation, I told Blake we weren't serious about each other." Her stomach clenched. Ignoring the twinge of disappointment, she raised her chin. "Understatement of the year, since we've never had a date." Ryker winked. "We're here now." "Oh, yes." She lifted her cup. "Here's to the start of a whirlwind romance." "It could be." Lucy nearly dropped her coffee. "Say what?" "Not a real romance, but a fake one." Amusement gleamed in his eyes. "People will believe what they want if we don't deny it." This way, I can keep helping you and the team. She inhaled sharply. Wait. Are you suggesting we pretend to date? It's not what I want, but what we have to do. No, the word catapulted out. She lowered her voice. We can't fake date. Ryker's smile reached all the way to his eyes. After those kisses last night, I'm not sure how much pretending it will involve. Heat flooded her face. We agreed kissing was a mistake. You said that. I didn't. His gaze held hers. There's chemistry between us. A highly combustible reaction, but she didn't dare admit it. If she did, Ryker could use the mutual attraction to his advantage. She wouldn't stand a chance if he did. Pretending while she had a crush could lead to a disaster of epic proportions. Talk about crazy. It's dishonest and wrong. We'd have to be certifiably insane to do this. She tightened her grip on the coffee cup handle to keep her hand from shaking. No more kissing. No pretend dating either. Then you'd better find yourself a new assistant before Saturday. Her heart dropped. Seriously? He nodded once. Steam rose from her coffee. Lucy didn't know what to do. She needed to protect herself, but she also had to consider her nephew. Connor. He was the reason she'd approached Ryker. Her nephew would be the one to suffer if he couldn't continue coaching the defeaters. She didn't want that to happen, but the alternative. Worst-case scenarios streamed through her mind. Being impulsive had led to a bad marriage, but this wasn't only about her. She had Connor and the other kids to consider. It'll be fine, Ryker reassured. And it won't be for long. Just until I leave town. Knowing the charade had an end date helped, but that didn't make it right. Unfortunately, the alternative meant Lucy taking on the team herself. What are you thinking? He asked. That this could backfire in a big way. Or it could work out fine and you'll be ready to coach when I'm gone. He had a point. She tried to push her worries, doubts, and fears out of her mind to focus on Connor. What would Aaron and Dana do in this situation? Put their son first. Lucy knew that in her heart. Which was why she needed to do the same, though self-preservation wanted her to run far, far away from Ryker. Connor and his team are what's important. Ryker nodded. What was best for Connor might not be good for her, but so what? She would put her nephew first, even if it placed her in an awkward position. Okay, I'll do whatever it takes so you can help with the team. I can't imagine we'll have to do much since your agent lives in California and you're leaving soon. The other coaches in the rec league have to believe it, or there could be trouble, Ryker clarified. The parents, too. Not what she wanted to hear, but she would do this for Connor. Okay. There's no press coverage yet, but that could change. This had disaster written all over it. If Aaron found out. She couldn't think about him. Connor was her priority, not her brother. No matter what life had thrown at Lucy, she'd proven herself capable and able to handle anything. She would do the same here. It's only for a few weeks, right? Ryker nodded. It'll be fun. There was that word again. She doubted this would be fun. But as long as he worked with the team, kept a smile on Connor's face, and taught her how to coach, it would be doable. Besides, they were just pretending. What could go wrong?
Chapter 13. By Saturday, Ryker hated the word pretend. In the context of dating, pretending wasn't all that great. So far, their dating had amounted to texts being exchanged, an impromptu dinner at the pizza parlor with the entire team, and 0 kisses. He would have to ramp things up as soon as the whistle blew. The match couldn't end quickly enough for him. He forced himself to stay seated on the bench. The defeaters were outmatched and losing. He couldn't do a single thing about it. Great job, defeaters. Lucy stood along the sideline in a blue t-shirt with the name of the soccer league across the front and warm-up pants. She held a clipboard with a list of when players should be substituted to ensure equal playing time and waved it in the air when she got excited. You can do it. Her cheering was cute. If only the team could pull off a victory, but that would take a miracle given their competition today. She glanced at him with a big smile on her face. The boys have improved over the past 2 weeks. Ryker nodded. But they had work to do at the next practice. Lucy checked the stopwatch around her neck. There can't be much time left. He glanced at his cell phone. Less than 4 minutes. Connor stole the ball from a small, speedy forward. He passed to Marco, who dribbled around a defender and another one. Parents cheered. Lucy waved the clipboard. Ryker shook his head. Marco needed to pass before the ball got stolen. The kid sped past the halfway line. No way could he take the ball all the way to the goal alone. Not against a skilled team like the Strikers. Pass, Ryker called out. Lucy pointed to Jacob, who stood downfield with no defenders around him. Cross, Marco. Ryker yelled. To Jacob. Marco continued dribbling. A tall, blonde-haired defender from the opposite team ran up, stole the ball, and passed it to a teammate. Goal. The defeater's parents sighed. The Striker parents cheered. The referee blew the whistle. The team had lost 6-3. Not that the lead kept score, but still. Ryker would add new drills and review the old ones. The boys needed to learn to pass and talk to each other out on the field. This was a soccer match, not Sunday services at church. Each team shouted cheers. Great. The kids had found their voices now that the match was over. The players lined up with the coaches at the end and shook hands with their opponents. Several Strikers grabbed their soccer balls and asked Ryker to sign them. He happily obliged and posed for pictures. By the time he finished, Lucy sat on the grass with the boys. He walked their way, passing through a group of defeaters' parents. Susie, one of the moms, smiled at him. They played well out there. Cheryl nodded. The last time they played the Strikers, it was a shutout. Marco's dad, Ewan, patted Ryker on the back. This is the most competitive they've been. You've done a great job preparing them. Interesting. He would have thought the parents would be upset, but they sounded pleased. The boys were all smiles, too. Did you see? Connor asked him. We scored 3 goals. Ryker had never seen so many happy faces after a loss. Nice match, boys. Coach Lucy said if we scored 1 more goal than the last time we'd played the Strikers that would be a win in her book, Marco said. Dalton pumped his fists in the air. We needed 1 goal, but we scored 3. Ryker had been so focused on winning he'd forgotten there was more to a match than the final score. Especially when skills development, not winning, was the goal. But Lucy, who might not have the technical knowledge, had known that. She sat with a wide smile and sun-kissed cheeks. Beautiful. A warm feeling settled over him. They needed to spend more time together. In the fall, we lost 9-0, Connor explained. Ouch. Ryker forced himself not to grimace. No wonder there was so much excitement over today's score. You gave them a better match today. Dalton nodded. We play them again at the end of the season. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. This is our first game, Lucy said. We have lots to work on before that final game. I'll second that, Ryker agreed. But that's what practice is for. All of you played well. It's time for a celebration. Snacks, the boys yelled in unison. Susie, the snack mom for today's match, passed out brown lunch bags filled with juice, string cheese, a package of trail mix, and a bag of cookies. The boys attacked the food like piranhas. Ryker walked over to Lucy, who jotted notes on her clipboard. Snacks have improved since I played rec soccer. Yes, but the game's still the same. He didn't want things to stay the same between them. Sitting behind her, he placed his hands on her shoulders. Her muscles tensed beneath his palms. Ryker didn't care. They were supposed to be dating. Might as well pretend now. Kisses were off limits, but she hadn't mentioned touches. As he lowered his mouth to her ear, Lucy's sweet scent enveloped him. "I wanted to congratulate you," he whispered, noticing curious looks from parents and the other coaches. "Excellent job, coach." She turned her head toward him. Her lips were mere inches from his. Stealing a kiss would be so easy. But he wouldn't push it. Not yet. Weariness filled her eyes, but she smiled at him. "Thanks, but I must give kudos to my assistant coach, who is the best in the league. The boys wouldn't have scored any goals without his help." Her warm breath against Ryker's skin raised his temperature 20 degrees. He could practically taste her. His mouth watered. Pretend kisses might feel as nice as real ones. "Though you have to explain the offside rule to me again," she continued. "I still don't get it." Ryker laughed. Here he was thinking about kisses, and she was talking soccer. "I'll keep explaining it until you understand." Waiting until Monday afternoon to see her again was unacceptable. He doubted she'd say yes to a date, not even a fake one. But she'd agreed to pretend because of Connor. The kid would give Ryker the perfect reason to see Lucy before the next practice. Not cheating. Perhaps not playing 100% fair either, but spending more time with her would be worth it. Once they were alone, she might even agree. A man with a mission, he stood. "The way you boys played today deserves a special treat." He looked each kid in the eyes. "Who's up for a slushie?"
Sitting on a picnic bench outside Rocket Burger, Lucy placed her mouth around her straw and sipped the blue raspberry slushie. Susie, Cheryl, Debbie, and the other moms from the team were with her. Ryker and the dad sat with the boys on a grassy area near a play structure. Susie set her cup on the table. "Ryker is so nice to treat us all to slushies. I'm sure he can afford it." "You're lucky, Lucy, to spend so much time with him." Cheryl pouted. "I thought I had a chance, but it's better he chose you since I'm not divorced yet." Susie smiled at Lucy. "You guys looked chummier at the pizza party, but I didn't realize you were dating until today." "He's a total catch," Debbie said. "The two of you make a cute couple." Happiness shot all the way to the tips of Lucy's hot pink painted toenails. Not for her. But for Connor. Even though she enjoyed Ryker's attention, this charade was for her nephew. She repositioned her straw. "Thanks." Lucy wouldn't confirm or deny anything about their dating. The less she said, the less dishonest she would feel misleading people. Knowing their kids enjoyed having Ryker coach lessened the guilt. The men laughed. The boys, too. Through the cacophony of noise, the squeals and giggles, she singled out Ryker's laughter. The rich sound curled around her heart and sent her temperature climbing. The reaction, unfortunately, had nothing to do with pretending. She sipped her slushie, but the icy drink did little to cool her down. No biggie. She would be home soon and wouldn't see Ryker until Monday afternoon. As the women discussed a family who'd moved to Iowa, Lucy glanced his way. He sat with Connor on one side and Dalton on the other, the only two boys on the team without a father here today. While the other boys spoke with their dads, Ryker talked to Connor and Dalton. The boys looked engaged in the conversation. Smiles lit up their faces. They laughed. A soccer ball-sized lump formed in her throat. Ryker James might have a reputation as a womanizer and troublemaker, but someday he would be a great dad. The kind of dad she had. The kind of dad her brother was. He flashed her a lopsided grin and winked. Lucy had been caught staring. She should look away, but she didn't want to. Since they were pretending to date, she didn't have to. The fluttery sensations in her stomach reminded her of when she was 13 and head over heels in love with him. But fantasizing about a happily ever after would be as futile as it had been years ago. Happy endings were rare, almost non-existent these days. A dad named Chuck said something to Ryker. He looked at him, breaking the connection with her. Lucy turned her attention to the table. The other women had gotten up except for Susie. "Well, this has been fun." Cheryl motioned to her son, Dalton, and gazed longingly at Ryker. See you at practice on Monday. The boys will have their work cut out for them, he said. Families said goodbye and headed to their cars. Several boys lagged behind, not wanting to leave their friends. Marco and Connor ran up to the picnic table. Ryker followed them. Can Connor spend the night? Marco asked his mom. Sure. We have no plans other than to hang out and watch a movie. Susie glanced at Lucy. Is it okay with you? Connor stared at her with an expectant look. Please, Aunt Lucy? He's had sleepovers at our house before, Susie added. Dana had provided Lucy with the names of acceptable sleepover and playdate friends. Marco had been at the top of the list. Okay. The boys gave each other high fives. But you'll have to come home with me first. You need to shower and pack your things, she said. I have to run by the grocery store. We can pick him up on our way home, Susie offered. Thanks. Lucy hugged her nephew. This will be my first night alone since I've been back in Wicksburg. I don't know what I'll do. Connor slipped out of her embrace. Ryker can keep you company tonight. I have no plans tonight, he said before she could reply. I'd be happy to make sure your aunt doesn't miss you. The mischievous look on Ryker's face made her wonder if he'd planned this whole thing. She wouldn't put it past him. But a part of her was flattered he'd go to so much trouble to spend time with her. Remember, it's pretend. Then we're all set. Susie grinned. See you in an hour or so. As Marco and his parents went to their SUV, Connor watched them go. Tonight will be so much fun. Maybe for him. Anxiety built inside Lucy. Was Ryker serious about tonight? A part of her hoped he wanted to keep her company. Not because she would be lonely, but because she wanted to see him. Ridiculous. She blew out a puff of air. I'll see you at 5, Ryker said. Before she could say anything, he walked toward the old beat-up truck. Okay, he was serious. But what exactly did he have in mind? Connor bounced on his toes. We'd better go home. She wrapped her arm around his thin shoulders. You have plenty of time to get ready for your sleepover. I'm not worried about me, but Dad says it takes Mom hours to get ready. You'll need a lot of time. His words and sage tone amused her. What for? Your date with Ryker. Lucy flinched. She hadn't wanted to drag Connor into the ruse. Date? Ryker's taking you out to dinner. A smug smile settled on Connor's freckled face. I told him Otto's was your favorite restaurant, and you liked the cheese fondue best. I also told him the place was expensive and only for special occasions, but Ryker said he could probably afford it. He can. He could probably afford to buy the entire town. If you and Ryker got married, that would make him my new uncle, right? Oh, no. The last thing she needed was Connor mentioning marriage to Aaron. Marriage is serious business. Ryker and I are just going out to eat. But it would be cool, don't you think? Maybe if she were 9. But she was 26 and pretending to date a soccer star. Taking care of Connor for the next year was her priority, not romance. She wasn't even sure if she wanted to get married again. Not after Jeff. When two people love each other, marriage is very cool, Lucy said carefully. She didn't want her negative experience to influence a young mind. But love isn't something you rush. It takes time. The minute my dad saw my mom, he knew he would marry her, Connor said. They didn't date very long. That's true, but what happened with your mom and dad doesn't happen to many people. Definitely not with her and Jeff. But it could with you and Ryker, Connor said optimistically. She gave him a squeeze. I suppose anything is possible. But in her and Ryker's case, highly unlikely.
Chapter 14. Standing on Lucy's front doorstep on Saturday night, Ryker held the single stem behind his back. At the flower shop, he'd headed straight for the roses because those were what he bought women, but the purple iris caught his eyes. The vibrant color reminded him of Lucy, so full of life. Anticipation for his date buzzed through Ryker. He hadn't gone to this much trouble for a woman before. Not unless you counted what he did for his mom on Mother's Day, her birthday in July, and Christmas time. But like his mother, Lucy was worth it. Even if this wasn't a real date, he wanted her to see how much fun they could have together. Tonight would be a memory to take with him when he left Wicksburg. One he hoped she would recall fondly herself. Smiling, he pressed the doorbell. A moment later, the door opened. Lucy stood in the doorway. Mascara lengthened her eyelashes. Pink gloss covered her lips. He couldn't tell if she was wearing any other makeup. Not that her high cheekbones and wide-set eyes needed it. She usually wore no jewelry other than a watch, but dangling crystals hung from her earlobes. A matching necklace graced her neck. Her purple sleeveless dress hugged her curves and fell just above her knees. Strappy heels accentuated her delicate ankles and sexy calves. Beautiful. Lucy was a small-town girl, but tonight she dressed for the big city. Whether or not this was a real date, she'd put effort into getting ready. That pleased him. "You look stunning." She smiled softly. "I figured since we were going to Otto's." "Connor told you." 9-year-olds and magpies have a lot in common, she explained. "So what did it cost you to enlist him and Marco as your partners in crime?" Manny lumbered over toward the door. Lucy blocked his way so he couldn't get out of the house. The cat rubbed against her bare leg. Ryker wished he could do the same. $20 each, he said, unrepentant. Her mouth gaped. If this were a real date, he would be tempted to take advantage of the moment and kiss her. But it wasn't, so he didn't. "You paid the boys that much?" she asked. He shrugged. "They earned it. Paying someone to do your dirty work gets expensive. But worth every dollar. A man does what he has to do." Her gaze narrowed. "Even for a pretend date?" "Yes." "That explains what you're wearing." Lucy's assessing gaze traveled the length of him. The brown chinos and green button-down shirt were the dressiest clothes he'd brought to Wicksburg. Casual attire, but still designer, even though going out hadn't been on his list of things to do here. "You clean up well." He straightened, happy he'd impressed her given his limited wardrobe. "You sound surprised." A half-smile formed on her lips. "I've only seen you in soccer shorts, jerseys, and t-shirts." Ryker remembered the first day she'd shown up at his parents' house. He raised a brow. "And shirtless." Her cheeks turned a charming shade of pink. "That, too." He handed her the iris. The color matched her dress. "For you." "Thank you." She took the flower and smelled it. "It's real. Not everything is pretend." She smiled. "I've always liked irises better than roses." "Score." "It reminded me of you." Her eyes widened. "You don't have to say stuff like that. No one is watching us." He held up his hands, his palms facing her. "Just being honest." She stared at the flower. "Let me put this in some water before we go." With an unexpected bounce to his step despite his boot, Ryker entered the house and closed the door. He followed Lucy, enjoying the sway of her hips and the flow of her dress around her legs. Her heels clicked against the floor. Manny trotted behind her. In the kitchen, she filled a narrow glass vase with water. She studied the flower, turning it 360 degrees, and then stuck the stem inside. "I want to paint this." Satisfaction flowed through him. "I'd like to see your work." "We need to get to Otto's." "There's no rush," he said. "I called the restaurant. They only take reservations for parties of 6 or more." She tilted her chin. "You're going to a lot of trouble for a pretend date. Connor doesn't want you to be lonely tonight." "Connor, huh?" Ryker's gaze met hers. Such pretty blue eyes. "I don't, either." And that was the truth. which surprised him a little. Okay, a lot. This was supposed to be make-believe, but the more time he spent with Lucy, the more he cared about her. He wanted to see her smile and laugh. He wanted to please her. This had never happened to him with a woman before. He wasn't sure what to think or if he liked it. Silence stretched between them, but the quiet drew them closer together. The sounds of the house continued on. Ice cubes dropped inside the freezer. A motor on the refrigerator whirred. Manny drank water from his bowl. Funny, but Ryker had never felt this comfortable around anyone except his parents. So, your paintings. I'm hungry. He was, too. But what he wanted wasn't on any menu. She was standing right next to him. Then let's go.
As Ryker held open the door to Otto's, Lucy stepped into the restaurant. The din of customers talking and laughing rose above the accordion music playing. She inhaled the tantalizing aromas of roasting pork and herbs lingering in the air. Her stomach rumbled. She'd been too nervous about the soccer game to eat lunch. Big mistake, because now she was starving. For food and for. She glanced over her shoulder at Ryker. The green shirt lightened his hazel eyes. He looked as comfortable in dressier clothes as casual ones. He'd made tonight special. She appreciated that, even if none of this was real. Thanks for inviting me out. Thanks for saying yes. Otto's was packed. Not surprising, given it was a Saturday night and the best place in town. The last time she'd been here was right before Aaron and Dana deployed a going-away dinner for them. Customers crammed into booths and tables. Servers carried heavy trays of German food and large steins of beer. People waited to be seated. Some stood near the hostess stand. Others sat on benches. He approached the woman who was busy marking the seating chart. The woman in her early 20s looked up with a frown. But as soon as she saw him, a dazzling smile broke across her young, pretty face. Wherever Ryker went, female attention appeared to follow. But he did nothing to make women come on to him. Well, except for being an attractive and all-around good guy. She stepped closer to him, feeling territorial, even if this wasn't a real date. Hello. I'm Elle. Welcome to Otto's. She smoothed her hair. How many in your party? 2, he said. She fluttered her eyelashes coquettishly. Your name, please? James. The hostess wrote the information on her list. You're looking at a 30-minute wait, but I'll see what I can do. Lucy was surprised the woman didn't ask for Ryker's phone number or hand him hers. More women, both staff and customers, stared at him. He shot Lucy a sideward glance. Half hour okay? She nodded. The cheese fondue is worth the wait. Ryker raised a brow. Even when you're hungry? Especially then. Other customers made their way out of the restaurant while more entered. He moved closer to her to make room in the small, crowded lobby area. Connor told me how much you love the cheese fondue here. It's my favorite. Not chocolate? Chocolate, cheese. I'm not that particular as long as it's warm and gooey. He winked. Lucy, a familiar male voice asked. No. 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 Every muscle in her body tensed. She squeezed her eyes shut in hopes she was dreaming, but when she opened them, she was still standing in Otto's. Her ex-husband, Jeff Swanson, and his wife weaved through the crowd toward her. Jeff's receding hairline had gotten worse. Amelia looked different. Lucy narrowed her gaze for a better look. Pregnant. Pain gripped her chest. Life wasn't fair. She sighed. Ryker stiffened. You okay? No, the only way she'd be okay was if aliens beamed her up to the mother ship. Being probed and prodded by extraterrestrials would be better than speaking with the 2 people who had hurt her the most. But I'll survive. At least she hoped so. Jeff crowded in next to them. I almost didn't recognize you. The smell of his aftershave brought a rush of memories she'd rather forget. The bad times had overshadowed any good ones that might have happened at the beginning. It's me. I see that now. Jeff's gaze raked over her. But you cut your hair short. And you must have lost what? 25 pounds or more? Stress had made eating difficult after the divorce. Going out solo or fixing a meal for one wasn't much fun either. She'd also discovered group fitness classes at a nearby gym when she moved to Chicago. 15. Good for you, Amelia said. It seems like we never stopped dieting when we were in high school. Remember that soup diet? I still can't stand the sight or smell of cabbage. Until finding out about the affair, Lucy had been thankful to have Amelia for a best friend. Lucy had always felt inadequate, an ugly duckling compared to pretty Amelia with her jade green eyes and shoulder-length blonde hair. Amelia's hair now fell to her mid-back. Jeff liked long hair. That was why Lucy had chopped off hers. Jeff extended his arm to shake hands. Ryker James. I'm surprised to see you back in town. His jaw tensed. My parents live here. Amelia, do you remember Ryker? Jeff asked. Soccer player extraordinaire. Of course. Amelia smiled sweetly. Lucy had the biggest crush on you when we were in middle school. I know, Ryker said. Lucy's heart went splat against the restaurant's hardwood floor. You did? He nodded. Erin must have told Ryker. But why would her brother have done that? Her crush was supposed to be a secret. I didn't know, Jeff announced. Husbands. Amelia shook her head. I mean, ex-husbands are always the last to know. Ignore her. Ignore her. Ignore her. Lucy repeated the mantra silently, so she said nothing aloud. The words wanting to come out of her mouth were neither ladylike nor appropriate for a public setting. So what if she would have rather told Ryker about her failed marriage? Amelia was not worth causing a scene over. Ryker pulled Lucy against him. He toyed with her hair, wrapping a curl around his finger. Her heart swelled with gratitude. She hated needing anyone. She'd been so weak when she'd been younger, she wanted to be strong now that she was healthy. But she needed him at this moment. Needed him badly. She sunk against him, soaking up his warmth and his strength, feeling his heartbeat. The constant rhythm, the sound of life, comforted her. Lucy smiled up at him. He smiled back. Both Jeff and Amelia stared with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. Ryker had been right. Words weren't always necessary. People believed what they wanted, even if their assumptions might be incorrect. Amelia's eyes darkened. She pressed her lips into a thin line. Jeff's gaze bounced between them. His expression hardened. The two of you are, together? Lucy understood the disbelief in his voice. She and Ryker made an unlikely pair, but she nodded. She didn't like dishonesty after the lies people had told her, but this didn't bother her so much. They were having dinner together tonight. Not the together Jeff meant, but together nonetheless. She nodded. I'd heard you were in town taking care of Connor, but I had no idea about the two of you, Jeff said, not sounding pleased at all. Good. Let him stew in his own cheating, miserable, arrogant juices. Biting back a cutting retort, she glanced up at Ryker. He played with her hair with one hand while the other kept a possessive hold around her. His gaze held Lucy's for a long moment, the kind that elicited envious sighs from movie audiences. She owed him big time for pretending like this, but she would gladly pay up. Soccer isn't big in the US, Ryker said. But I played in the UK where the media coverage is insane, so I try to keep a low profile with my personal life. Amelia's face scrunched so much it looked painful. But you're not staying here, are you? I thought you were on the West Coast somewhere. Phoenix. Ryker's gaze never wavered from Lucy's, making her insides feel all warm and gooey. Though I wouldn't mind playing for Indianapolis so I could be closer to Vicksburg. A thrill rushed through Lucy. That was only a couple of hours away. We're having a baby, Amelia blurted as if no one had noticed her protruding belly. It's a boy. Congratulations. Lucy and Ryker spoke at the same time. I know how badly you wanted children when you were with Jeff, Amelia said to her. Maybe something happened because of your liver. All those medicines you took and the transplant. But adoption is always an option. After nearly 2 years of trying, Lucy hadn't gotten pregnant. The doctors told her there was no medical reason why she shouldn't be able to conceive. Amelia knew that. So did Jeff. And it wasn't as if the two of them had gotten pregnant right away. Still, feelings of inadequacy pummeled Lucy. Her shoulders slumped. Ryker cuddled her close, making her feel accepted and special. Kids aren't easy to handle. But Lucy is amazing with Connor. Amelia patted her stomach. Jeff and my best friend, Madison, are throwing me a baby shower. They've been planning it for weeks. I can't wait. The words reminded Lucy of something she'd buried in the far recesses of her mind. Pain sliced through her, sharp and unyielding, at the betrayal of trust by Jeff and Amelia. I remember when the two of you spent all that time planning my birthday. The words tasted bitter on Lucy's tongue. That's when your affair started, right? All those late nights and weekends working together on my party? Amelia gasped. That sounds like what you've been doing with Madison. He shook his head. A baby shower takes as much work as a birthday party. We hardly spent any time planning Lucy's birthday. Amelia glared at a contrite-looking Jeff before storming out of the restaurant. He ran after her calling, "It's not what you think." Lucy looked toward the door. I almost feel sorry for her. Don't. She knew who and what she was marrying. Swanson is a complete moron. Ryker kept his arm around her. Lucy enjoyed feeling safe and secure in his embrace. His presence took the sting out of the past. Any guy who would choose that woman over you doesn't have a brain cell in his head. Thanks, she said, grateful for his support in the face of her bad judgment. But the truth is, I should have never married a man like him. Why did you? Ryker asked.
Chapter 15. At a small table for two in a corner of the restaurant, candlelight glowed from a glass votive holder, creating a dancing circle against the white linen tablecloth. Ryker sat across from Lucy, their knees brushing against each other. A bowl of cheese fondue, a basket of bread cubes, and a plate with 2 Bavarian pretzels were between them. As she told him about Jeff Swanson, Ryker wished he could change the past and erase the pain she'd experienced from her disastrous marriage. People warned me. Lucy kept her chin up, her gaze forward, not downcast. But the hurt in her voice was unmistakable. Told me to break up with him while we were dating. Aaron. Even Amelia. But I thought I knew better than all of them. I believed I could trust Jeff, but he had me so fooled. I doubt you're the only one he fooled. She nodded. After we eloped, I discovered Jeff hadn't been honest with me. He didn't like how independent and self-reliant I was while we dated. He expected me to turn into his needy little wife. One who stayed home, cooked, cleaned, and doted upon him. I admit I was far from the ideal spouse he expected. Amelia is more the doting type he wanted. Lucy stabbed her fork into a piece of bread. But that didn't give him a reason to cheat. Jeff treated girls badly in high school, but they still wanted to date him. She poked the bread again. He didn't know I existed until we bumped into each other after graduation. He laid on the charm, saying what girls wanted to hear. At least what this girl needed to hear. Lucy had stabbed her bread cube so many times it was falling apart. He didn't think she realized what she was doing with her appetizer fork. There's not much left of that bread. Try another cube. Sorry. She stuck her fork into a different piece and dipped the bread into the cheese. It fell into the pot. I played a part in the breakup. It takes 2 people to make a marriage. But I wish Jeff had been more upfront and honest about his expectations of me. Ryker respected how she took responsibility, not laying all the blame on a cheating spouse. If you could do it over. I wouldn't, she said firmly. I'm better off without him, but I'll admit it's hard being in Wicksburg. So many people know what happened. I'm sure they pity me the same way they did when I was sick and talk behind my back. What others say doesn't matter. He wanted to see her smile, not look so sad. Don't let it get to you. Forget about them. You're strong enough to do that. Strong? Her voice cracked. I'm a wimp. You came back to Wicksburg. Only because Aaron asked me. I couldn't have taken this leap on my own. Jeff Swanson had not only destroyed Lucy's trust in others but also in herself. Ryker hated that. Give it time. Go slow. She winced. I'm trying. It's just when we were dating, Jeff made me feel. Ryker didn't want to push, but curiosity got the best of him. What? Her gaze met his. The depth of betrayal in her eyes slammed into him, as if he'd run headfirst into the left goalpost. He reached across the table and laced his fingers with hers. She took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. You know about my liver transplant. Ryker nodded. None of my family matched as a living donor, which means someone died so I could live. Her tone stressed the awfulness of the situation and made him think she somehow felt guilty. I always wondered, I still wonder, whether that person's family would think I was living up to their expectations. I mean, their child's death enabled me to have the transplant. Given that ultimate sacrifice, would they be disappointed with what I've done with my life? What I'm doing or not doing now? Ryker's heart ached for her. That was a heavy load for anyone to carry. Especially someone as sensitive and sweet as Lucy. He squeezed her hand. Jeff's real appeal, I think, was he made me believe we could achieve something big, something important together. With his help, I could prove I deserved a second chance with a new liver. Regret clouded her eyes. But we didn't. It was all talk. Once we married, he no longer cared about that. The sorrow in her voice squeezed Ryker's heart like a vice grip. I wanted to make a difference because of the gift I was given. Her mouth twisted with regret. But I didn't do that with Jeff. I have done nothing on my own, either. I doubt I ever will. Her disappointment clawed at Ryker. You're making a huge difference for Connor. For Aaron and his wife, too. She shrugged. But it's not something big, something world-changing. For your family it is. Did Lucy not know how special she was? Look at yourself. You put yourself through college. You run your own business. That's a lot for someone your age. I'm 26, she said with wry sarcasm. Divorced. In debt with school loans. I'm living at my brother's house, and all my possessions fit inside my car. You beat liver disease, Ryker countered. Your being here, alive, is more than enough. She stared at him as if she were trying to figure him out. A soft smile teased the corners of her mouth. Where have you been all my life? Well, these past 2 years? He was wondering the same thing. The realization should have bothered him more than it did. Thank you. Gratitude shone in her eyes. Her appreciation wasn't superficial or calculated, but from her heart and made him feel valued. She squeezed his hand. For tonight. For listening to me. Thanks aren't necessary. He stroked her hand with his thumb. I asked you to tell me. I've also been there myself. Oops. Ryker hadn't meant to say that. He pulled his hand away and took a sip from his water glass. She pinned him with a questioning gaze. You? He tightened his grip on the glass, wanting to backpedal. It's not the same. Not even close. I've spilled my guts. It's your turn. He never opened up the way she had with him. People only valued him for what he could give them. If they knew him, the real him, they would think he wasn't worth much off the pitch. He took another sip of water before placing the glass on the table. The tilt of her chin told him she wouldn't let this drop. Lucy didn't care about his fortune or fame. She had never asked him for anything for herself, only her nephew. She was always thinking of others. That included him. If he could tell anyone the truth, it was her. He swallowed around the emotion clogging his throat. I was bullied in elementary school. Verbally? He nodded. Sometimes, a lot of times, physically. My mom and dad never had money, and both worked for parents of kids in my class, so I couldn't say anything or they might tell their folks, who could fire my mom or dad. They used that threat against me. Lucy gasped. She placed her hand on top of his, the way he'd done with hers only moments before. Oh, Ryker. I'm so sorry. That had to be horrible. Some days, I felt invisible. As if kids were looking right through me. He'd told no one about this. Not even his parents. He thought telling Lucy would be hard, but the compassion in her eyes kept him going. Those were the good days. Otherwise, I would get teased about my thrift store clothes that didn't fit right. My mom would mend the rips, but she couldn't always repair the holes. That wasn't too bad though. The worst was when kids beat me up. He'd felt like such a loser, a nobody, but he'd soon realized bullies were the real losers. Bullies such as Jeff Swanson. Ryker would never tell Lucy her ex-husband had been one of the kids who terrorized students at Wicksburg Elementary School. That would only upset her more. Concern knotted her brow. I had no idea that went on. You were a little girl. He remembered her with ponytails and freckles playing hopscotch or swinging at recess. Seemingly without a care in the world. He hadn't known until later that she was so sick. Some older kids like Aaron knew, but if they stood up to the bullies, they got beat up, too. Her mouth formed a perfect O, the time Aaron said he'd fallen off the monkey bars and gotten a black eye. One kid couldn't do much. Even a cool guy like your brother, but he tried. Ryker remembered telling Aaron not to interfere, but the guy wouldn't listen. I hated school so much. I hated most everything back then. Except football. Soccer. Lucy's smile filled him with warmth, a way he'd never felt when thinking about his past. You found your passion at a young age. I enjoyed being part of a team, he admitted. It didn't matter that I lived in a dumpy apartment on the wrong side of town or was poor or got beat up by jerks. When I put on that jersey, I fit in. She squeezed his hand. Thank goodness for soccer. It was my escape. My salvation. He sipped his water. The bullies on the team had to leave me alone if they wanted to win. Thanks to my teammates, everyone else stopped, too. She smiled softly. They took care of their star player. He nodded. Football gave me hope. A way out of Wicksburg so I could make something of myself. Be someone other than the scrawny kid who people picked on. Kindness and affection reflected in her eyes. You've done that. You've accomplished so much. His chest tightened. She was one of a kind. So have you. Her hand rested on his, making everything feel comfortable and natural. Right. Ryker was in no hurry to have her stop touching him. He had no idea what was happening between them. Pretend, real. He didn't care. Slowly, almost reluctantly, Lucy pulled her hand away. Wicksburg holds bad memories for both of us. He missed her softness and her warmth. Some good ones, too. Like the memories they were creating right now. She fished the lost bread cube out of the fondue bowl. At first I wasn't sure about us pretending to date. I don't like being dishonest. But after seeing Jeff and Amelia, I'm grateful you were with me tonight. I know this is what's best for Connor. And the only way for you to help the team. And help you. And me, she agreed. We're not being that dishonest. If you think about it, what we're doing is like the funeral. Her eyes widened. Funeral? Lucy's shocked tone reminded him of Connor. Play acting at Squiggy's funeral. She laughed. You mean his first funeral? Not the top secret one I wasn't told about. He smiled at her light-hearted tone. Now this is more like it. No more being upset over an idiot like Jeff. It's time for laughter and fun. That's exactly what I need. She raised the piece of fondue-covered bread to her mouth. Her lips closed around it. Ryker's temperature soared. He took another sip of water. A drop of cheese remained at the corner of her mouth. He wished he could lick it off. You have a little cheese on your face. She wiped with a napkin but missed the spot. Reaching across the table, he used his thumb to remove the cheese, ignoring how soft her lips looked or how badly he wanted to taste their sweetness again. It's gone. Her eyes twinkled with silver sparks. Thanks. Lucy wouldn't thank him if she knew what he was thinking. You're welcome. The server arrived with their main courses. Sauerbraten, spatzel noodles, and braised red cabbage for her. Jagger schnitzel with mashed potatoes for him. The food smelled mouth-wateringly delicious. As they ate, Ryker couldn't stop thinking about what would happen after dinner and dessert. When it was the two of them at her house. Alone. This might be a pretend date, but he wanted to kiss her goodnight. For real.
Riding in the old blue truck, Lucy glanced at Ryker, who sat next to her on the bench seat. With his chiseled good looks, his handsome profile appeared sculpted, especially with the random headlights casting shadows on his face. But there was nothing hard and cold about him. He was generous, caring, and funny. The press portrayed him as a bad boy, but she'd glimpsed the man underneath the facade and liked what she saw. He turned onto the street where she lived. After spilling secrets, she and Ryker had spent the rest of the meal laughing over jokes, stories, and memories. Too bad the evening had to end. I can't believe we ate that entire apple strudel slice, she said. He teased. I only had 2 bites. More like 22. He parked at the curb and set the gear. Math's never been a strong point. Which is why soccer is the perfect sport for me. Scores rarely reach 2 digits. She grinned. That's why they invented calculators. For all us right-brained people who can't tell the difference between algebra and calculus. What about addition and subtraction? With a wink, he removed the key from the ignition. Stay there. I'll get the door for you. His manners impressed her. Okay, she may have assumed athletes had more in common with Neanderthals than gentlemen, but Ryker was proving her wrong. About many things tonight. The passenger door opened. He extended his arm. Milady? Lucy didn't need Ryker's help, but she accepted it anyway. He wasn't offering because she was incapable or unhealthy. He was being polite. She would gladly play along. Thank you, kind sir. The touch of her fingers against his skin caused a spark. Static electricity from the truck's carpet? Whatever it was, heat traveled through her, igniting a fire she hadn't felt in a long time, if ever. As soon as she was out of the truck and standing on the sidewalk, he let go. A relief, given her reaction, but she missed his touch. You must be cold, he said. Even with the cool night air and her sleeveless dress, she wasn't chilly. Not with Ryker next to her. I'm fine. Thousands of stars twinkled overhead. She'd forgotten what the sky looked like in the country compared to the city. It's a beautiful night. Gorgeous. She glanced his way. He was looking at her, not the sky. Her body buzzed with awareness. His smile crinkled the corners of his eyes and did funny things to her heart rate. Tearing her gaze away, Lucy headed up the paved walkway toward the front porch. He followed her, his steps sounding against the concrete. Uncertainty coursed through her. Ryker made her feel special tonight, listening in a way her ex-husband never had and sharing a part of himself with her. This wasn't a real date. Except at some point this evening, she hadn't been pretending. Ryker hadn't seemed to be either. That worried her because Lucy still didn't trust her judgment. Best to say a quick goodnight and make a hasty retreat inside. Alone. So she could figure this out. On the porch, she reached into her purse with a shaking hand and pulled out her keys. I had a great time. Thanks. The night's still young. Anticipation revved her blood. She wanted to invite him in. Who was she kidding? She wanted to throw herself into his arms and kiss him until they ran out of air. She couldn't deny the flush of desire, but if they started something, would she be able to stop? Would she want to stop? Going too far would be disastrous. I'm thinking we should call it a night. He ran his finger along her jawline. You think? Lucy gulped. I'm not ready to take a big leap. What about a small one? His lips beckoned. Hers ached. Maybe just a little kiss. She lifted her chin and kissed him on the mouth. Hard. Ryker pressed his lips against Lucy's. His hunger matched her own. He wrapped his arms around her, pulling her closer. She went eagerly, arching against him. This was what she wanted, needed. The keys dropped from her fingers and clattered on the step. She placed her hands on his shoulders, feeling the ridges of his muscles beneath her fingertips. His mouth moved over hers. Pleasurable sensations shot through Lucy. She clung to him. Longing pulled low in her belly. A moan escaped her lips. Ryker drew the kiss to an end. Wow. That summed it up. She took a breath and another. It didn't help. Her breathing was still ragged. And her throbbing lips. She fought the urge to touch them, to confirm what she'd experienced hadn't been a dream. I've been trying to curb my impulsive side. Yet I agreed to fake date you, and then I kissed you. Looks like I failed. I'd give you an A+ for your actions and recommend letting yourself be more impulsive. Wicked laughter lit his eyes. He kept his arms around her. We could see where our impulses take us. Lucy's heart slammed against her chest. A part of her wanted to, but her brother's words echoed in her mind. Ryker James is a player, Luce. He'll break your heart if he gets the chance. This time, she needed to listen to Aaron. We can't. I can't. Ryker combed his fingers through her hair. If you think I'm pretending, I'm not. Her resolve weakened. She had to be strong. Me either, but I have to think of Connor. He's spending the night with Marco. Her heart roared in her ears. So this would be just for tonight? No. That surprised her. What are you suggesting, then? Let's make the most of the time I have left in Wixbug. Ryker's voice sounded husky and oh so tempting. You told me you didn't want a boyfriend. I'm not looking for a girlfriend. Not a real one at least. Touché. Maybe she was overanalyzing and complicating things since he wasn't sticking around for long. But she couldn't discount what her brother said. This has nowhere to go, and I'm not up for a fling. Aaron thinks if we get involved, you'll break my heart. Ryker stiffened. Your brother said that? The other night when he called. His mouth quirked. So we keep doing what we've been doing. Pretending? He shook his head. Don't you think we're beyond that? Not trusting her voice, she nodded. We'll date, but keep it light, he continued. No promises. No guarantees. Ryker made it sound so easy. Too easy? You're okay with that? I see nothing wrong with having fun and enjoying each other's company until I leave town. Lucy wasn't one to play with fire. Since her divorce, she'd done everything in her power to keep from getting burned again. But this seemed different. She knew where she stood with Ryker. He'd been honest with her. They could make this work. But she would keep a fire extinguisher handy in case the flames burst out of control. Getting burned was one thing. She didn't want to wind up a pile of ash. Okay, she said finally. We can keep doing what we've been doing.
Chapter 16. On Sunday afternoon, Ryker knocked on Lucy's front door. He'd done the same thing less than 24 hours ago, but an extra dose of anticipation flowed through him. She'd been on his mind since last night. Her kisses had fueled his fantasies, making him want more. But she wasn't ready to give more. At least not the more he wanted. "I don't sleep around. I'm not up for a fling." She hadn't mentioned no kisses. He would settle for those. Lots of those. The front door opened. Connor smiled up at him with a toothy grin. Fuego plays in an hour. This was his club's second match. They were in LA to play against the Galaxy. Earlier this week, Ryker had missed not being at the season opener when they lost to the Timbers. Being unable to play, he'd felt as if he was letting down his teammates and fans. He looked at his foot. He felt the same way today. The orthopedist said the boot might come off in another week or two. That meant he could join the club, but he'd have to leave Wixburg. Wait a minute. Taking off from the small town would be a good thing. Nothing was holding him here. Well, except his parents, who returned home in a few days. And Lucy. No. He wouldn't let himself go there. When he was playing again, soccer would be his total focus. He couldn't afford any distractions. She would be a big one. "Aunt Lucy told me to cheer loudly." Connor grabbed Manny, who was in between his legs, trying to get outside. "I have to finish my math homework first." "Aunt Lucy said so." "Better get to it, bud." Ryker went inside and closed the door behind him. "I don't want to watch the match without you." As Connor ran off to his bedroom, Ryker headed to the kitchen. The sense of cheese and bacon filled the air. His mouth watered, as much for whatever was baking as the woman unloading the dishwasher. Lucy wore a pair of jeans and a tank top. Beautiful. He stepped behind Lucy before wrapping his arms around her. She fit perfectly against him. Knowing they were alone while Connor did his math, Ryker showered kisses along her jawline. She faced him. Silver sparks flashed in her eyes. "Is this how you normally say hello?" "No, but I prefer this way." He lowered his mouth to hers. His lips soaked in her warmth and sweetness. His heart rate tripled. The blood rushed from his head. She arched against him, taking the kiss deeper. He followed her lead, relieved she was as into kissing as he was. He enjoyed kissing her. He wanted to keep on kissing her. Forever. Ryker jerked back. He didn't do forever. She stared up at him with flushed cheeks and swollen lips. The passion in her eyes matched the desire rushing through his veins. Definitely a keeper. If he was looking for one. Lucy grinned. "I like how you say hello." He liked it, too. Especially with her. But he had to keep things light. No thoughts about forever. They had 2 weeks, if they were lucky. No reason to get carried away. And he wouldn't. That wouldn't be fair to Lucy. Or her brother. He owed Aaron that much, even if his old friend was wrong about Ryker breaking Lucy's heart. He couldn't do that to her. He inhaled. "Whatever you're cooking smells delicious. Macaroni and cheese." She turned on the oven light so he could see the casserole dish baking inside. Dana marked her cookbooks with Connor's favorite recipes. "I smell bacon." Lucy smiled coyly. "That's the secret ingredient." "I didn't know secret ingredients could be divulged." She shrugged. "We shared our secrets last night, so I figured why not." The vase containing the iris he'd given her sat on the counter. Paintbrushes dried alongside it. "If we have nothing left to hide, let me see your paintings." Her lips quirked. "You really want to see them?" She sounded surprised by his interest in her art. "I do, or I wouldn't keep asking. I don't show my work to many people. It's just me." Uncertainty flickered in her eyes. "Exactly." Ryker didn't understand what she meant. "Show me one. Please." She raised a brow. "That'll appease your curiosity?" He wasn't sure of anything with her, but he would take what he could get. Yes. I'll leave it up to you if you want to show me more. She glanced at the oven timer. I suppose we have a few minutes now. Not the most enthusiastic response, but better than a no. Great. Lucy led him down a hallway covered with framed photographs. One picture showed a large recreational vehicle that looked more like a bus. Is that your parents' RV? He asked. Yes, she said. How did you know about that? Connor told me his grandparents were living in a camper and traveling all over the country. That's how they dreamed of spending their retirement. They took off 3 months ago. She peeked in on Connor, who sat at his desk doing homework. They're in New Mexico right now. Ryker wondered what Lucy dreamed of doing. He considered asking, but her dreams were on hold until Aaron and his wife returned. He admired Lucy's sacrifice. He thought watching Cupcake had been a big deal. Not even close. He followed her through another doorway. The bedroom was spotless, with nothing out of place. The queen-size bed, covered with a flower print comforter and matching pillow shams, drew his attention. This was where Lucy slept. She went to the closet. Ryker knew what to expect from a typical 20-something woman's closet, overflowing with clothes, shoes, and purses. Lucy opened the door. Only a few items hung on the rack. A sheet of plastic covered the floor. 5 pairs of shoes sat on top. Not a handbag in sight. Instead, the backsides of different-sized canvases and boxes of art supplies filled the space. Not typical at all. Given this was Lucy, he shouldn't be surprised. I painted this one when I was living in Chicago. As she reached for the closest painting, her hand trembled. Ryker touched her shoulder. He wanted to see her work, but he didn't want to make her uncomfortable. Her bare skin felt soft and warm beneath his palm. We can do this another time. Now is fine. She glanced back at him. It's just a little hard to show this side of yourself. She nodded. The vulnerability in her eyes squeezed his heart. Her effect on him unnerved Ryker. He lowered his arm from her shoulder. If it's any consolation, I know nothing about art. I'm about as far removed from a critic as you can get. So if you like it, I'll remember not to get too excited. He smiled. She smiled back. His heart stumbled over itself. His breath rushed from his lungs as if he'd played 90 minutes without a break at halftime. What was happening? All she'd done was smile. Something she'd done 100 times before. But he could hardly breathe. Lucy pulled out a canvas. Ready? No. Feeling unsteady, he sat on the bed. Sure. He forced the word from his tight throat. She turned the painting around. Ryker stared open-mouthed and in awe. He'd expected to see a bowl of fruit or a bouquet of flowers. Not a vibrant, colorful portrait full of people having fun. The scene depicted a park with people picnicking, riding bicycles, pushing baby strollers, and flying kites. A good thing he was sitting or he would have fallen over. The detail was incredible. Amazing. He felt transported, as if he were in the park seeing what she'd seen, feeling what she'd felt. Surreal. He peered closer. Is that guy eating a hot dog? She nodded. What's a day in the park without food from a cart vendor? Drops of yellow mustard dripped onto the guy's chin and shirt. The amount of detail amazed him. He noticed a turtle painted next to the pond. An homage to Squiggy? You're so talented. You know nothing about art, she reminded him. True, but I recognize quality when I see it, he said, his voice hoarse. He cleared his throat. This is 1,000 times better than the junk hanging on my walls in Phoenix. She raised a brow. I doubt those artists would consider their work junk. He waved a hand. You know what I mean. Thank you. No, thank you. This painting told him so much about Lucy. He could see her in each stroke, each character, each detail. Life exploded from the canvas. The importance of community, too. I know people who own art galleries. Her lips pursed. Thanks, but I'm not ready to do that. You're ready, he encouraged. Trust yourself. Your talent. I don't want to do anything until Aaron and Dana get home. Ryker hated to see Lucy hold herself back. Think about it. I will. Would you like to see another one? She asked to his surprise. Not all of them are so cheery as this one. I went through a dark stage. Please. Looking at her work was like peeking inside her heart and her soul. He wanted to see more. Show me.
Lucy would have never thought the best date ever would include mac and cheese, her 9-year-old nephew, and a televised soccer game, but it had tonight. At first, she'd been so nervous about showing Ryker her work, afraid of exposing herself like that and hearing his opinion. He not only liked her paintings, but also understood them. Catching details most people overlooked. That had thrilled her beyond belief. She stood at the doorway to her nephew's bedroom while Ryker, by request, tucked Connor into bed. The two talked about the match. Even though Fuego lost 0-1 to the Galaxy, both agreed it was a good match. They would have won if you'd been there, Connor said. Ryker ruffled Connor's hair. We'll never know. I can't wait to see you play. As the soccer talk continued, Lucy leaned against the hallway wall. Thanks to Ryker, her nephew was a happy kid again. Connor missed his parents, but a certain professional soccer player had made a big difference. At least for now. Lucy wondered if Connor realized when Ryker was back with his team he wouldn't be coaching. But if the Fuego played the Indianapolis Rage, maybe they could get tickets. She would have to check the match schedule. Seeing him play in person might keep a smile on her nephew's face. Lucy had to admit she would like that, too. Good night, Connor. Ryker turned off the light in the bedroom. I'll see you at practice tomorrow. Night. In the hallway, he waited as if he expected Connor to get up. The only sound, however, was gentle breathing. He's out. Busy day. I'm closing this so we can hear if he gets up. Ryker quietly shut the bedroom door, laced his fingers with hers, and led her into the living room. I finally have you to myself. We don't have to watch the post-match commentary, she teased. I set my TV at home to record it so I won't have to subject you to that. He pulled her against him. But I will subject you to this. He pressed his lips against hers. His kiss was soft. Tender. Warm. She leaned against him, only to find herself swept up in his arms. But his lips didn't leave hers. He carried her to the couch and sat with her on his lap. Lucy wrapped her arms around him. As she ran her hands along his muscular shoulders and wove her fingers through his hair, she parted her lips. She wanted more of his kisses, more of him. The pressure of his mouth against hers increased, full of hunger and heat. Her insides felt as if they were melting. Ryker might be a world-class soccer player, but he was a world-class kisser, too. Pleasurable sensations shot through her. Tingles exploded. If she'd been confused about the definition of chemistry, she understood it now. Thank goodness he had his arms around her, or she'd be falling to the floor, a mass of gooey warmth. Not that she was complaining. She clung to him, wanting more of his kisses. Slowly, he loosened his hold on her and drew the kiss to an end. Told you this would be fun. You did. A good thing he wouldn't be around much longer, or this could become a habit. Her chest tightened. Stop. Nothing about him could be a habit. She couldn't allow herself to get attached. Neither of them was in a place to pursue a relationship. Neither of them could commit to anything long-term. This was about spending time together in the present and having fun. And sharing hot kisses, too. That had to be enough. Even if a part of her was wishing there could be more. Chapter 17. One day led to another. Spring was in full bloom with a hint of summer in the air. The temperature warmed, and the sun stayed out longer. The defeaters won more games than they lost. Lucy, however, wished time could stop because she wanted Ryker to stick around. Being with him was exciting. As they made the most of their time together, Wicksburg no longer felt like a boring, small town. Funny, since most would call their activities boring. Practice twice a week. Dinner with Ryker and Connor. Lunch when her work schedule or his physical therapy allowed. But all brought a contentment she hadn't known before. When she was alone and her clients' projects completed, her painting flourished with heightened senses and overflowing creativity. Connor thrived, too. Oh, he still missed his parents, but whether or not Ryker was around, her nephew appeared more like a happy 9-year-old than a sad one. Now that Mr. and Mrs. James had returned from their vacation, they became fixtures at games. On Saturday, they'd invited everyone to dinner following the next practice. That Monday evening, a bird chirped in a nearby tree in the huge backyard. The cheery tune fit with the jubilant mood. The boys kicked a soccer ball on the grass while Cupcake chased after them, barking. Standing on the patio, Lucy watched them play. Connor reminds me of his father. Mrs. James wore her salt and pepper hair in a ponytail, jeans, and a button-down blouse. Though he's taller than Aaron was at this age. Connor's mom is tall. Lucy glanced at her. Thank you for having us over tonight. Our pleasure. It's nice to have children here. She stared at the boys running around. I've been telling Ryker to settle down so I can have grandchildren to spoil, but that boy has only one thing on his mind. Soccer, Lucy said at the same time as his mother. Mrs. James eyed her curiously. You know him well. Lucy shifted her weight between her feet. He's been helping me with the team. And dating you. Mrs. James smiled. Hard to keep things secret in a town Wicksburg's size. They hadn't tried hiding anything. The more people who believed they were going out, the better. Lucy wanted nothing more than to enjoy her time with him, but she felt as if she was trying to hold on to the wind. He would blow out of her life much too soon. It's wonderful that Ryker is with someone who knew him before he became famous, Mrs. James said. He was a star player around here. Ryker shouted something to the boys. Laughter filled the air. Yes, but he thinks of himself as a footballer, nothing else, Mrs. James explained. My son needs to realize there's a life for him off the pitch, too. I hope being here and getting reacquainted with you and others will help him see that. Soccer is his only priority. Lucy had been reminding herself of that for days. All the smiles, laughter, and kisses they shared would come to an end. But she didn't want to turn into a sighing lump over his impending departure. He's not interested in anything else. I wonder if soccer would be as important to him if he thought he belonged somewhere other than on the pitch. I enjoyed being part of a team. It didn't matter that I lived in a dumpy apartment on the wrong side of town or was poor or got beat up all the time. When I put on that jersey, I fit in. Lucy remembered what he'd told her. Belonging is important to him, but Ryker doesn't think he belongs in Wicksburg. Mrs. James's eyes widened. You've talked about this? Lucy hoped she wasn't opening a can of worms for Ryker, but his mother seemed genuinely concerned. A little. That's a start. Mrs. James's green eyes twinkled with pleasure. It will take him time to realize where he belongs, and that he's more than he thinks he is. Maybe when he's in Phoenix. Lucy's chest tightened. He won't be here for long. He can come back. Lucy nodded. She hoped Ryker returned after the MLS season, but that was months away. The regular season didn't end until the beginning of October. Playoffs would go until early November. Well, I'd better finish setting up the taco bar, Mrs. James said. The boys must be starving. What can I do to help? Lucy asked. Enjoy yourself. As Mrs. James walked away, Cheryl came up. She held an iPad. Getting on the mother's good side is smart. I should have done that with my mother-in-law. It's not too late, Lucy said. We haven't filed the divorce papers yet. But I don't want to talk about my sorry situation. Cheryl showed an article from a UK tabloid's website. Guess this happens when you're with one of the hottest players around. Lucy stared at the iPad screen full of pictures of her and Ryker. Why would they put this on their website? Cheryl sighed. Because it's so romantic. Romantic, perhaps. But not real. The photos made it appear as if Lucy and Ryker were falling for each other. Falling hard. The top photograph had been taken at the defeater's first game when he kneeled behind her and whispered in her ear, but he appeared to be kissing her neck. The second showed them in a booth at the pizza parlor, sitting close together and gazing into each other's eyes. The last one captured their quick congratulatory peck after the team's first win, but the photograph made it seem like a full-on makeout session. Okay, they'd had those, but not where anyone could see them, let alone take a picture. As Lucy read the article, the blood rushed from her head. The world spun. The pictures didn't imply a serious relationship, but the words suggested an imminent engagement. Oh, no. This was bad. What would Aaron think? Maybe he was so busy he wouldn't find out, but still. I can't believe this. I didn't realize things were so serious. Me, neither. Ryker wouldn't like this. Lucy reread a paragraph. They call me a WAG. Is that a British euphemism for hag or something? Cheryl laughed. WAG stands for wives and girlfriends. Many women aspire to be one. The acronym wasn't accurate. Though, the thought of being Ryker's girlfriend didn't sound so bad. Unease slithered down Lucy's spine. She knew better than to think that way. Dating him didn't include being his girlfriend. Except everyone reading the article. I hope people don't believe all this. You and Ryker care about each other. That's all that matters. Care. Yes, Lucy cared about him. She cared, a lot. As she studied a photograph, a deeper attraction and affection for him surfaced, accompanied by a sinking feeling in her stomach. Oh. She'd been ignoring and pretending certain feelings didn't exist, but the article brought all that emotion out. She couldn't deny the truth any longer. I love him. The realization hit her like a gallon of paint dropped on her head. She'd fallen in love with Ryker James. Even though she knew all the reasons she shouldn't have. Stupid, stupid, stupid. You look pale, Cheryl said. Are you okay? I don't know, Lucy admitted. I really don't know. He pursued her. She'd pretended she couldn't be caught, but then she'd been swept up by his charm and heart the minute he'd turned them on her. Lucy wanted people to be honest with her, but she'd lied to herself about how safe it was to date him, to hang out with him, to kiss him. Don't let a gossip column bother you. Talk to Ryker about it, Cheryl suggested. I'm sure he's dealt with this before. Gossip, yes. But Lucy wasn't sure how many women had fallen in love with him. She couldn't imagine being the first, but she didn't want to know how many others had gone down the same path. Talk to Ryker about it. She'd experienced a change of heart about wanting a relationship. Maybe he'd had one, too. And if not? No. This wasn't a crush. Her feelings weren't one-sided. His kisses were proof of that, as was his spending time with her. He had feelings for her. She knew he did. Lucy had shared her secrets and her art with him. How hard could it be to tell him she'd lost her heart to him, too? She would talk to Ryker and see where their feelings took them, here in Wixbug and after he returned to Phoenix.
After dinner, Ryker carried in the leftovers from the taco bar while a soccer match between kids and adults raged to determine bragging rights. In the kitchen, he set the pan of ground beef on the counter. That's the last item. His mother handed him a plastic container. I like Lucy. So do I. Good, because it's about time you got serious with a woman. Ryker flinched. He stared at his mom in disbelief. Who said anything about serious? Your father and I aren't getting any younger. We'd like grandkids while we can still get around and play with them. You and Lucy would have cute babies. Whoa, Mom. Ryker held up his hands as if that could stop a runaway train like his mother. I like Lucy, but that's a long way from having babies with her. I need to focus on my career. His mom shrugged. A soccer ball won't provide much comfort after you retire. He spooned the meat into the container. I'll settle down once I stop playing. That's years away. Ryker covered the ground beef with a lid. I hope so. That's not what your mother wants to hear. It's the truth. He hated disappointing her, but he had to be honest before she got carried away. If I put down any roots, I won't finish out my career the way I want to. A woman like Lucy won't wait around forever. She won't have to in a town the size of Wicksburg. His mom filled a plastic baggie with the leftover shredded cheese. While you're off playing football and partying with WAG wannabes, another man will sweep Lucy off her feet. She'll have a ring on her finger before Christmas time. Ryker clenched his hands. Wait a minute. His mom didn't know what she was saying. Lucy doesn't want a ring. Not from me or anyone else. You sound confident. I am. We talked about it. Relationships. We're on the same page. He wished his mom wouldn't stick her nose into his business. He kept his social life private, so she didn't know what was going on, but he'd slipped here. I can't be in a relationship right now because of soccer. Lucy doesn't want to be entangled by any guy while she's taking care of Connor. His mom studied him. So when you go to Phoenix, it's over. And when you come back, you and Dad can visit me, Ryker said. I've worked too hard to get out of Wicksburg to come back again. You ran away. I left to play soccer. His mother took a deep breath before exhaling slowly. You're an adult capable of making your own decisions, but please, honey, think about what you may be giving up if you leave town, leave Lucy, and never look back. He placed the container of meat in the refrigerator. You're way off base, Mom. Maybe I am, but one day you'll realize soccer isn't the only thing in the world. I'd like for you to have a life outside of the game in place when that happens. You want me in Wicksburg, raising a bunch of kids. I want you to be happy. I am happy. So what if his happiness right now had to do with Lucy? Their dating was only for the short term. They both agreed. His mother was wrong. I know what I'm doing. I know what I want. And that future didn't include Wicksburg or Lucy.
Later that evening, after everyone had left, Lucy sat with Ryker on his parents' patio. She enjoyed the quiet after the nonstop conversation and laughter earlier. Okay, having a moment alone with him didn't suck. Connor seemed to have had enough of the backyard. He was inside with Mr. James checking out the big screen TV while Mrs. James gave Cupcake a bath after the dog jumped into a garbage can. Ryker leaned back in his chair. The boys enjoyed themselves. Their parents, too. Lucy had thrown herself into playing soccer. A way to put on a game face, perhaps? Might as well get it over with. She handed him her cell phone. Cheryl showed me an article from a UK tabloid. It's about us. Heaven help her, but she enjoyed saying the word us. He had to see how good they were together, too. He used his finger to scroll through the words. This happens all the time. Don't let it bother you. He sounded so nonchalant. She studied him. You don't mind strangers halfway across the globe reading about us? It's not about minding. As Ryker laced his fingers with hers, tingles shot up her arm. Football is almost like a religion in other countries. Fans follow their favorite players' every move. If someone tweets a star player is at the supermarket buying groceries, hundreds of people might show up in minutes. This article is no different from the others they've published about me and my old teammates. But you don't play over there anymore. I did. I could go back someday. So far away. Lucy felt a pang in her heart. She didn't want him to leave. Not to Phoenix. Not anywhere. She took a deep breath to calm her nerves. The article makes it sound like we're seriously dating, practically engaged. But we're not. Ryker sounded so certain. No hesitation. No regret. Lucy searched his face for a sign he'd reconsidered a relationship like her, but she saw nothing. Absolutely nothing to suggest he felt or wanted more. That frustrated her. She wanted him to be her boyfriend. The guy should want her to be his girlfriend. Ryker put his arm around her. This is hard to deal with when you're not used to how the game is played. Ignore it. Lucy didn't want to ignore it. She wanted the article to be true. She wanted to be a WAG. Ryker's WAG. Not only his girlfriend, but his wife. Mrs. Ryker James. Lucy suppressed a groan. This was bad. Horrible. Tragic. No promises. No guarantees. Hey, don't be sad. He caressed her face with his hand. It's a stupid article full of gossip and lies. Nothing to worry about. His words jabbed Lucy's heart like a pitchfork. The more he downplayed the article, the more it bothered her. And hurt. Irritation burned. At him. At herself. Forget about telling him how she felt. She wouldn't give him the satisfaction of knowing how much she cared about him when he didn't or wouldn't admit how he felt about her. Annoyed at the situation and at him, she raised her chin. I'm not worried. I just wanted to make sure this wouldn't damage the Ryker James brand.
Chapter 18. The next day, Ryker took Cupcake on a walk around the neighborhood without the boot, per his doctor's orders. He'd chosen this time because Lucy had a call with a client and wouldn't see him. Something was up with her. She'd given off mixed signals at his parents' house. Her goodnight kiss suggested she was into him. But her attitude about the tabloid article made him think she might be unsettled by his fame. Ryker didn't know what her reaction to not wearing the boot would be, so he hadn't told her. The little gray dog ran ahead, pulling against the leash. Are you ready for me to leave for Phoenix, Cupcake? The dog ignored him and sniffed a bush. I'm not. Giving up what he and Lucy had together would be tough. More time with her might be nice. More than nice. Too bad he couldn't go there or anywhere on the other side of nice. But I don't have a choice. His cell phone rang. He removed it from his pocket and glanced at the screen. Blake's name appeared. About time. Ryker had left him a message last night. Did you plant the story about me and Lucy? He asked. Hello to you, too. His agent sounded amused. Yes, I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. Ryker watched Cupcake sniff a patch of yellow and pink flowers. Was it you? No, Blake admitted. That's not to say I didn't offer a suggestion to the person who leaked the photos. The PR firm had to be involved, then. Why? Your future with Fuego isn't a sure thing. Having a serious girlfriend helps your image. Bad boy Ryker James in love with a hometown girl sends the message you're maturing and out of the party scene. In love? Ryker grimaced. He pulled Cupcake away from a rosebush with thorns. You're reaching for something that isn't there. I spoke with your coach and Fuego's owner. Settling down is the best thing you can do right now. You sound like my mom. Your mom's a smart woman. Ryker looked around to see if anyone was on the street. Empty. Lucy and I aren't serious. A big, sparkling diamond engagement ring from Tiffany & Company will change that. A flash of something, almost a little thrill, shot through him at the thought of proposing to her. Must be a new form of nausea. Yeah, right. I'll catch a flight to Chicago tonight and go buy one. Indianapolis is closer, Blake said. They have a store there according to their website. Tell me you're joking. Otherwise, you've lost your mind. You want to keep playing in the MLS, he said. I'm making that happen for you. By lying. It's called stretching the truth. Let people see you buy an engagement ring. They can make their own assumptions. Lucy would never go for something like this. She'll be thrilled. Anyone who looks at those photographs can tell she's as crazy about you as you are about her. Crazy, maybe. But not in. Ryker couldn't say the word. I like her. More than he'd thought possible. But that doesn't mean I'm ready to get serious. Okay, so he thought about summer break when he could be with Lucy and Connor. And Manny, the fat cat, too. But Ryker had realized even thinking about the future was stupid. He needed to focus, to prove himself, to play. Her life is in Wicksburg. At least as long as she's taking care of Connor, Ryker said. My life is in Phoenix. You don't sound excited about that anymore. I am. Wasn't he? Of course he was. All this was messing with his head. Lucy and I can't spend the next year traveling back and forth between here and there to see each other. You can afford it. Blake. Just playing devil's advocate. Be my advocate. That's what I pay you for. What do you want? Lucy. No, that wasn't possible. I want to play again. Not the way I've played with the Fuego, but the way I played in the Premier League. When it mattered to me. Working with the kids and Lucy reminded me how much I love soccer. And how much I miss it. You don't sound the same as you did a month ago. Emotion filled Blake's voice. It sounds like the real Ryker James is back. I am. But he couldn't get too excited. Thinking about leaving Lucy left a football-size hole in his chest. But what could Ryker do? He had a club to play for, a job to do. His goal had been to escape Wicksburg, not move back and marry a hometown girl. Whoa! Where had that come from? Marriage had always been a four-letter word to him. The training staff is itching to work with you, Blake said. They're concerned about your conditioning. They'll be pleasantly surprised. Exactly what I hoped you'd say. Blake sounded like he was smiling. My assistant will make your travel arrangements to Phoenix when you're ready. Ryker's stomach nodded. He should be excited to leave after weeks in Wicksburg, but Phoenix didn't hold the same appeal. I see the orthopedist this afternoon. I hope we hear good news. We. The only we that mattered to Ryker was him and Lucy. Lucy and the Defeaters, that was. They were a package. Emotion tightened his throat. I'll let you know. Face it. What could he do? No matter how wonderful she might be, Ryker wasn't picket fence material, even if he now understood the appeal of a committed, monogamous relationship. Marriage wasn't a goal. It wasn't on his list. He had a career to salvage. The longer he stuck around playing at having a relationship, the deeper things would get and he might end up hurting Lucy. Ryker knew what he had to do. Get out of Wicksburg. And get out fast before he did more damage than he'd already done.
Out on the field Wednesday afternoon, Lucy glanced at her watch. 15 minutes until the end of today's practice. Strange. Ryker had yet to show up or call. She glanced at the parking lot, but his father's blue truck wasn't there. Even though he'd annoyed her on Monday, she wanted to see him. She'd emailed Aaron, telling him about the article and keeping her relationship with Ryker low-key. Which it was. But maybe that would change. Unfortunately, Ryker had bowed out of dinner last night, so they hadn't talked. After Connor went to bed, she had painted. She hoped they could spend time together tonight and maybe see where things stood. Marco passed to Tyler. Connor, playing defense, stole the ball and kicked it out of bounds. Lucy blew the whistle. Push-ups for the entire team if the ball goes out again. The boys groaned. She scooped up the ball and tossed it onto the field. Play continued. You're doing great, coach. Her toes curled at the sound of Ryker's voice. She glanced over her shoulder. He walked toward her in a t-shirt and shorts and... She stared in shock at the tennis shoe on his right foot. Your boot. It's gone. I no longer need it. That's great. And then she realized what that meant. Her blood turned ice cold. With his foot healed, he would return to Phoenix. Somehow, she kept a smile on her face. Pride kept her from showing how much he meant to her. I'm happy for you. Thanks. He stared at her with a strange look in his eyes. I want to talk to the boys. Her muscles tensed. Lucy had a feeling this might not be his usual end-of-practice pep talk. She blew the whistle. The boys stopped playing and looked her way. Smiles erupted when they saw Ryker. He motioned to them. Everyone gather around. The boys sat on the grass in front of Ryker. So did Lucy. Sorry I was late for practice, but I like what I saw out there, he said. Keep talking to each other, passing the ball, and listening to your coach. He winked at Lucy. Her tight shoulder muscles relaxed a little. I appreciate how hard you're working. The drills can be boring, but they work. If you do them enough times at practice, you won't have to think about making the same moves in a match. It'll just happen. I can't wait until Saturday's match, Connor said. Me either, Jacob agreed. The other boys nodded. Ryker dragged his hand through his hair. I know you guys will play hard, but I won't be there. My foot's better. It's time for me to return to the Fuego. Frowns met his words. Sighs, too. The disappointment on the boys' faces was clear. The kids talked over one another. The news visibly shook a few. Tears stung Lucy's eyes. She blinked them away. She needed to be strong for Connor and the team. Let Ryker finish. The boys quieted. I'm sorry, I won't be with you during your last 2 matches, he said. But Coach Lucy will do a great job. She cleared her dry throat. Why don't we thank Ryker for his help with the team? The boys shouted the defeaters' cheer, but the words lacked the same enthusiasm shown on match days. Their hearts weren't in it. Lucy didn't blame them. Her heart was having a tough time, too. She couldn't believe he hadn't told her about leaving before he told the boys. He could have called if he hadn't had time. Sent a text. The fact he hadn't hurt. But then she remembered the all-too-familiar words. No promises. No guarantees. Lucy swallowed a sigh. She couldn't be angry. Disappointed, yes. But Ryker hadn't played her. He hadn't lied. She'd known all along he was leaving. So did the boys and their parents. She just wasn't ready for the reality of it. But this couldn't be goodbye. Even if he wasn't willing to admit it, they'd had too much fun and gotten to know each other too well for their dating to simply end. Of that, she was certain. They would stay in contact and see each other, somehow. While Ryker said goodbye to each boy personally, she gathered up the equipment. As each finished, the boys ran off the field toward their parents. Finally, it was Connor's turn. He threw himself against Ryker and held on tight. Her nephew's distress clogged Lucy's throat with emotion. She hoped this didn't put him back into a funk. Ryker might have been part of their lives for only a short time, but Connor had gotten attached. As Ryker spoke to her nephew, Connor wiped his eyes. This was one more difficult goodbye for the 9-year-old. But it wouldn't be a forever farewell. Ryker wouldn't do that to the kid, to his bud. Someone touched Lucy's arm. Marco's in the car pouting. He told me Ryker is leaving, Susie said. I take it you didn't know. I knew he would be leaving, but I didn't know when, Lucy admitted. I feel blindsided? Completely. Don't be. Cheryl showed me that article. His leaving won't change anything between you. You'll see each other. Every chance you can get. Lucy nodded, hoping that was true. She wanted to believe everything would turn out okay. I'm taking Marco to the pizza parlor for dinner. Connor can go with us, Susie said. You need some alone time with Ryker. Yes, Lucy did. Thanks. I'll meet you there. If not, you can pick Connor up at my house. She appreciated Susie's thoughtfulness. I appreciate this so much. Susie winked. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Lucy nodded, but all she could think about was how much she would miss Ryker, his company, and his kisses. The memories would have to suffice until they saw each other again. He finished talking with Connor and sent him over to Lucy. She hugged her nephew and explained the plans for the evening. Connor nodded, but the sadness in his eyes made her think he was simply going through the motions. Still, he hadn't said no. Being with Marco and having pizza and playing video games might help Connor feel better. Susie walked off the field with an arm around Connor, whose shoulders drooped. He's upset. Ryker sounded almost surprised. He had to say goodbye to his parents and now to you, Lucy explained. That's a lot for a 9-year-old boy. He'll rally. Eventually. So when do you leave? Tonight. The air whooshed from her lungs. She struggled to breathe. That soon? He stared at her. No emotion showed in his eyes or on his face. You knew I would be leaving. I did. Lucy kept her voice steady. Even though she was trembling inside, getting emotional would be bad. She rubbed her thumbs over her fingers. But I thought I'd find out before everyone else. She expected an apology or to hear him say this wasn't goodbye because they would see each other soon. That would make this all better. Except he said nothing. Ryker? She asked. I have to go, he said in a matter-of-fact tone. Lucy flinched. That's all you have to say? He nodded. No apology. She tried to understand him. Maybe he didn't like goodbyes. Those could be hard. They had been on Aaron. But his stiff posture and squared shoulders suggested something else. You want to leave Wicksburg? And me? She swallowed around the lump burning in her throat. A vein twitched at his jaw. Yeah, I do. I'm a soccer player. I want to play. Okay. Except it wasn't. Even though she'd known this was coming, she wasn't ready to say goodbye. I was thinking Connor and I could go to Indianapolis and watch you and the Fuego against the Rage. That would be, Ryker dragged his hand through his hair, not a good idea. His words startled her. The way everything he'd done today had. Connor wants to see you play. So do I. I'll be busy. Too busy to say hello to us? I need to focus on my career. Ryker's voice was void of emotion. We can't drag this out any longer. I don't want a long-distance relationship or a girlfriend. I thought we were clear. You were. Lucy cut him off. She was the one who'd gone against what they agreed upon by falling in love and wanting more, but that didn't stop the hurt, raw and jagged, from ripping through her. Honestly though, she shouldn't have expected anything more from him. She'd just hoped things would turn out differently. You know I like you, he said. But neither of us wants a relationship. She bit her tongue to keep from disagreeing with him. Say something, he pressed. Did I dare? Lucy struggled to decide what to say. Bottom line, however, she didn't want to have any regrets. That gave her courage. What if I do now? With me? She nodded, hating the surprise in his voice. His gaze narrowed. You said you weren't ready for a relationship or a boyfriend. I wasn't, but you showed me how good things could be. You opened me up to the possibility. He stared at the grass. Something more between us would never work out. Yes, we've got chemistry, but the physical part is easy. Everything else is harder. And that's a distraction I can't afford. I'm sorry. Was he? Lucy wasn't sure. Ryker might like her. He might even care for her. But he would downplay whatever he felt because it would be too difficult for him to deal with because of soccer. Distancing himself rather than admitting how he felt was easier for him. Soccer was safe. What he'd found here in Wicksburg with her wasn't. which made the situation clearer for her. She took a deep breath. "You're scared." Oops. She hadn't meant to say that aloud. "I'm not scared of you," he denied. "You're scared of yourself and your feelings, because there might be something more important in your life than soccer." He shook his head. "That's crazy." "No, it's not." Sympathy washed over her. "Even though I can be impulsive, for 2 years I've felt the same way myself. Not taking risks so I wouldn't get hurt." He eyed her suspiciously. "Did you take a header with the boys during practice?" Lucy wouldn't let him distract her. She pursed her lips. "I know you better than you realize. I'm not deluding myself. I'm finally being honest. But it's too late." His mouth quirked. "You're upset. I have time before my flight. I'll drive you home." No, the force of the word stunned her as much as him. She almost backed down, but she couldn't. Dragging this out any longer wouldn't be good for either of them. It was obvious he was pushing her away. Ryker wasn't ready to step onto the pitch and take the kickoff from her. She'd thought he was different, but he wasn't. Not really. If he couldn't be honest with himself, how could he be honest with her? Bottom line, he couldn't. Her heart might be splintering into tiny pieces, but she needed to let him go. Lucy would make this easy on him. She took a deep breath. "It's time we said goodbye." His forehead wrinkled. "Goodbye? Isn't that why you're here?" She didn't wait for his reply. "Thanks for your help with the team and with Connor. You've taught me a lot. More than I expected to learn. Good luck. I hope you have a great career and a nice life." Ryker's nostrils flared. That's it? That was all he wanted to hear from her. He wasn't about to say what she needed to hear. That he cared. And even though she was positive he did, he couldn't say it. Or wouldn't. Her heart pounded in her throat. Her lower lip quivered. Hold it together. She didn't want him to see her break down. "Yeah, that's it. Time to get out of here." Lucy gripped the equipment bag. She forced her feet to move across the field, but it wasn't easy. Her tennis shoes felt like cement blocks. Each step took concentration and effort. She wasn't sure if she could make it to her car. Her insides trembled. Her hands shook. She'd thought nothing could match the heartache and betrayal of her husband and best friend. But the way she felt about Ryker. "I really do love him." A sob racked through her. Tears blurred her vision. She gripped the equipment bag until her knuckles turned white and her fingernails dug into her palms. "Lucy," he called after her. She forced herself to keep walking. Even though tempted, Lucy didn't look back. She couldn't. Not with the tears streaming down her face. And not when Ryker wasn't ready to admit the truth.
Chapter 19. Saturday evening in Phoenix, Ryker stood next to the wall of floor-to-ceiling windows in his condominium. He rested his arm against the glass and stared at the city lights. What a day! He'd gotten an assist as an 84th-minute substitute. He had expected no playing time his first match back, but he was thrilled to contribute to the 2-1 win. Mr. McElroy had greeted him with a handshake when he came off the pitch. Coach Fritz had said to expect more playing time during a friendly scheduled for Wednesday and next Saturday's match. Ryker James was back in a big way. Blake agreed. His teammates, however, were more subdued about Ryker's return. A few handshakes, some glares, a couple not-so-subtle grumbles. Ryker didn't blame them. He was their captain and had missed the start of the season because he'd goofed off and injured himself. Terrible form. Irresponsible. Like much of his behavior. At practice, he'd apologized, but building a sense of camaraderie would take time. He was okay with that. His cell phone beeped and vibrated with each voice message and text that arrived. People, including the bevy of beauties he'd left behind when he went to Wicksburg, were more than happy to welcome him home with invitations to join them tonight at various clubs and parties, but he didn't feel like going out and being social. Not when that scene meant nothing to him now. He kept thinking about Lucy, Connor, and the rest of the boys. The defeaters had played a match today. Ryker hoped they did well. The temptation to call and find out how it went was strong. But appeasing his curiosity might hurt Lucy more. His intent had never been to cause her pain, but based on the sadness in her eyes the day he left, he'd done it anyway, and he felt like a jerk. He missed Lucy, longed to see her, hear her voice, touch her, and kiss her. But leaving her alone was for the best. He needed to respect her decision to say goodbye the way she had. Respect her. And he did. Aaron had warned his sister not to get involved with Ryker. Rightfully so. She deserved more than he could give her. Not that he'd offered her anything. But he thought she was okay with that. Instead, he discovered she wasn't, and she'd told him he was scared. Yeah, right. What did he have to be afraid about? All he'd tried to do was be honest with her. That had worked out really well. Still, regret poked at Ryker like an ice pick, leaving tiny holes that hurt and wouldn't let him forget that day. Maybe he could have handled things better. Told her about his foot and returning to Phoenix differently. Said more. He shook it off. What was he supposed to do? Give Lucy an engagement ring, as Blake had suggested? Pretend to feel more for her than Ryker did? She deserved better than that. His cell phone rang. The ringtone belonged to his mother. Hey, Mom. Did you watch the match? No, we lost power. She sounded shaky. His shoulders tensed. Is everything okay? A tornado touched down near the elementary school. Your father and I are okay, so is the house, but we don't know the extent of the damage elsewhere. Her voice tight. A watch is in effect. We're in the basement with Cupcake. Spend the night there. And keep me posted. Concern over Lucy and Connor overshadowed Ryker's relief at his parents being safe. A ball-sized knot formed in his gut. I love you, but I need to make a call right now. Lucy? Yes. Let us know if she needs anything or a place to stay. A potent mix of adrenaline and fear pulsed through him. He hit Lucy's number on his contact list. Aaron's house was nowhere near the elementary school, but Ryker couldn't stop worrying. The Wicksburg Soccer League played home matches at the elementary and middle schools. If the tornado touched down during match time, there would have been sirens. No one would have been outside at that point. Still, he paced in front of the windows. The phone rang. Tornado warnings were all too common in the Midwest, especially in springtime. More than once, he'd found himself in the bathroom of their apartment building in the tub with a mattress over him. But the Twisters had touched down on farmland, never in town. On the fourth ring, Lucy's voicemail picked up. I can't talk right now. Please leave a message, and I'll call you back later. The sound of her sweet voice twisted his insides. His chest hurt so badly he could barely breathe. He should be in Wicksburg, not here in Phoenix. Beep. Ryker opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. Not that he had a clue what he wanted to say if he could talk. He disconnected from the call. Maybe she didn't have her cell phone with her. If she were at home. He called the landline at Aaron's house. The phone rang. Again and again. Ryker's frustration built, so did his fear. He clenched his hand. Why wasn't she answering? Where could she be? Hello, a shaky, young voice answered. Clutching the back of the couch, his fingers dug into the buttery leather. Connor? Ryker. The kid's relief reached across the distance and squeezed his heart like a vice grip. I knew you wouldn't forget about us. Never. The word came from somewhere deep inside Ryker, spoken with a voice he didn't recognize. My mom called me about the tornado. Aunt Lucy and I got into the closet in the basement with pillows, a couple flashlights, and the phone. It's one of those old dial ones that belonged to my grandparents. His voice trembled. I have my Switch, too. Extra playing time for you, Ryker teased, but his words fell flat. Can I talk to your aunt? She's looking for Manny. The fat cat always tried to escape whenever the door opened. But if he'd gotten out today. Where is he? I don't know. Aunt Lucy moved the car into the garage to keep it from getting damaged by the hail and thinks he could have slipped out because she was in a hurry. Connor's words came out in a rush, one on top of another. We couldn't find him after the warning sounded. The siren might have scared him. Manny wasn't the only one frightened by the noise. Poor kid. Your aunt will find him. The alternative, for both Lucy and Manny, was unacceptable. Ryker glanced at the clock. If he caught a red-eye to Chicago and drove. But he had a club meeting tomorrow. And would she want him to show up uninvited in the morning? Aunt Lucy said she would be back soon, Connor said finally. She waited until the siren stopped to go outside. She didn't want to leave me alone if it wasn't safe. She would never put her nephew at risk, but Ryker didn't like the thought of her outside with a tornado watch still in effect. Silence filled the line. You hanging in there, bud? He asked. Yeah. But the flashlight died. It's dark. Ryker grimaced. See if your switch gives off some light. Rustling sounded in his ear. He gripped his phone. Was Connor searching for the video game controller in the dark? Okay, Connor said finally. That helps a little. Good, but being thousands of miles away from home sucked. I wish I were there. Me, too. But even if you were, you wouldn't get to see our last match next Saturday. Why not? The field is destroyed. The season is over with. No more soccer until fall. If then. Because of the tornado? Ryker asked. Yeah. Marco's mom called earlier, Connor explained. My school is gone. The fields. The middle school. Some houses around there, too. Gone. Stunned, Ryker tried to picture it. He couldn't. Are Marco and his family okay? Yeah, but a tree landed on their car. Marco's dad is mad. Cars can be replaced. People couldn't. Lucy. Ryker wanted her in the basement with Connor, not out looking for Manny. He hated not being able to help. Not that she would want his help. Still. He gripped the phone. His weeks in Wicksburg flashed through his mind like a video. Lucy handing him a container of cookies, teaching her how to do the warm-up routine and drills, watching her coach during the first match, drinking slushies with the team after matches, kissing her. You said you weren't ready for a relationship or a boyfriend. I wasn't, but you showed me how good things could be. Things had been good. Great. If he could go back and do over his last day in Wicksburg. But soccer had been the only thing on his mind. That and getting out of town, running away as his mom had accused him of doing before. His throat tightened, burned. It's probably good we can't play the final match. Connor's voice forced Ryker to focus on the present. We got beat 6-0 today. Aunt Lucy said we were going through the motions and our hearts weren't in the game. That was how Ryker had been playing. He'd gotten tired of proving himself repeatedly with the new league in his football club. He'd lost his hunger, his drive, and his edge. He'd acted out without realizing it or the reasons behind his actions, anger, unhappiness, and pressure. But he hadn't figured out how self-destructive his behavior had become until he'd returned to Wicksburg. Lucy and the boys had been his inspiration and helped him rediscover the joy of the sport. He'd connected with them in a way he hadn't since leaving town as a teenager. And Lucy. She showed him it wasn't about proving things to others but to himself. The strikers would have killed us anyway, Connor continued talking about the match that wouldn't happen. He sounded more like himself, less scared. 10-0 or worse. Ryker might have gotten his soccer career back on track here, but he had things to take care of in Wicksburg. He wasn't about to drop the ball again. No way. the entire team has improved since that first match. The Strikers won by 3 goals. You need to play that match if only to prove you can challenge them. There's no field to play on. Come on. Ryker couldn't let down those boys after all they'd given him. He pictured each player. In a short time, he'd learn their strengths and discover their weaknesses. Secrets were hard to keep when you were 9 and 10, so he knew about their fears over their parents' marriage, a mom having medical tests run, or a sibling who got more attention than they did. He'd watched their skills improve on the field, but he also saw their changes, like limbs lengthening and faces thinning. That's not the defeater attitude. It was a big tornado. And a big loss with the match today. Ryker took responsibility for that. The way he'd left, as if he could ride into town and then leave with no one noticing or being affected, was selfish and stupid. No worries, bud. I'll figure something out. Really? Really? Ryker didn't hesitate. He would find the team a place to play next Saturday. Is your aunt back? No, but I don't know how to use call waiting. I should get off the phone in case she needs to talk to me. Smart thinking. Tell your aunt to call me when she finds Manny. He checked the time again. I'll let you know where you'll play against the Strikers. I wish you could be there if we play. So do I. A weight pressed down on him. There's no place I'd rather be than with you, the team, and your Aunt Lucy. Except. It wasn't possible. Ryker had an away match next Saturday. He was supposed to get playing time, but he needed to be in Wixburg with Lucy and the boys. Just remember, actions speak louder than words. What Blake had said echoed through Ryker's mind. He straightened. He'd been so blind. What he wanted, needed, was right there in front of him. Not here in Phoenix, but in Wixburg. He just hadn't wanted to see it. But now. Time to stop talking about what he wanted and make it happen. For the boys. And most importantly, with Lucy.
Lucy's arms, scratched and sore after digging through tree limbs and debris to reach a howling Manny, struggled to carry the squirming, wet cat and a flashlight to the basement. The warning siren remained silent, but they would sleep downstairs to be on the safe side. You need to go on a diet, Cat. Aunt Lucy? Connor called from the closet. Did you find Manny? I found him. She opened the door, happy to see her nephew dry and warm. Why is it so dark? The flashlight stopped working. Yet Connor had stayed, as she asked, in the pitch black when he had to be scared. Her heart swelled with pride and love for him. Aaron and Dana were raising a great kid. Sorry about that. The batteries must have been low. It's okay. He held up his glowing Switch console. I had this. Manny pawed, trying to get away from her. The cat looked like a drowned rat with his wet fur plastered against his body. I think someone wants to see you. Connor reached for Manny. Where was he? In the bushes across the street. I have a feeling he's had quite an adventure. Enough to last 8 lives, given the winds and flying debris the cat must have experienced. I doubt he'll be so quick to dash outside again. Connor cuddled the big fur ball, who settled against her nephew's chest as if that were his rightful and only place of rest. At least until a better spot came along. Oh, Ryker called. Lucy's heart jolted. She hadn't expected to hear from him again. When? A little while ago. Connor rubbed his chin against the cat, who purred like an engine. He wants you to call him back. He was worried about you finding Manny. Lucy whipped out her cell phone. Service had been spotty because of the storm, but 3 bars appeared. She went to press Ryker's number. Wait. Her finger hovered over the screen. Calling him back would be stupid. Okay, it was nice he was concerned enough to call. His wanting to know about Manny, too. But this went beyond what happened in Wixburg today. Since he left town, Lucy had thought about him constantly. Missing him had led to sleepless nights. She needed to get him off her mind and out of her heart. But not contacting him would be rude. Instead of calling, Lucy typed in a text message and hit send. She stuck her phone in her pocket. Now she could go back to trying to forget about him. And hope it happened sooner rather than later.
Chapter 20. Early Monday morning, Ryker stood in the reception area of the Phoenix Fuego FC headquarters. He'd spent much of yesterday trying to figure how to help those affected by the tornado in Wicksburg. Money was easy to donate. But he needed to do something for the boys and Lucy. As he waited, he reread the text she'd sent him. "Manny wet and hungry but fine." Ryker had wanted to hear her voice to know she was okay. He'd received a text, instead. Probably more than he deserved. The attractive, young personal assistant, who cheered during matches, motioned to the door to her right. "Mr. McElroy will see you now." "Thanks." Ryker entered the owner's office. He recognized the plush furnishings from when he'd been here to see the former owner. The photos of children everywhere, however, surprised him. "I appreciate you seeing me on such short notice, sir." Mr. McElroy shook his hand. The man could be in his 50s or 60s with a shaved head and athletic build. He wore an expensive suit and shoes. "You said it was important." "Yes." He pointed to a leather chair. "Have a seat." Ryker, "Saturday, a tornado rolled through my hometown on Saturday night. I heard about that on the news." Mr. McElroy leaned against his desk. "No casualties." "No, but homes, 2 schools, and several soccer fields in town were destroyed." The photographs of the damage made Ryker sick to his stomach. "The Defeaters, a U9 boys rec team I worked with while I was home, has their final match of the season this Saturday but nowhere to play. I want to find them, and all the teams affected by the tornado, fields so they can finish out their spring season. I'd also like to be on the sideline with the Defeaters during their match." Mr. McElroy studied him. "This sounds important to you." "It is," Ryker said with no hesitation. "I'm the player I am today because of the start I got in that soccer league. I owe them and the Defeaters. Not to mention Lucy." He wanted a second chance with her. A do-over like young players sometimes received from refs when they made a bad throw-in or didn't get the ball over the line during kickoffs. "That's thoughtful, but haven't you forgotten about the match against the Rage on Saturday night?" Mr. McElroy's words echoed Blake's, but Ryker remained undeterred. "It's an away match in Indianapolis. The stadium is a couple hours from Wicksburg. I can be at both matches, but I'll need help to pull it off." "Your help, Mr. McElroy, and the owner of the Rage." A tense silence enveloped the office. Ryker sat patiently, waiting for the opportunity to say more. "You've been nothing but a thorn in my side since I bought this club." Mr. McElroy straightened. "Why should I help you?" "Because it's the right thing to do. Right for the kids affected by the tornado. And for us. Those kids are the future of soccer, both as players and fans." Ryker spoke from his heart. The way Lucy would have wanted him to. "I know you don't want me on the Fuego. I wasn't okay with that before, but I am now. I don't care where I play. I just want to be on a club. Any club. But until the transfer window opens so you can loan me out across the pond, you need me as much as I need you." Mr. McElroy's eyes widened. No doubt the truth had surprised him. "What kind of help were you talking about?" Ryker explained his plan. "This is not only good for the rec players and the local soccer league, but it's also a smart PR move for the Fuego and Rage." "Not smart. Brilliant. You can't buy this kind of publicity." As Mr. McElroy's mouth slanted, his gaze zeroed in on Ryker. "You're not the same player who left the club a few weeks ago. What happened while you were away?" "That U9 team taught me a few things about soccer I'd forgotten, and I met a woman who made me realize I'm more than just a footballer." Smiling, Mr. McElroy leaned against his desk again. "You have my full support. I'll call the owner of the Rage this morning. Tell my assistant what you need to pull this off." Satisfaction and relief loosened the knot in Ryker's gut. He stood. Thank you, sir. I hope it works out the way you planned, Mr. McElroy said sincerely. So do I. Ryker had no doubt the soccer part would work, but he wasn't as confident about his plans for Lucy. She'd been right. Ryker had been scared. He still was. He only hoped it wasn't too late because he couldn't imagine his life without her.
On Saturday morning, Lucy entered the training facility of the Indianapolis Rage. The football club had offered the use of their outdoor field for the final game of the Defeaters' spring soccer season against the Strikers. Wow! More than one boy said that. Mouths gaping and eyes wide, parents and players from both teams stared in awe. The field resembled a mini stadium, complete with lights, 2 benches, and bleachers. I can't believe we're here, Lucy muttered. When the soccer league president had offered the Defeaters an all-expenses-paid trip to Indianapolis to play their final game, she thought Ryker was behind it because Fuego was playing the Rage on the same day. But then she learned all youth teams without fields to finish the spring season had been invited. She hadn't known whether to feel relieved or disappointed. Pathetic. No matter how hard she tried to push Ryker out of her mind and heart, he was still there. She wondered how long he would remain there, days, weeks, months. Stop thinking about him. His feet encased in bright yellow shoes, Connor ran onto the field. The other kids followed, jumping and laughing, as if the damage back home was nothing more than a bad dream. This is what we all needed after the tornado. Susie took a picture of the boys standing on the center mark of the field. A weekend getaway and a chance to end the season in style. The hotel is so nice. The tornado had damaged Cheryl's house. They were staying with Dalton's father, who had traveled with them for today's game. Maybe something good would come from all of this, and they could work out their differences before the separation led to a divorce. I can't wait for tonight. I've never been to a professional soccer game before. Each family had been provided tickets to the Rage vs. Fuego match, much to the delight of the boys, who wanted to see Ryker play. Connor was beside himself with excitement, positive his favorite player would be in the game for the entire 90 minutes. Lucy hoped not. Watching Ryker play for only a few minutes would be difficult, let alone the entire match. Hearing his name mentioned even hurt. Connor talked constantly about Ryker, which made it impossible to forget him. Things would get better. Eventually. She'd been like this with Jeff, except the heartache cut deeper with Ryker. Her marriage had never been a true partnership, but she'd felt that way with Ryker, even though they hadn't been together long. The worst part? She felt like a complete idiot. She'd never wanted to find herself in the same position with a man as she had with her ex, yet she had. Neither had loved her the way she'd loved them. Only this time, she'd fallen in love, despite what he'd told her. That was on her, 100%. Would she ever learn? Maybe she should spend the rest of her life alone, so she didn't find herself here a third time. Talk about a depressing thought. Lucy shook it off. When they returned home, she would throw herself a pity party. Now, she needed to focus and prepare for the game. The boys screamed, the noise deafening. Only one thing, one person, could elicit the response. Her throat tightened. Ryker must be here. Emotions churned inside her. That man gets hotter each time I see him. Cheryl whistled. But who are all his buddies? Yowza. Susie's smile lit up her face. If it gets any warmer in here, I'll need to fan myself. Am I a bad mom if I'm jealous of a bunch of 8- and 9-year-olds? Debbie asked. I hope not, because I feel the same way, Cheryl replied. Lucy kept her back turned so she wouldn't be tempted to look at Ryker. But the women had piqued her curiosity. What are you talking about? Turn around. Cheryl winked. Trust me, you won't be disappointed. Reluctantly, Lucy turned. She stared in disbelief. Nearly a dozen professional soccer players with killer bodies and smiling faces worked with the Defeaters and the Strikers, helping the boys warm up and giving them pointers. One Fuego player, however, stood out from the others. Ryker. His dark hair was neatly combed, and his beard was trimmed shorter. He was still handsome. Okay, gorgeous, but she wasn't used to seeing him wearing a uniform, blue, orange, and white with red flames. But it was the man, not the athlete, who had stolen her heart. Maybe he would give it back to her. A weight pressed down on her chest, squeezing out what air remained in her lungs. Susie sent her a sympathetic smile. This is a dream come true for the boys. Cheryl nodded. I've died and gone to heaven myself. Lucy had plummeted the opposite way to a fiery pit of anguish and pain. Hurt splintered her already aching heart. She struggled to breathe. She didn't attempt to speak. Everyone around her smiled and laughed. She wanted to cry. Look at the photographers and news crews, Susie said. Cheryl combed fingers through her hair and pinched her cheeks. No wonder the league had us sign those photo releases. The media descended on the field, but their presence didn't distract the professional players from the kids. The boys, however, mugged for the cameras. As the warm-up period drew to an end, the referee called over the strikers. That was Lucy's cue to get ready. She tucked her emotions aside. She had player cards to show the ref and her clipboard with the starting lineup and substitution schedule, so each boy would play an equal amount of time. We're taping the game. Debbie motioned to the bleachers where her husband adjusted a tripod. For Aaron and Dana. Thanks, Lucy replied. Her brother hadn't said "I told you so" when she explained what had happened. He'd just given her the love and support an older brother should, telling her the right guy was out there for her. The referee called the defeaters over. Nerves threatened to get the best of her. But despite the hoopla and media, this was a recreational soccer game. She had no reason to interact with Ryker and wouldn't. With her resolve in place, Lucy lined up the boys for the ref. Ryker stood near the defeaters' bench. Her heart rate careened out of control. Oh, no. He was planning to watch the match. The ref excused the defeaters. As she walked to the bench, she looked everywhere but at Ryker. Maybe if she didn't catch his eye or say, "It's good to see you, Lucy," he said. She cleared her dry throat. The boys are happy you're here. This is the only place I want to be. The referee blew his whistle, saving her from having to speak with him. The game was fast-paced, with lots of action and goals. At halftime, with the score defeaters 2 and strikers 3, Ryker spoke to the boys. With 2 minutes remaining in regulation time, Connor stole the ball from a defender and broke away up the left sideline. He crossed it in front of the goal. Dalton kicked the ball into the corner of the net. Tie score. The parents screamed. The boys gave each other high fives. The strikers pulled their goalie. A risky move, but they wanted an extra player in the game. The offense hit hard after the kickoff, took a shot on goal, but missed. Defeater's turn. Marco took the ball. His pass to Dalton was stolen. The strikers' forward ran down the field, but Connor sprinted to steal the ball. He kicked the ball down the line to Dalton, who passed it to Marco. The goal was right in front of him. All he had to do was kick at the empty goal. Shoot! Ryker yelled. So did everyone else. The referee blew his whistle. The game was over. The defeaters had tied the strikers. Great job, coach, Ryker said to her. You've come a long way. But she had so much further to go, especially getting over him. She didn't look at Ryker. Thanks. You played great, he said to the excited boys gathered around him. The best all season. Lucy knew they would rather hear from him than her. She didn't mind one bit. Connor beamed. You said we could challenge them. We did. Ryker messed up the kid's hair. You did more than that, bud. The two teams lined up with the coaches at the end, followed by the professional players, and shook hands. Ryker and his teammates passed out t-shirts to all the boys, posed for pictures, and signed autographs. Talk about a dream come true. And there was still the match to attend tonight. She gathered up the balls and equipment. Come on, Connor. We can go to the hotel and swim before the game. Connor's gaze bounced from Ryker to her. Lucy's heart lodged in her throat. She recognized that conspiratorial look of his. Connor beamed. I'm riding with Marco and his family. I told the boys we could stop for an after-game treat on the way to the hotel, Susie said. Slushies, slushies, the boys chanted. Thanks to Ryker, those had become a defeater tradition. But he hadn't offered to take the team because he had to prepare for the match against the Rage tonight. She thought about driving the boys herself, but from the expression on Connor's face, he had his heart set on going with Marco. She couldn't ruin this magical day for him on the off chance Ryker might try to talk to her. Time to act like an adult rather than a broken-hearted teenager. She raised her chin. Sounds fun. I'll meet you at the hotel. As the boys headed out, she followed them, eager to escape before Ryker. Lucy. She kept walking, eyeing the exit. Please wait, he said. She stopped. Not because she wanted to talk to him, but because he'd helped her with the team. 5 minutes. That was all the time he could have. He caught up to her. You've been working hard with the team. It's them, not me. She glanced at the field. I don't know what your part in making this happen was, but thank you. It meant a lot to everyone. She tried to sound nonchalant, but wasn't sure she pulled it off. He brushed his hand through his hair. I didn't do this only for them. Her pulse quickened. I'm sorry. His words came out in a rush. The way I left was selfish. I was only thinking about myself. Not the boys. Definitely not you. I never meant to hurt anyone, but I did. I hope you can forgive me. The sincerity in his eyes and voice tugged at her heart. She had to keep herself immune, which meant getting away from him as quickly as possible. You're forgiven. His relief was palpable. Thank you. You don't know what that means to me. She didn't want to know. Being this close to him made her want to bolt. The scent of him surrounded her. She wanted to bottle some up to take home with her. Not a good idea. I need to leave. Connor. Ryker moved closer. He's stopping for a snack. Lucy stepped back. I still should. Stay. The one word was a plea and a promise, full of anxiety and anticipation. She tried not to let that matter, but it wasn't easy. Why? There's more I want to say to you. She glanced around. Everyone seemed to have left. Make it quick. He took a deep breath. Soccer has been everything to me for so long. I defined myself as a footballer. Playing made me feel worthy. But I lost my love for the sport. I made bad decisions. I had no idea why I was acting out so badly until I returned to Wixburg. I realized how unhappy I'd been trying to keep proving myself with a new league, club, and fans. Nothing satisfied me anymore. Working with the boys helped me discover what was missing. Soccer isn't only about scoring goals. I'd forgotten the value of teamwork. You made me realize I don't want soccer to be the only thing in my life. I need more than that. I need you, Lucy. The wind whooshed from her lungs. She couldn't believe what he was saying. I know how important honesty is to you, he continued. When I got to Phoenix, I realized you were right. I was scared. A coward. I wasn't being honest about my feelings. Not to you or myself. You mean so much to me. I'm finally able to admit it. I'm touched. Really. But even if you're serious. I am serious, Lucy. He took her hand in his. More serious than I've been in my entire life. I was trapped by the expectations of others, the pressure, but you set me free. I'm more than just a soccer player. I don't want to lose you." The way he looked at her, his gaze caressing her skin like a touch, brought tears to her eyes. She blinked them away. She couldn't lose sight of the truth. Lucy took a deep breath. "We live in different worlds, different states. You said it yourself. Something between us would never work." That was fear talking. Stupidity. I was wrong. I want to make it work. I believe we can do this, together. You know what happened with Jeff?" He nodded. "Look at you." She pointed to him. "You're hot, wealthy, a superstar. Women want you. They fantasize about you. That's hard for me to handle. You've had some tough times in your life. We can't wash away everything that's happened, but we can't dwell on it, either." He stepped closer. "Trust will take time. I can tell you all the right words you want to hear. That I'm not like Jeff. That I won't cheat. But what it really takes is a leap of faith. Will you take that leap with me?" Her heart screamed the answer it wanted her to say. Could she leap when her heart had been broken after spending only a few weeks with him? How could she not when Ryker was everything she'd dreamed about? "When I was sick, people lied to me," she admitted. "The doctors, my parents, even Aaron. Maybe not outright lies, but untruths about the treatments, how I would feel, and what I could do. I hated having to rely on others who couldn't be honest with me." Ryker grinned. "So that's where your independent streak came from?" She nodded. "And then Jeff came along. He was honest with me, sometimes brutally so, but I preferred that. I fell hard and fast only to find out he was only partially honest with me when it benefited him." She took a deep breath so she could keep going. "You've taught me so much, and not only about soccer. Because of you, I've learned I can accept help without feeling like a burden to someone. I've also learned I can forgive and trust again. I would love to take that leap with you. But I'm not sure I'm ready yet. I don't care how long it takes. I'll wait until you're ready." "You're serious?" "Very." He kissed each of her fingers, sending pleasurable shivers up her arm. "I love you." The air rushed from her lungs. She tried to speak, to question him, but couldn't. Sincerity shone in his eyes. "I tried to pretend I didn't love you, but I'm no good at pretending when it comes to you." Joy exploded inside her. She could tell they weren't just words. He meant them. Maybe taking the leap wouldn't be so hard. "I love you, too." That's the first step to taking the leap. Maybe the first 2 steps. Lucy kissed Ryker, a kiss full of hope, love, and possibility. None of her dreams had come true so far, but maybe some could. He pulled her against him. She went willingly, wrapping her arms around him. Her hand hit something tucked into the waistband of his shorts. It fell to the ground. She backed away. A small blue box tied with a white ribbon lay on its side. Lucy recognized the packaging, Tiffany & Company, from ads and the movies. Her mouth gaped. She closed it. He was serious. His cheeks reddened. "If I told you that's where I keep my lucky penny, I'm guessing you won't believe me." Shock rendered her speechless. "It's nothing." He took a breath. "Okay, I'll be honest. It's something, but it can wait. You're not ready." She placed her hand on his. "Maybe I'm more ready than I realized." As he handed her the box, hope filled his eyes. "This is for you. Today. A year from now. Whenever you're ready." Lucy untied the ribbon and removed the top. Inside was a blue leather ring box. Her hand trembled so much she couldn't get the smaller box out. She looked up at him. "Allow me." Ryker pulled out a blue ring box and opened it. A Tiffany-cut diamond engagement ring sparkled against the fabric. Tiffany & Company was embossed in silver on the lid. Nothing matters except being with you. I love you. I want to marry you, Lucy, if you'll have me. She couldn't believe this was happening and forced herself to breathe. All her girlhood fantasies didn't compare to the reality of this moment. Ryker James had asked her to marry him. He'd been honest to himself and to her. He was fully committed to making it work. Lucy's heart and her mind agreed on the answer. Make the leap? She had no doubt at all. Yes. He placed the ring on her finger. A perfect fit, the way they were a perfect fit together. There's no rush. No, there isn't. The love shining in his eyes matched her own. Aaron and Dana won't be home until next year. It might take me that long to convince your brother I'm good enough for you. Probably, Lucy teased. But with Connor in your corner, it might only take 6 months. Very funny. She stared at the ring. A feeling of peace coursed through her. So this officially makes me a WAG. Ryker brushed his lips across hers. A G who will eventually become a W. But you're already a K. K? Lucy asked. A keeper. He kissed her again. You're also an M. I don't know what that is either. Mine. I'll be your M. As long as you're mine, too. Always, he said. I have always been yours without realizing it. If you're trying to score. No need. I already won. Ryker pulled her against him and kissed her again. I love you, Lucy. A warm glow flowed through her, making her heart sigh. I love you. Epilogue. 10 months later. It was the perfect spring day for a homecoming. Shining high in the clear blue sky, the sun warmed the tarmac beneath Lucy's feet. As families waited, anticipation built. Patriotic music played. Somewhere behind her a baby cried and children giggled. Many carried signs or flowers. Some had balloons and American flags. She fought the urge to tap her toes at her excitement over seeing her brother in person for the first time in a year, but she was trying to remain calm for her nephew's sake. This reunion was special to her and Ryker, but Connor had been counting down the days for 2 months now. He held her hand, fidgeting. How much longer, Uncle Ree? Uncle Ree. Hearing that sent warmth flowing through her veins. She glanced over at Ryker. His smile widened. Not surprising. He loved being called that. When Connor found out about their engagement after last year's match against the Rage in Indianapolis, he'd hooped and hollered with excitement. It had been as much a dream come true at 9 as the proposal had been for Lucy at 26. Her nephew had seen no reason to wait using the term uncle. Ryker hadn't minded. And in 2 weeks, on their wedding day, the title would be official. Connor shifted his weight from foot to foot. Is it almost time? Standing on the other side of Connor, Ryker laughed. He placed his arm around him. You asked me that less than a minute ago, bud. The plane should be here soon. Not soon enough. Connor bounced up and down. I can't wait for you to meet my mom. She makes the best chocolate chip cookies in the world. Aunt Lucy uses her recipe. She squeezed his hand. I do. Can't wait to taste them. Ryker smiled at her, and tingles exploded inside her. Being apart last season had been hard, but not as rough as Connor being separated from his parents. They learned to see each other whenever possible. Lucy and Connor flew to as many games as they could and spent some of his summer vacation in Phoenix. Whenever they were away, Ryker's parents watched Manny. The cat and Cupcake had reached a truce of sorts, but even Connor agreed Manny probably wouldn't enjoy being around a dog all the time. Her nephew sucked in a breath. Panicked eyes met hers. Did you make cookies for Mom and Dad when they get home? She gave his hand another squeeze. I made them before you woke up this morning. His smile returned. They'll be fresh. Aunt Lucy and I are making them dinner tonight, too, Ryker said. She nodded. Being with him just kept getting better. He was a true partner, in every sense of the word, from cooking to supporting each other. She couldn't ask for more in a fiancé and future husband. Affection swelled inside her. Once they married and Aaron and Dana settled into their life at home, Lucy would move to Phoenix. During the off-season, they would return to Wicksburg, where they planned to build a house and live when Ryker retired. Though after his amazing season last year, who knew when that would be? Mr. McElroy had been ecstatic with the Fuego making the playoffs. Having everyone together will be so cool, Connor said, looking at Ryker. You haven't seen my dad since high school, but it'll be okay. I told him you hadn't made Aunt Lucy sad again, so there was no reason for him to hurt you. I also mentioned I've been an excellent chaperone. I'm not sure why that's important, except Dalton's mom said that was the one thing that would keep my dad from killing Uncle Ree. Connor smiled earnestly up at Ryker. You don't have to worry, though. She was exaggerating. Lucy covered her mouth with her hand to keep from laughing. Guess young ears heard more than she realized. She glanced at Ryker, who shot her a silent oops. Good to know everything will be okay. Ryker sounded like he was trying not to laugh, too. Did you know your dad and I have been in touch for months? Connor's eyes widened. Really? Ryker nodded. Your dad loves you so much. He wanted to make sure you were happy. Connor beamed. And Aunt Lucy? Her, too. Ryker blew her a kiss. She appreciated his efforts to reconnect with his old teammate and friend. The first call, Aaron had gone all big brother, railing on Ryker for hurting her. But Ryker had taken it and apologized. He set out to show Aaron, as he'd shown her, that he was in love and fully committed. Time, patience, and more calls had led to forgiveness and a rekindled friendship between the two men, who would soon be brothers-in-law. Lucy imagined all of them, her folks, and Ryker's parents together for the holidays. It would be the best Thanksgiving and Christmas ever. A plane landed, taxied toward them, and parked. A uniformed crew rolled a staircase to the aircraft. The crowd held their collective breaths. The first person stood at the doorway and waved. Daddy, a child yelled. Connor stiffened. His hand gripped hers tighter. Lucy understood. Her stomach felt all fluttery. She couldn't wait to see Aaron. One by one, people exited the plane, walking down the stairs and into the waiting arms of families with happy tears streaming down smiling faces. Connor's gaze remained locked on the plane's doorway. Where are they? She wanted to ask the same question. Instead, she smiled. If they sat alphabetically, they would be in the middle. Connor sighed. It's taking so long. I know. And she wished it would be Aaron and Dana's turn next. But your parents can't wait to see you. They have been looking forward to today since the day they left. Ryker gave her a thumbs up over Connor's head before mouthing I love you. Connor let go of her hand. It's just been so hard not being able to tell Dad my news. That was the first Lucy had heard about this. What news? Connor's mouth formed a perfect O. He glanced at Ryker. You'll hear it when Aaron does, Ryker said. Connor nodded. What he said. That was odd, but maybe it was a guy thing. That was okay by her. Ryker had become a constant in her nephew's life, and she couldn't be more pleased about that. More families reunited. Connor practically vibrated with excitement. He rose on his tiptoes and then screamed, waving both his arms in the air. There they are. Aaron and Dana lit up as soon as they saw their son. They hurried down the stairs and to him. The three embraced tightly. Lucy's breath hitched. Emotion clogged her throat. She loved seeing her brother's glowing face. His family was back together. Finally. Ryker wrapped his arm around Lucy before leaning into her. You okay? As tears of happiness welled in her eyes, she nodded. Better than okay. I'm so relieved, so grateful, Aaron and Dana are home. Connor needed his parents, and Lucy needed her big brother. Ryker kissed her. You did a great job taking care of Connor and everything else while they were away, Luce. She stared up at him. We both did. He pulled her closer against him and brushed his mouth over her hair. As Dana took a long look at her son, her gaze gleamed. You're so big. Connor giggled. I'm 10 now. I know you are. Dana hugged him tighter. You're not my little boy anymore. It's so good to see you, son. Aaron's voice cracked. He didn't seem to want to let go of Connor either. You've grown. You must have eaten all your veggies. Love for their son radiated from her brother and sister-in-law. Lucy wiped her eyes. Aunt Lucy made me eat even the orange ones. Connor made a face. But they weren't that bad once I got used to them. Aaron peered around his son to look at her. Your aunt took great care of you. Uncle Ree, too, Connor said. Aaron laughed. Uncle Ree, too. Gratitude shone in Dana's eyes. We'll have to do something special to thank them. Aaron smiled at Lucy. For sure. Connor glanced over his shoulder at Ryker. Can I tell him now? Ryker nodded. Go ahead. What's going on? Lucy asked him. You'll see, he whispered, his warm breath caressing her neck. Guess what? Connor asked his parents. What? Dana and Aaron said in unison. Connor's thin chest puffed out. Ryker asked me to be his best man. I get to hold the rings and everything. Lucy's gaze jerked to Ryker's. Really? Without Connor, I would have never met you. Ryker brushed his lips against hers. I owe that kid everything. He's my bud. Thank you. She threw her arms around him. Ryker kept surprising her in the best ways. He called her a keeper, but she felt the same about him. He was a keeper and a catch. I love you so much. Ryker held her tight, giving her a place to call home wherever they were together. And I won't ever let a day go by without showing you just how much I love you.
Thanks for listening to The Soccer Star. A Keeper at Heart Romance, Book 2. Written by Melissa McClone. Text copyright 2020 by Melissa McClone. Production copyright 2023 by Melissa McClone.